All right, so for those of you who are going to be watching the VOD, this is where I'm setting up the Steam stream to see whether or not this thing is running. It's probably going to take a minute to get set up, but all right. We're starting to look good as far as the broadcast is concerned. Let me just send off, I got to send off a couple emails to make sure everything's ready to go, so... just did stream. I think I'm live. Feel free to DM. Am on. Jesus, spell check is causing me some problems. Me on Twitter for real time. So this is always the really awkward part about starting a stream on Steam, because it's really hard to get feedback as to whether or not the thing is actually working. It looks like we are up and ready to go on the on the sort of the ingest side. So I'm going to take a quick second here and take a look if we can see anything about Oop. Okay, there's the Cultist Simulator page. Interesting. Okay, looks like we are on the Cultist Simulator page as well. So for those of you who can hear me, hello. We're just taking a minute here to set up, and then I will be able to introduce myself and say hi and do all those other things. So, all right, if any of you can hear me and you are participants in chat, feel free to say hello. I'm going to write a quick hello test. Okay, so chat doesn't seem to be working for me right now. Okay, I sort of see something. There's just one last step, and then I will explain what the devil this game is, what we're going to be doing, and just generally, I don't know, getting everything ready to go. Like I said, it's always a little awkward to start off these streams, so especially if you are coming on the Steam page and wondering what the devil's going on, congratulations, you have hit one of these rare moments where people are trying to figure out where streams come from. I have been starting... I basically hit the button about 3 minutes ago, so there's only so much longer I'm going to be able to claim that we're setting up, but it looks like we are good. Okay, so this is Cultist Simulator. As you may see here, I'm playing the Perpetual Edition, so this means way back when we were all young and full of hope, there was a Kickstarter for this game, and it actually had a really interesting idea in terms of how they would sort of get people to support the game and sort of reward being an early adopter, because this is the challenge, of course, is that now that the game is a couple of years old, you're probably playing the best version of Cultist Simulator. In the sense that there's a bunch of sort of quality of life updates and whatnot. So the Perpetual Edition is something that Kickstarter backers were given, which is basically a lifetime supply of DLC. You'd get all the DLC as they were released. The exception being, of course, the soundtrack, which is sort of a standalone product, but it is not available now. What you would want to get instead is the Ancestral Edition, which is on the, it's basically on the page there, so you get, I think, something about 15, something like 15% off for the Anthology Edition. That will come with all of the DLC as well as the original soundtrack, and of course, then there's the whole, buying them individually as you continue to play the game. But obviously, you get a little bit of a reward if you just run with the bundle as it is. So why are we doing this? I am System Chalk. I am not at all affiliated with Weather Factory. I am just a very big fan of Cultist Simulator, and I've streamed this game on here before. But today there is an update. Basically, one of the commitments that had been made for the game was the simplified Chinese. And this is something that I believe is currently in the iOS version of the game, but right now it is available on the beta branch of Steam. So there's actually an update inside of the game itself, or inside of the Steam page itself. But the idea, hello macrame, I am glad that everything seems to be working. I wasn't so sure about the chat, so I am fascinated to see if there is any shift in the numbers or anything like that by me broadcasting this. But I did a quick little update to my Discord, but I can't promise you any people. But anyway, so for those of you who, for whatever reason, will be benefiting from simplified Chinese, I certainly would only do so for a curiosity. You can right-click on Cultist Simulator, and there's going to be sort of your properties tab inside of there. There's a tab for betas, and if you select gateofhorn from the drop-down menu for the betas, you will sort of be opting into the beta for the game. So once upon a time when this game was still sort of in its continued development after release, this would also be where you sort of get to look at some of the, some of the new stuff that's coming up. Obviously, the next step is probably going to be something like Book of Hours or some other game. The DLCs for Cultist Simulator sort of stopped, and now it's more things like localization. So if for whatever reason you want to try out the new languages, or specifically simplified Chinese, go to Cultist Simulator Properties, Betas, select gateofhorn, and you'll probably see a little update inside of Steam to run ahead with it. Now, as for me, I will not be playing in simplified Chinese, although I think that would be very fun to try at some point. I'm just going to take a minute to realign all of my windows and make sure I can actually see you lovely people. I don't have a way of, just a quick heads up macrame, I don't seem to have a way to track the number of people watching. My counter has frozen because I got a different number when I was looking at the Steam page. So just a heads up, I won't have that info, but I'm trying to record this if I can. Anyways, I have overstayed my welcome. We're now 7 minutes in, so let's talk about what we're going to do today. I am going to be starting a brand new game of Cultist Simulator, so this will be helpful for those of you who have maybe been on the fence about whether or not this is something you want to get into. Every once in a while, because I play the game quite slow and I move on, I enjoy the game, I savor it like a fine wine. Basically, the idea here is going to be that a lot of people will look at my late game board and they'll say, this game looks impossible. Like, how do you make sense of any of this? And of course, I'm something to the effect of, oh, it's easy. You just put the flange in the high pan, and then you put these two cards together, and it's easy, and then you win. And this, of course, convinces absolutely nobody that this is a thing worth playing. So we're going to be playing from the very beginning. So the challenge here is that if you are somebody who wants to go in completely blind, this is probably not the stream for you. I am, of course, an excellent influencer in telling you to stop watching right away. But do keep in mind, I'm very familiar with this game. I take some things for granted in terms of what people know, and some of the reward of this game does come from the fact that you get to discover and unlock secrets. Now, the nice thing about me being slow is that I will probably get through the bits where the game sort of holds your hand, and then I'm going to have a little bit less in terms of sort of like the later game difficulties and whatnot. And the important thing is that this game has a lot of different endings. It has a lot of different sort of approaches and legacies. And so essentially part of the reward of this game is to try and approach things your own way. There isn't necessarily a right or a wrong way of playing Cultist Simulator. It's a little bit more about taking your character to an interesting place. I think some of the minor endings or some of the losses if you want to call them that, they unlock different legacies. And so in some situations, you may actually want your character to die to dread in order to unlock a certain legacy. But all of that is for a later discussion. Let's do our introductions. Who is responsible? We've got design, writing, and coding by Alexis Kennedy, production, marketing, and biz by Lottie Bevan, UI design and coding by Martin Nerukar, art by Catherine Unger, Clockwork Cuckoo, Lottie Bevan, and Sarah Gordon, music by Mary Beth Solomon, Brent Barkman, Mickey Erb for Mickey Mart Productions Limited, audio by Soundcuts, additional writing by Lottie Bevan, additional coding by Fraser McCormick, Chris Payne, Mark Gagnier, and Hannah Rose. Additional design by Callan Porter. Marketing and PR by Claire Sharkey. And special thanks to Sonia and PK, Matt Hosty, Haley Urias, and literally everyone who has ever sent feedback or a bug report. Thank you. And, of course, if you are interested in the follow-up game, you can get your updates. If you own this game, you can just click on the Book of Hours updates, or you can go to weatherfactory.biz, and there will be a newsletter that you can go in. So, with all of that in mind, just a reminder that I have all of the DLC enabled, but we are going to be beginning with a blank slate, and we will. I'm going to go into almost excruciating detail about what we're up to. So, we have the aspirant, alone in this chilly city with my useless education and my dreams. What now? Could I become something more? So, the first and most important thing to do, and not everyone does it, is name a character. Now, I actually didn't really think that much about a character, but I actually have a Call of Cthulhu role-playing book beside me. So, just a second. I'm going to open a random page, and we will see the first name I find on a page. All right. There's no names that are human names here, but there is something called Dismiss Ithaka. So, Dismas. Behold, Dismas. Name your characters whoever you want. Who am I? Well, basically, we've got a table in the void with, of course, that lady with the pulling her face off in front of, or sitting behind you. Unfortunately, you cannot turn around unless somebody adds that in a mod maybe one day. But one of the things that you can sort of use as an anchor in terms of Cultist Simulator is that if you consider the question, who am I? And if the answer is sort of these representations on the board, you have all these different little aspects of yourself. So at the moment, I'm not a very fulfilled individual. I have work, an action I can perform, earn a living, or practice the invisible arts. And I have menial employment, a precarious position as a hospital porter. Miserable, but that's all that you can find for now, or just now. Now, menial employment has an aspect called job, an arrangement to exchange one's life for money. I'm currently not at my job. I'm at my fun job. So there's not a whole lot that you can do, and this is a little bit by design. This game actually starts you off, especially if you're used to seeing me with a very large board. And if you take a look at some of the promotional images on the Steam page, this thing gets huge. There's a lot that you can do. But in this particular case here, they start you off slow, and you have a very limited number of actions. And as you sort of continue to play the game, you get more options. Your life also becomes more enriched as you study the occult. So this is a wonderful gateway drug to becoming a terrible person. Or maybe a fulfilled individual. Maybe you just want to give up on all of this human sacrifice stuff. I don't know. We'll figure out. Dismas's life is an open book, and we'll write it together. But to begin with, let's just put our menial employment in the work verb, and we'll say another shift at the hospital. Another shift mopping the darkened hallways, delivering the post to hollow-eyed invalids, trundling corpse-laden gurneys to the basement. So we will start. The timer runs down. It only takes 10 seconds to do our shift at the hospital. And as tends to be the case in games, something happens. Halfway through your shift, the head porter beckons you aside. We won't require your services any longer, he says. Here, your last payment. We've paid you through the end of the month. I have lost my job, At least now I have a little time to rest and my health improves. Dream is unlocked. So I'm going to pause the game a little bit here because, like I said, we're going to go into quite a bit of granular detail. If you have any questions about the game, definitely feel free to speak up. Let me know because I love talking about this game, and if I can add a little bit more joy in the world, so much the better. But by quitting our job, basically we got, well, being fired, we got money and we got a life. We've got 1 health and 2 funds. So we've got a work slot with not much to do, but you'll notice that another verb popped up. And this currently says, recall my dreams. Once again, I dream of a glow beneath the filthy skin of the world, the light through the black wood, the pale door, the old man. So I didn't really think about a fancy alignment right now, but I think I'm just going to stack these on top of each other. So one thing you might notice is when I pick up these different cards, sometimes it turns pink, sometimes it doesn't. So one other trick that you can do is you can actually click on the work slot and it will say, hey, here are the things that you can accept here are the things that I'll accept as an input. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean that's something that you want to do, but it is something that you can do. And because we're all about experimentation here, let's try putting the health inside the work slot. And it says unskilled labor, backbreaking work for meager pay. Is this the best that I can do? Well, this actually kind of makes sense, right? If you say, well, what would working with your health look like? Yeah, probably low skilled work. Also, I didn't mention this before, but it does help to read all of the cards. So health, this is my body, and there are other bodies, this is my body. There are other bodies, but this one is mind, and my mind needs it as a fungus needs soil. With enough vitality, you can gain more health. Now, one small note on this one is that we actually haven't seen vitality inside of the game yet. So this one maybe doesn't quite make sense on its own, but we'll see in a little while what vitality does. But for now, this is the only thing we can do with work, and the game does say at the start, I didn't get to show it as part of the broadcast, but it does encourage you to experiment. So let's experiment and see what happens when we lift heavy things and put them down again. Also funds, enough to support me for a little while in adequate comfort. And you'll notice that this has an ingredient. Health is also an ingredient. It has the aspect heart. The heart relentless beats to protect the skin of the world we understand. And it has the aspect ability, brain or heart, hand or eye. Most of us are born with most of them. Now, I just threw a whole bunch of terms at you, and the thing is, you don't actually need to know all of these right away. What you do need to know, though, is that they are there and they're available for reference, because eventually some of these things will matter. But it looks like our dreams are finishing, so... All right. It began when I spoke to the old man in the hospital. He knew my name, but he's dead now. The pneumonia. Why do I dream of him still? What is the cobalt light in my dreams? Time is now passing. So we gain contentment. I'm happy, I think. Contentment defends against dread, but contentment doesn't last. So we'll put that up here as a fond reminder of a time that we were happy. And passion. Dull minds are neither intuitive or mathematical. Blaise Pascal. Now I'm going to... it says time is passing. I don't actually see the passage of time verb yet, though. But we do have a change in the air. I need funds to live, but perhaps perhaps this recent upset in my circumstances is a secret blessing. Is there something to my dreams? There's a change in the air. So let's take a look at dream. Is there anything that we can do? Well, it looks like there's a couple of things. We can put a funds inside of it, or we can put passion inside of it. So what does dreaming with passion do? The moonlit road. I know this dream. A road crests a hilltop, and the air is silver bright. Now, it turns out that this particular action, this is the first time that we get to put another card inside, so there is a lore slot. If I engage in an occult practice before I sleep, I might find the way to a deeper dream. In this case, it will accept lore, or it will accept the way of the wood. Now, we don't have either of these things right now. If I try to put contentment in, that's not going to work. But again, this is one of these cases where we said, oh, okay, so there's a bit of a puzzle here. There's something that we don't know about, but I should keep aware of it, because at some point maybe I will have some lore that I can put in. And again, once the table looks really complicated and all of that, you're like, okay, God, I'm never going to be able to figure this out. But the point of the game isn't to just randomly put cards inside, it's to make some good judgments. And so the idea that we've sort of had planted in our head here is, okay, I need to have a greater understanding of the world, or particularly the world of dream, in order to advance. So, unskilled labor. The day is done, but so am I. I have earned my pay. So, I'm fatigued. This card can't be used, but it will recover after 60 seconds. I can recover it faster by dreaming. Now, of course, my dream slot is already occupied, so I won't be able to do it there, but now we've got vitality. Exercise, or something rarer, has invigorated me. Use with another vitality to improve your abilities. It lasts only 3 minutes if unused. And we got some money for our labor, which is the whole point of going to work. Now, in terms of work, there isn't actually anything I can do right now because I've used up my health. So at the moment, we're just going to wait for either the change in the air, the dream, or my health to get back. One thing to note is we've got time passing now. Time the sundial shadow passes. I must have funds to live or I will become ill. And in this case, it says aspect ingredient. I haven't actually seen this before, but a bequest arrives. A letter from a solicitor. The old man at the hospital, the one I dream of, has named me in his will. I will hear more soon. Now, if you ever miss some information in terms of what happened in the game, you can actually hit the back button. Now, if you've closed the window, you can't go back to those, but one of the things about this game, you'll notice I'm pausing a lot. Part of this is just so I can continue to ramble at you, but one of the nice things about it is that when you play the game and you want to try and get a little, or like when you play the game, there's going to be a lot of demands on your attention, a little bit like life, and this is partly by design. The fact of the matter is that nobody wants to go to work. You have to motivate yourself to do it, and you'll notice that there's no way to automatically drag my health to the work slot. I'm going to need to do that over and over again for myself. But the game also gives you a way to sort of say, wait, where was I again? And you can sort of move back. So if you want to take a breather, you can pause and you can go back. If you really want, you can go to the options menu. So many options, including Burden Worm. But there will be points where you need to remember things, but the game won't automatically punish you for not paying attention to every single verb, because there's going to be a lot of things happening, and you'll notice that it's already sort of ramped up. We used to have only one card and one action. Now we have 3 possible actions, and at the moment we've got 4 cards on the table, but there will be others. Rumpled fields, a wink of a river, a tingling chill. Nightmare, the cleansing dawn. The sun is rising, it won't spare me. Oop. Something tabbed out. The old man has bequeathed me a sum of money and a packet of peculiar papers, poetry, riddles, metaphysical speculations. For the first time in months, there is some fuel for my reason. The study is unlocked. So we got 9 funds, which is nice. This gives us a little bit of time to try other things. We have the bequest, a package of peculiar papers from my correspondence executor. I must study it using reason or passion. So we'll put this. So this is going to be my new stack for items that I have. And finally, I've got my reason. Reason? No live organism can continue for long to exist sanely under conditions of absolute reality. Shirley Jackson. And it has the ability aspect as well as ingredient and lantern. I'll introduce each of the principles as we get lore for them. So now it says I want to study it. Now normally I study with reason because I have it available, but let's wait for my passion to become available and we'll see what's there. Now there's a few things that you can do. So you can say if you want to be guided by the game in terms of where your next step would be, you can just click on study and say, okay, what sorts of things can I do right now? We have vitality, for instance. So we can say, okay, what do we do here? Increase my health? Oh, okay, I need more vitality. Well, fair enough. I don't have any of that, although it turns out that trembling airs, I didn't know trembling airs could do that. So I'm still learning things about the game. But I don't have enough inside of my study to work with this right now. But of course, if I get another vitality from working, maybe I want to try that. Of course, if I pick up my reason, I can maybe work with my reason as well. So I have a few options available to me. I think in the interest of maybe just trying to make the most of what I have right now, I will study the bequest with reason. I'll examine each item with meticulous care. And we'll carry on. We'll also see what happens with the nightmare. Now I can slough off my flesh, patch by patch, tugging the tendons free like fibers picked from teeth. My skin lies like a shredded blanket. The sun heaves itself above the horizon with a triumphant battle yell. The light falls like acid on my naked bones. Pain will wake me, and my bones will ache for days, but the sun's words are etched on my bones. Alright, so we've got an intensity of radiance. Light dews the skin and suffuses the air. A 6th order influence, significant resonances or correspondences that can be used in some rites to summon minions. This is an influence, and it has level 6 lantern, which is quite high. And we have fascination. Like leaks through the cracks, my mind is brighter than it ever was. The higher I rise, the more I see. So, having been fired from my job, I am now having incredibly intense nightmares, which are starting to make me maybe lose my grip on reality. Good start. I'm sure a day of picking up heavy things and putting them down again will set me right. Now, there's not much I can do with Dream at the moment. So it says, seek composure. The door's vision swing wide. A little darkness will mellow my light. Even dread has its uses. So in this particular case, gray reality will steady my soul, and it will accept one of 2 cards, but I don't have either of these cards, which is a bit of a challenge. All right, we've examined the bequest. My correspondent describes my dreams exactly. They use names that are instantly familiar. The house, the wood, the hours, the glory. They knew secrets beneath time and the skin of the world. A new curiosity burns in me. There's a note here, directions to a bookshop that does not advertise its wares. All right, so we've got directions to Moorlands. All right, I need to figure out a new system, so we'll put the emotions up here. I guess that makes sense because we put contentment there. We have the temptation of enlightenment. It has occurred to me that I hold the key to wisdom. This card will allow you to win an enlightenment victory if you upgrade it far enough. Dreaming about it might advance or change it. Well, dreaming sounds fun, so let's put that down here. We've got notes on a possible collaborator. My correspondent has recorded his observations of me. He believed that I had potential. He recorded his observations of someone else too. With time and study, perhaps I can find that person. So that's another item that we have. And we've got the Watchman's Secret. It has been expressed like this. Each hour has its color, but color exists only where there is light. So what do we know about the lantern? Well, life is a pure flame, and we live by an invisible sun within us. Thomas Brown. Lantern is the principle of the secret place, sometimes called the house of the sun, and of the light above it. So, let's put the lore... Okay, so... Influence will now be with lore. Emotions and moods will be up here. So we've got, this is a good story, right? Something, we had a change, something's happening. Now we've got the next step in terms of the mysteries. We've got the ways to a bookshop, or maybe the way to somebody who might be able to tell us a little bit about what's going on. Whenever the principle of lantern sheds its light, I may recall additional scraps of knowledge. So this is helpful as well. We'll see what happens with that in a minute. But for now, it did say that we can study and we can dream about certain things. For now, I'm going to follow the directions to Moorlands. The directions to Moorlands' shop are cryptic. When one deals in the kinds of book my correspondent studied, one must be circumspect. And in terms of dream, there are a few things that I can try here. But I'm going to leave it be for now, because I want to see what I can wind up doing with this fascination. So one of the things I know about the intensity of radiance is that it decays into fascination, so that can be a little bit of a challenge for me. Alright, so a light in the skull. Dusty facts have become clear in my brain, for now at least, and I've gained erudition. I soak up knowledge as a shadow soaks up light. I may be close to advancement. Erudition can be used with study to gain reason. It lasts only 3 minutes if unused. So once the Moorlands search is done, I want to check something out here. An ill-lit street and an ill-favored bend in a lesser river. A soft yellow light through a grimy window. Miss Moorland nods as I enter, but doesn't rise. I never ask the names of my clients, she informs me, before I have time to introduce myself. Moorland's shop, the dim premises of Miss Moorland, who deals in a rare and sometimes dangerous sort of book. Alright, so we've got a place where we can explore. This is a location, and we've got the explore verb here. Now that I found a location, I can explore it. And we gained an occult scrap, so we'll add that there as well. What is an occult scrap? Secret histories are layered beneath the one that we know, like notes in a rare wine. This is a detail from one of those histories. Exploring with this scrap of knowledge may uncover secret locations in the capital. And in this case, it has the lore aspect, and it has the aspect of secret histories. So history is the scar on the world's skin. Secret histories describe the unknown complexities of the world and its many pasts. So let's just take a minute here, because we're only about half hour into the game, and we've 10 minutes of that was sort of spent introducing it. But notice what's happened. We've gone from a single work verb here in a job. Now we have basically 4 actions that we can take, and then we've gotten. Not only have we been given this lore that we needed to use to explore the world, we actually have 2 bits of lore. So in terms of sort of the ramping up, there's actually a lot of different options that you get in a fairly short period of time. The other thing that's sort of nice is that if you take the time to read things, if you just think of this as sort of mechanically moving cards on a table, you're not really going to have that much. You're not going to have that much success, because obviously if you just randomly try combinations, sort of the dimensionality of the problem increases pretty rapidly. But if, on the other hand, you try and follow sort of the story, well, we have a few options. We said, okay, well, clearly the bookstore seems like an interesting place. There's a guy who just described my dreams perfectly. I want to know more. We also have sort of this dangling thread of the notes on a possible collaborator. I'm going to be trying that one next, but there's something I'd like to experiment with for erudition first. So it says I need more erudition, and in this case, it will actually take a consciousness of radiance, which means that I'm going to see what happens when this intensity of radiance decays, because this might actually give me some interesting opportunities to deal with this influence that I found that I didn't realize before. Now, as far as dreaming is concerned, I did want to try and dream about my ambition. So, temptation, enlightenment. Should I dedicate myself to my purpose or focus my efforts elsewhere? So, in this case, we can dedicate myself to the lore of the principle I seek or focus my efforts elsewhere. So, we can focus on health. We can focus on passion. We can focus on lore. Or we can use the appointment to a quiet parish, which is only part of the priest DLC, so is not relevant right now. But in this case, I'm going to wait the 2.5 seconds for the passion. I kind of want to see what happens when we do that. So perhaps power is a more compelling goal. Nope, I don't want to do that actually. So I'm just going to let this slide. Oh, but there's other things that I can be doing right now. So we've got that consciousness of radiance. So we take the erudition, the consciousness of radiance, the light of the mind. I've picked up odd facts here and there. And in this season of particular luminosity, I could increase my reason. If you add appropriate lore, this will allow you to create a more powerful occult influence instead. Well, I don't want the more powerful occult influence. I just want the knowledge. Explore the city with health or followers. Explore locations or investigate the possibilities of lore. Exploration is often unpredictable. Well, let's take funds. It takes time to sort the gold from the dross, the wheat from the chaff, the blood from the water. If I buy enough books, I'll find something interesting. So after we've paid a visit to Miss Moreland, we're going to see if there's anything interesting in the bookstore. So the day is done and so am I, but I've earned my pay. So this will be nice for upgrading my health. Now, it's going to be a pretty tight deadline because we've got 54.5 seconds on this vitality and 54.2 on the study. So I'm going to be really quick on my spacebar here. But let's think about maybe some other things that we can try with our work, because we're kind of tired after our day at work. Maybe we can try passion. Paint. I used to paint. I could paint those sights I half remember from my dreams. I might sell something. I probably won't. And has yearning. If I am restless, perhaps this is what I want. So there's no restlessness for me to employ, but we can take a look at what happens here. Now, the curious few. The wrong kind of reputation might awaken the interests of the curious, the puritanical, or the vengeful. A reputation may inspire an adversary to emerge. Just before it says... Oh, the city is rife with journalists and detectives and other meddlers. How long will they leave me in peace? So I haven't really done anything too culty yet, so I should be safe. And we found a book called The Orchid Transfigurations, Volume 1, a 16th century alchemical fever dream attributed to Robert Flood, frequently banned for the disturbing allure of its illustrations. This is in the original Latin. Well, I don't know Latin, so this won't be too helpful for me, but we do have some money, so let's go back to Moreland's and add to the library. It takes time to sort the gold from the dross, the wheat from the chaff, the blood from the water. If I buy enough books, I'll find something interesting. So again, I'm going to be careful on my timers here. My name just now is clear, and any guardians remain in the shadows. So I've gained contentment, the relief of not being spotted out as a troublemaker. I have decided to remain as I am for now. So the reason I did that is because I'd like to use my my health with this, which we will have in just a few seconds. Ooh, just got it in time. My Mind the Library. Use this lesson learnt with your scholarship skill. Okay, that's actually kind of neat. So in this particular case, this wasn't exactly what I was looking for, but this is informative. So I will exercise the body. I am abrim with vitality. If I devote some time to exercise, I will benefit. And I won't do anything with Dream quite yet. I'm just going to wait the second. All right. Looks like the wrong kind of attention has emerged again. So these come from the passage of time. This is actually going to be a bit of a challenging one because in 56.9 seconds, we're going to get what's called the Season of Visions. Season of Visions is going to take Fascination, which will go away in 62.5 seconds. So ideally, I'm going to find a way to get rid of this Fascination, but it's not so clear that I'm going to be able to do that. All right, I found something noteworthy. The Viennese Conundra. Nico van Dreyl describes odd events in Vienna, the disappearance of children, epidemics of parasite activity, animal mutilations, nightmares of worms, the activities of a charitable organization, the Nulesians, that funds the burial of the poor. She proposes peculiar connections between these activities. So this is a book that I can study. My study verb is currently occupied, but we should have that available in just a little bit. And I did want to see what would happen when I dream about my temptation enlightenment with health. So my goal is sensation now. Perhaps sensation is the sweeter goal. That sounds right. And we'll go back to Morland's shop. So I can't explore with the notes on the possible collaborators. So the only other thing I could do would be to explore with the occult scrap, which sounds interesting. But right now I have some money, so I'm going to use that to buy books. And I should probably try and find a job that doesn't involve me picking up heavy things. I finished a painting to the excitement of absolutely no one but me. Sometimes painting will gain you glimmerings. Study them to unlock more advanced painting options. Okay. So while we are waiting, let's say we'll take reason. So find clerical work. Find work which will spare my body, if not my mind. I'm safe for now. The meddler's attention must be elsewhere. A relief. Gulliver and Glover have offered me a junior position. I start at 8 sharp tomorrow morning. All right. So if you've ever wondered what this little box here is, this is when you hit the collect all button. This is just a destination for your cards to go. So I'm going to put that down here because I normally like being a little bit more hands-on with my cards. So, the scratching of pens, the sourness of dust, the sighing of the younger Glover, and the greedy gurgling of the elder. I also forgot, junior position at Glover and Glover. My intellect should be put to better use, but the pay is better than laborer's work. If you don't attend this job regularly, you might suffer a demotion. So, as you can see here, there's a timer on this position. Now, the question is, do I want to put my reason towards this? I think I will. So, if I will apply extra effort, perhaps they will appreciate it. I don't have any better use for my reason right now, but of course what I should be trying instead is to find a better application for it. Alright, I found something noteworthy. Gildersleeve's Latin Grammar. Well, this sounds like a very welcome addition to my library given the Orchid Transfiguration. So let's take that. Let's go back to Morland's to buy ourselves another book. It takes time to sort the gold from the dross, the wheat from the chaff, the blood from the water. If I buy enough books, I'll find something interesting. And then we will make a couple of efforts to try and find, one, we'll read the books that we can, because I'm not going to have anything to do with studying, but we'll also be able to start pursuing that dream. All right, I've grown stronger. I've gained health, but it'll be more difficult to gain health next time. So we've got the stronger physique. I have benefited from exercise. Use this with 2 lessons learned to gain more health. And I get an extra health to, you know, to show for my diligence. Okay, so studying. Let's take the notes on a possible collaborator. I have a name, a description, a few tantalizing details, but there are 1,000 faces in this city. So here we're following up on the work of the sort of the patient at the hospital. I've refocused my intentions. There are experiences tucked like veins beneath the world's skin. I will know the deepest of them, though the experience might devour me. So now we have the temptation sensation. I could achieve experiences of an intensity few could imagine. This card will allow you to win a sensation victory if you upgrade it far enough. Dreaming about it might advance or change it. So we've already changed the goal, so we're now dedicating ourselves to sensation. And we will, I'm going to leave it at that for now, I think. I'm just going to take a quick second. I would like to just double check my achievements because I believe there is a cult that I haven't actually founded yet. And this sounds like a convenient little way for me to... Oh no, it looks like I've actually founded all the cults. I just don't have the higher level of all of them. Okay. Moving along, let's say we... I gotta wait for my passion, so... I know this dream. A road crests a hilltop and the air is silver bright. So, we had lore. Now, there's 2 lore cards, but the Watchman's Secret was the first one that we got. So let's take the Watchman's Secret and put that in the lore. The bleached way. I could sleep in a room without colors, bleach the sheets, whitewash the walls, dye my hair, and paint my skin. So it looks like we are doing an occult practice before bed, and something might happen. I found something new and noteworthy. Moreland's shop has given me a collection of poetry. Okay, do I still want to do the poetry? Let's explore with the occult scrap. There are places in the city where I can find extraordinary things if I can sift the clues out of history and rumor. So this is, of course, something that the game told us to do, explore with the scrap, so we'll do that. Now, the trembling in the air, the sun flickers like a shadow, dreams ripple behind the surface of mirrors. I must be careful not to drift from the waking world. So notice, there's sometimes these cards which have little magnets, so it grabs a card to fill its void. And the idea here is that this takes in fascination. Now, the game hasn't specifically said this yet, I don't think. But it'll actually probably come in 42 seconds. But if you allow, there's a couple of cards like this where if you allow 3 of these, if you allow 3 of sort of these negative cards, the fascination to stack up, it causes a game over. And there are some other things that can happen to you. So for instance, you can have dread that will stack up and you'll fall to despair. You can also become arrested in this game, although that works a little bit differently than the sort of the negative effects stacking up. But this is one of the things that sort of keeps you honest in the game. It's one of the reasons why you don't want to have nightmares, and there's also certain books which might give you sort of these adverse reactions, and this is pretty standard for a game like this. You always read the book that you weren't supposed to, and it has consequences. Mr. Alden, the supervisor of records, has called me into his office to recognize my diligence. I watch the mole on his neck as he talks, and talks, and talks. But at the end of it, I have a promotion. My new position is better paid, and the desk stands by the street window. But I work directly for Mr. Alden now, and Mr. Alden is known to be exacting. Alright, so I have my reason back. I now have a better position at Glover & Glover. And I got paid for the work that I already did. So notice that this is one of the things that I quite like about the game, is that if you think about it, it's actually very straightforward in terms of the actions you can take. You take a card, you move it elsewhere, but it has a lot of expression. So obviously there is the quality of the writing. So there's, the description of watching the mole as this guy goes on forever. But it's also in terms of the representation of different ideas. So now you've got the boss that you hate. And the boss that you hate has now cut the amount of time that you have between going to work down by about 30 seconds, a third. So Position in records under Mr. Alden. I earn a little more. I stay a little later. Mr. Alden always watches me closely. If you don't attend this job regularly, you might suffer a demotion. So this doesn't just have aspect job, but it has aspect annoyance. Here's a thorn in my side. I may yet find a way to remove it. I'm better paid than I was, but Mr. Alden has taken an interest in me. Mr. Alden is very particular. Mr. Alden likes things done just so, and Mr. Alden has never believed that I am qualified for this position. All right, now I forgot to read the find a potential collab. No, I did read this actually, so. And now I have an address. I'll dispatch a letter to propose a meeting. Talk is unlocked. So I have my reputation. Now, remember what I said a little bit earlier in terms of sort of how this game works. So when I said, what is the, what are you? Who are you? Well, we have a few more answers to that. I'm my physical self, I'm my health, and I'm my body. I'm my capacity to reason. I'm sort of my desires. I'm my possessions, the things that I own. I'm also my reputation. In this case, mystique and canniness lingers. Mystique can attract the attention of hunters. They can't use it to build a case against you, but it will encourage them to look harder. And I can be the things that I know. Right now, it's just simply a location that I know, but it's a, I have this lantern, this knowledge, in addition to things like the, erudition, the lesson learned and whatnot. So, I mean, it's maybe a little solipsistic view of looking at the game. Everything is about me and this desk on it. Obviously, there are other people in the game. We're, of course, looking for one right now. I await an answer to my letter. But this is sort of the way that the game sort of answers who you are. There's a bunch of little fractions of yourself. You get to view yourself sort of through this prism, and you take all of those different aspects and use them to advance your goal. Fulfill your dreams, if you want a very literal reading of what was going on a little bit earlier inside the game. So, the study. I think I've put off reading the books long enough. Let's start with the Viennese conundra. When the individual K attends the meetings, black dogs are sacrificed and quartered. When the individual M is in attendance, black mares are found with their throats slashed. I propose that these sacrifices are not necessary, but that our Legion friends may consider them fitting. Herewith, diagrams of the mutilations. Now, one very interesting thing about the game, and like I said, one of the drawbacks about doing a broadcast like this, which is intended to be sort of for people who are maybe on the fence or maybe new to the game and trying to go into specific detail about what is happening with each of these actions, is that sometimes you don't get a chance to see, maybe you don't get the chance to do the discovery yourself. One of the drawbacks of this is that if you take this video and you just use it for your own, playthrough, and it's like, okay, I'm just going to follow everything that System Shock did, and and I'm going to play, and that's Cultist Simulator. The drawback, of course, is going to be where when you run into something that you haven't encountered before. The old saying, build a man a fire, keep him warm for a day, set a man on fire, you keep him warm for the rest of his life. But one of the other things that's really interesting about this game, and I actually only really got to appreciate this on the maybe third or fourth playthrough after I'd solved a few of these things. This is obviously very nice writing, and it's really neat to read, and it sets the mood and whatnot. But these books and the lore fragments actually have relevant information to the game. This can be an important factor, because if you find yourself banging your head against the wall, sometimes there is that leap of logic that you want to make, which is just, okay, I'm living in a world where, the occult is real. There is a secret world behind just beneath the skin of the one that we have. It's a world of dream. There seem to be these powerful aspects and these gods and, these things called long and whatnot. There's no cultist to English dictionary in this game. There is, however, lots of little fragments about this world and about the way that it works that are included inside of these books. And so it's helpful. This is a game that actually invites having a notepad beside you to sort of write down some of your details, some of the things that interest you, or maybe some of the things that don't quite make sense. Reminders in terms of things like what we had before, where it's like, okay, I've got, some path that I need to go down, but I don't have any lore yet. I'll let you know that not every lore will have this response, but there is more than one lore that will actually get you through this dream, and we're about to see what happens. There's actually a very specific reason why I'm delaying the big reveal in 3.8 seconds. But one of the things I really do encourage, this is not Hearthstone. Hearthstone's a wonderful game. It's fun, and it has very clear and easy to understand rules. This is definitely a lot more like playing a text adventure or something like, Sunless Sea, which obviously some of the people who've worked on this were responsible for Sunless Sea or Submariner or some other basically games sort of in that vein. So the important thing on this one is that it's not just window dressing. There is actually a carefully thought out set of rules about how this world works, and a lot of the game is actually figuring it out. There's not necessarily any definitive answers about quote unquote what is going on. But the game actually has this consistency inside of it, which will reward you if you take the time to read it. So I always like to say, if you're the sort of person who liked reading all of the item details, if you like learning about the lore in the Dark Souls world by reading every last item, this is a great game for you. If you don't like reading, I suspect you probably have already figured out this may not be your kind of game, but yeah, this is definitely, when it's a game about reading occult tomes and learning about sort of secrets and secrets and dark magic and whatnot, the game plays that to the hilt. You are actually going to want to, you're going to want to read the books, and you're going to want to try and puzzle through the mysteries contained within. The reply to your letter is courteous if cautious. They are intrigued about how you found their name and intrigued enough to meet you. So we have Clovette and acquaintance. Clovette is happy in a way that brooks no counter-argument to happiness. You may be able to recruit this acquaintance as a follower. Now to do that, I would need to found a cult. Now I'm going to rely a little bit on my internal knowledge, and I'm going to be holding off on founding the cult for a little bit, just because there's a couple of things I want to try. But for now, I'm going to let the dream happen. Color exists only where there is light, and the wood is the place where the light does not walk. In the dream, I close my eyes and walk, stumbling, bruising my feet and knees. At last, the undergrowth before me grows too thick to pass, and when I open my eyes, I am adrift among black trees. Shadows flutter. My feet will know the way back to this place. I always keep forgetting that there's one last step before you get to see the big reveal. So we've got the Watchman's secret back. My passion is exhausted, and we now have a way to the wood. So I've learnt the path to the wood, the tangled darkness that grows around the walls of the mansis. Though the mansis has no walls, I can dream with this to return to the wood. And in this case, we've got, if I have a particular friend, now is the time to renew our connection. I am alone, but there is peace in that also. And some days are better than others. Sometimes the sky is nothing like a filthy sheet. Sometimes the river runs clear. So I have some contentment for my trouble. I think probably I need to divide the moods with the reputation, but there's time to revise the board. There's plenty of space still. Now, I don't think I have anything I want to do with my dream right now, or anything I can do with my dream right now. So we'll just wait a little while on that. This place merits closer investigation. Strathcoin's residence. The house of Mr. Strathcoin, a collector of rare objects. Strathcoin will not sell his treasures, but a sufficiently cunning accomplice may gain entry. Okay, now in terms of exploration, I don't actually have a whole lot to do with it right now. I'm getting a little bit low on money, but we'll go to the moorlands just to try and boost up our collection. It takes time to sort the gold from the dross, the wheat from the chaff, the blood from the water. If I buy enough books, I'll find something interesting. And normally I'd want to talk with Clovette, but I don't have a lot. So we can say a new beginning, together we might be more. I say, found a mystical organization. Here's someone I might work with, a companion, a follower. But first, I must give them something to follow. A society, a sodality, an order, a cult. So, I've begun my true work. The authorities will take an interest in me. I must be ready for them. You have begun to establish your cult. You will need a little bit more before you can recruit followers. So the challenge here is I don't actually have the things I want to found my cult yet. So I am going to hold off on this because this is going to be specifically for me. But there are actually other things that you can do to move this along. So tradition and compulsion, old or new, or both together. Add lore to determine your cult's founding principles. So this is the one that I like the most, but I'm actually going to try something different. So in the meantime, work overtime at Mr. Alden's insistence. I do not believe that you've properly understood the importance of our work here. This task will require your full attention. Add reason to satisfy Mr. Alden. So notice here, it's not just that the game... So remember how I was talking about how the game sort of represents different things. You've got 30 seconds to notice that Mr. Alden wants you to focus on work. Now, you could just say, okay, put a magnet in here so that the reason gets absorbed, but that's not the way that it works. You actually have to pay attention to work here. When you have that boss that's checking to find out whether or not you're on Twitter or something like that, you don't have an automatic way of handling that. You actually need to, you either need to develop a good way of getting around your, your boss's checkups, or you need to actually get off your phone and start doing some work. So in this particular case here, you actually need to make sure that Alden, that you're paying enough attention to Mr. Alden to make him happy. And of course, you also need to have the capacity. If you don't have any reason available, you're not going to make him happy. But on the other hand, there are some other things that you can do. Remember how I said that there might be other ways of dealing with Alden? Well, that's part of playing the game. That's part of figuring it out. So that's going to be a little bit of what we explore moving on. Medusa's riddle, then, I choose to render as what is not seen. There is another riddle, one that I have heard rendered as what may be lost. I will delineate some historic attempts to answer it. These are in themselves, in some sense, sacrifices. So the ecdicist parable. The ecdicist riddle is what may be lost. Each ecdicist parable is an attempt to answer the riddle. Now, this is maybe not such a mind-blowing revelation, but remember how I was talking about a consistency? This is a certain type of lore. This is not the only way you can get this lore. There are ways to sort of upgrade the lore that you find. But in this case here, it's made some references to Medusa's riddle, what is not seen, what may be lost, and in this case it says what may be lost. So in this particular case, it's actually giving, it has a little consistency, and there's something about riddles that it's drawing our attention to. So if we encounter something called Medusa's riddle, we might want to see how that might relate to the lore that came out of that book. Again, if you read a book on macroeconomics, you're probably not going to consider it in terms of some sort of a reference to, I don't know, cooking. But if you read some New York Times op-ed, and some guy's talking about tax policy or something like that, yeah, you might recall that book that you read, and you might want to refer back to some of the knowledge that you got from it. That's a little bit of the idea that's going on behind here. Now, we've got entirely too many verbs that are not being used, so let's learn some Latin. I recall a certain amount from my school days, but I will need to brush up. Clovette, we're already talking with Clovette. There's not a whole lot more that we can do until I get the lore that I want. And then is there anything I want to do with my dream slot? I don't really have much to do with it. I'm specifically holding off on the funds. Yeah, I'm going to leave the dream for a little bit, but once my passion becomes available, that will change. Okay, another collection of poetry. Poetry's fine, it's just not exactly what I want right now. Oh yes, I gotta put this with the influences. Okay, let's go back to Moorlands. I'm going to get paid in a little bit, so this will probably be the last book I buy after a while. And we'll take the way of the wood. If I have enough passion, I can walk the dream road to the wood. If I have the right knowledge, I might be able to find the way beyond it. On this occasion, I've determined that your work is of an acceptable standard. You may go. Be punctual tomorrow, please. So there may be ways to deal with Mr. Alden. So we got 2 funds, so we are getting a bit better paid for the effort that we're putting in. But of course, Mr. Alden will want us to go to work in about an hour, or in a minute, not an hour. An hour would be very generous. So let's just hop back onto the Glover and Glover job. I'm better paid than I was, but Mr. Alden's taken an interest in me. Mr. Alden is very particular. Mr. Alden likes things done just so, and Mr. Alden has never believed that I am qualified for this position. So we'll carry on with the current setup. Again, I'm sort of hobbling my playthrough by virtue of the fact that I don't want to use my Watchman's Secret or my Ecdysist's Parable for my job. Or for my cult, but I found something noteworthy. The Locksmith Stream, A Light Through the Keyhole, the first volume in Teresa Gallmer's examination of the parallels in the mystic dreams of artisans. Alright. So I will add the book. What hungers drive me? Hungers roam my body. Hungers for the pleasures that the invisible arts might bring. The red cup, the cup of drowning and devouring, waits in my dreams. If I learn the Grail lore and I dream of this temptation, I can advance my purpose. The need gnaws at me. So, again, not just flowery language. It's told me a little bit about what I'm going to need to advance my temptation sensation, and that's Grail lore. So right now we see Lantern lore, right now we see Moth, and so one of the things I'd like to pursue is Grail. Now, what are the ways that I can get Grail lore? Well, right now we only have one place, Moreland's shop. So we can keep going to Moreland's to buy some books, but of course I'm starting to run out of money, so I might want to be a bit more careful in terms of when I do these certain things. It's also worth noting that I've got restlessness. One came from that influence, and then the other one came from my ambition. And in this case here, a restless longing has me. I feel I want to do something. What exactly? So in this particular case, it has lots of different aspects. It's got heart, Grail. In this case, it's a memory. Forge, it's an influence as well. Lantern and Moth. And this will decay at a certain point, but you can sort of imagine exactly what's happened here. Is I've got this temptation, I've got this thing that I want to do, and I haven't been able to satisfy it. And so obviously restlessness is kind of a very natural response to this sort of thing. And the game sort of modeled that. Of course, you might have some imagination in terms of what might happen if you don't satisfy these kinds of desires. But if you can just give me a quick second here. I will also say that it's the 1 hour mark. So one of the things I wanted to do, you'll notice that I'm being very precise and very particular in terms of explaining all of my different steps and my reasoning behind why I'm doing this. But this is an opportunity to do some Q&A. So I know that there's it's kind of a fewer group of people than would normally be here for a Steam stream like this, but especially if you're on the fence about the game or you'd like to know a few things, definitely feel free to ask some questions, because I'd be happy to I'd be happy to answer them. And I will just take a quick second here. I also want to double check. All right. I just sent a quick message to chat to make sure that I can read the messages coming up. I do see a hello from Macrame, but if there's been any other comments inside of chat, I haven't actually seen those, and I apologize. But it looks like everything is working the way it needs to. Okay. I'm going to take that as no questions. If you guys do have questions, feel free to bring them up at any point. But let's take a look at where we are now. I'm going to need to bring passion in, so entering the wood. Now I pass between the scarbark trees. The moon passes behind branches, though her fingers remain in my hair. I am stumbling over roots now. It is tempting to drop to all fours to allow to avoid the low branches. Pale wings move deep in the night. Oh, I did say I was going to buy one more book, so let's do that. All right. The doors of the Palace of Memory are opened. I think I actually have a good answer about where I'm going to put all of my languages. I'll put them with the lore for now. Well, sort of the lore. So let's read the book that we have available. The Locksmith. Actually, that's not true. Let's do the Orchid Transfigurations. So the Orchid Transfigurations, a 16th century alchemical fever dream attributed to Robert Flood, frequently banned for the disturbing allure of its illustrations. This is in the original Latin. And lock the study door, the work begins. Also, Latin, a dead language, dead as diamonds. Some books must be translated before they can be read. Now, Strathcoin's residence, the house of Mr. Strathcoin, collector of rare objects. Strathcoin will not sell his treasures, but a sufficiently cunning accomplice might gain entry. This would be an expedition, so aspect vault, location in the capital. But essentially, I want to have some followers before I go on one of these. Now, what just happened? This is the Land of Dream. This is the Mansus. So it is worth mentioning, if you are interested, there is a Weather Factory Etsy shop, and you can get this as well as a Cultist Simulator poster, basically one that shows the iris, that woman on the main menu for the game. These are actually available. I have these posters, and I like them very much. I was originally going to put them up in my office, and then I was like, ooh, these are actually a little too nice to put up in work. But this is a bit of the world that we've been given some glimpses into. So right now we are in the wood. There's the wood, and from the wood we can go to the wheel, or we can go to the well or the Temple of the Wheel. There are some other places that we can go. We can try and find our way to the White Door, which will give us access to the Orchard of Lights or the Lodge of the Sage Knight. There's the Stag Door, the Painted River, the Ascent of Knives. The Spider Door will lead us to the Mallory. I actually cannot pronounce this to save my life. Or the Chamber of Ways. There's the Peacock Door with the Red Church and the War Museum. Last night I was being a moron, and I kept referring to the Peacock Door as the Tricuspid Gate, but the Tricuspid Gate is actually something completely on its own, and I have no idea why I made that mistake. But and then of course there's the Glory, the Bounds. What does all this mean? Well, you have to read the books to find out. If you're actually curious, I think I played the game for something like 40 hours before I got my first sort of like proper you did the occult thing victory. So there is a lot to this game. There's a lot to unpack and discover. And then of course you have sort of your false starts and you have your losses and whatnot. But they're part of the game. So the question now is, do I want to take the Peculiar Rumor from the wood, or do I want to grab one of these cards, sort of the random draw, not exactly random draws, but do I want sort of the mystery doors? Do I want to go to the well or the Temple of the Wheel and potentially find something different? And in this case, I think we'll go to the well. And we found vitality at the well. So exercise or something rarer has invigorated me. The well in the wood is sacred to the Grail, the hour that hungers, and to the velvet, the hour that guards secrets. Tonight as I approached, it heaved with the velvet's moth, struggling waves deep and vibrant green, pulsing again and again from its throat. It surged around my calves, rose to my thighs, and this morning I can still feel the velvet's breath strong within me. So we've got some vitality. We've exhausted my passion, and we still have the way to the wood because you don't forget it just by visiting the Mansus. So there's not a lot that we can do right now because we only have the one passion. If I can find another glimmering, then I will have more than one passion. But of course, whether or not I get the other glimmering in time is a whole other matter. So let's just leave the dream for now. All right, a few different things happened here. So I found something noteworthy. We've got Volume 2 of the Orchid Transfigurations. I'm gonna leave leave Moorlands alone now, just because we've got, you know, we're a little short on money, and I still need to pay rent. So the work is complete when I have assessed that the work is complete, and not before. I trust we understand each other. And well, I'm getting paid in 30 seconds. Okay, can't help myself. I'm going back to Moorlands. Now this is a tremendous shame. This might actually be a very short playthrough. So we just got bleak thoughts, dark days. I must be careful not to let doubts creep in. Dread may provoke full-fledged despair. So we'll see what happens in just a minute here. So this is restlessness, which decays into dread. Okay, I got lucky. It actually went to the fascination first. So I am seeing things. Paintings whisper, windows wink. I know these things are not true, but how can I be certain? You can defeat visions with dread or fleeting memory. Otherwise, you will lose yourself completely at Fascination 3. Now this is the dread equivalent. So dark days, I must be careful not to let doubts creep in. Dread may provoke full-fledged despair. So I need to find a way to get rid of this restlessness. Unfortunately, I don't have anything I can do with it right now. And all of my cards don't become available until 14 seconds go away. So it's likely that we're going to get some dread that we need to deal with. But this is part of the challenge. Life isn't easy. The description of dread. I've seen too much. A nameless, gnawing fear has its teeth in my hopes. An existential horror. Once again, I've determined that your work is of an acceptable standard. You may go. Be punctual tomorrow, please. Alright, so I have 54 seconds to go to the Glover and Glover job. There's really nothing else that I can do with my work right now. If I wanted to get another vitality... this is an interesting question, actually. Would I be able to get past this? I'm going to try. No, that doesn't make sense to do that, actually. Let's just go back to the Glover and Glover. I think I'd be able to get a quick side job in, but... Alright, another collection of poetry. Alright, so we're going to have to leave these to sort of cool down for now. We'll go to the way, through the way of the wood, because my passion's going to become available in a moment. I have prepared the text for study, so the Orchid Transfigurations, we've got that sorted. Let's translate Volume 2 again. So, 16th Century Alchemical Fever Dream attributed to Robert Flood, frequently banned for the disturbing allure of its illustrations, again in the original Latin. I'm a little nervous about whether or not I'm going to be able to cover rent if I go to Moorlands, so we're just going to leave that be. But this doesn't stop me from going to the... It doesn't stop me from going to the Mansis. Alright, so I have erudition here. Erudition, now this was from the upgraded erudition. Now it's just downgraded. So if I have a chance to get some erudition, I'd like that, but we'll see whether or not we can pull it off. I still have 25 seconds on my study slot. Mirrors are calm, the sun is steady, the glory recedes. I am sane, if that means anything. No fascination drives your visions, it's over for now. So here we have a fleeting reminiscence, a moment in time, and another moment it will be gone. This is Aspect Moth, it is an influence, it has Aspect of the Secret Histories, although I don't believe you can... Interesting. I did not know that I could use that. This is why I need to keep reading the cards over and over again, because a few things have changed. Alright, the red cup, the cup of drowning and devouring waits in my dreams. If I learn the Grail lore, I can dream of this temptation. I can advance my purpose. The need gnaws at me. Now, I've created a little bit of a problem for myself here. So we now know that if I get restlessness... I have a minute before it turns into dread, and I'm obviously trying to prevent... I'm trying not to accumulate any more dread. So what are some of the ways that I might be able to deal with it? One of the things that I saw before was if I use my passion with the work slot, I'm able to put restlessness in. Now this doesn't necessarily mean it goes away. We haven't seen that yet. But this is right now the only thing I've been able to figure out just by playing the game. And okay, I know what I want to do with restlessness, but what I'm trying to do here is say, if I didn't have any prior knowledge, what are some of the things that I might try? Obviously, I'm cheating on that a little bit because I specifically want a different founding principle. But in the case of restlessness, there's really only one thing that I know to do, and that's to use... Oh, actually, you know what? My passion isn't used up yet. So we still may be able to save ourselves. But in this case here, I'm willing not to go through the way to the wood, specifically because I have a higher priority of trying to deal with this restlessness here. Now, Alden may not necessarily be happy with me for doing this, but... So, I do not believe that you've properly understood the importance of our work here. This task will require your full attention. The work is complete when I have assessed the work is complete, and not before. I trust we understand each other. Alright. In the meantime, my Latin translation hobby is really taking off. So, what are some of the actions that I can take right now? I don't really have a lot to do with talk. There's actually a couple of other talk things that I can do that I'm specifically avoiding for the time being. Now, as far as study is concerned, there's a few things that I can try studying. If I wanted another erudition, I could actually take my reason and put it in there for an extra one. I could also do this with health. And then similar story with passion, although we already know that I want to use passion for something else. So right now, I'm just going to continue using the study verb for these other works. And I put the effort into translating the Orchid Transfigurations. I have 2 volumes of it, so right now we will read the Orchid Transfigurations, Volume 1 of Feast, the first volume of a compilation of quasi-Rosicurian allegories, supposedly by Robert Flood. This is a later English translation. The illustrations are certainly striking. They flush the skin and glow beneath the eyelids after the book is closed. Okay, so let memory guide my steps. Memory is a maze, and at its heart, a garden. All right. That sort of gives me something to work with, but... Tonight I dream of the labyrinth of doors. This is gonna get out of hand. I dreamt of opening doors, red doors and gold doors and doors of glass and doors bound like books and railway carriage doors and castle gates. Behind one was something I seek. I awoke with the slamming of doors still in my ears. So the reason I went to a dream instead of the mantis is because I didn't put the passion in. But again, I'm going to use my passion in 1.7 seconds for something different. All right. Once again, I've determined your work is of an acceptable standard. You may go. Be punctual tomorrow, please. So I've got 58 seconds. I am going to see how long this takes. I might make Alden angry by running off to paint something. But... oh boy. So, I used to paint. I could paint those sights I half remember from my dreams. I might sell something. I probably won't. And it looks like Alden is going to get pretty mad at me for not doing my job, so I think some of the problems I'm going to run into now, I don't have a direct way of dealing with this fascination. I don't have a direct way of dealing with this dread. And I'm not currently generating money. So no trips to Moorlands. I'm going to skip the way to the wood for now. Let's see where this goes. I'm just going to take a sip of water while I do this. Alright, so this thing's going to turn into dread before I can do anything about it. We may wind up with some contentment to solve it, though, so... Alright, we must devour to be devoured. We cannot be undevoured, as we cannot be unborn. Okay, so we got some glimmering, that's nice. And we have a red secret, so... because I don't have anything I'm going to be doing with my dream right now, should I dedicate myself to my purpose or focus my efforts elsewhere? Sorry, I should read the red secret first. Some words are spelled correctly only when the proper ink is used. So in this case, and the Grail, hunger, lust, the drowning waters. The principle of the Grail honors both the birth and the feast. So we'll add the red secret. I will dedicate myself to the pursuit of sensation. And let's read the next Orchid Transfigurations. The Orchid Transfigurations Volume 2, A Birth, a second volume of a compilation of quasi-Rosicrucian allegories, supposedly by Robert Flood. This is a later English translation. Flood, or pseudo-Flood, suggests alignments between the alchemical tradition of Rubidoux and the older Grail traditions, through the Pine Knight's quest for the Cinnabar Cup. So again, I'm keeping my money set aside just because it's going to be a little tight for the next round. All right, so we knew that was going to happen. I finished painting to the excitement of absolutely no one but me. Sometimes painting will gain you glimmerings, study them to unlock more advanced painting options. Okay. So, the difficulty at work, demotion to a junior position. My absence from the office has been noted, I've been demoted, and I will need to argue persuasively to keep my job. So I don't really have anything I can do with that right now, because I need passion for my persuasion. But I am a bit stronger, so in this case we will use my physical abilities to try and keep the lights on. Now, again, if you want to, there's lots of different ways to play this game. If you want to think of it as a big puzzle, which is kind of how I've been doing it so far, as far as streaming is concerned, I think this is one of the easier ways to play the game. Because in the end, I'm sort of able to talk about, I picked this card because I'm thinking of it this way. There's another way that you can think about this game, which is the story. So this is the story of Dismas. And in this case, we have... we've got kind of a sad situation going on right now. They have a boss who's being particularly tough on them. And some other things have happened. They really weren't making some progress in terms of their ambition of sensation. And so because of that, there was restlessness, and because that wasn't satisfied, they moved on. And so they tried to take a little bit of time for themselves to deal with some of what they were feeling. They went off and did some painting, but because their boss is particularly difficult, this is now translated in some difficulty at work. Everything's sort of stacking up on itself, and it's an unpleasant thought. I mean, obviously this is a game where eventually you'll be sacrificing people, so it doesn't always necessarily mean that the themes are really pleasant ones. But this is a really rewarding way of playing Cultist Simulator. It's one of the first things that attracted me to the game, because even though these are obviously things that I'm sort of imposing on the game as the player, and based on my own experiences, it is obviously not surprising that I am having a difficult time at work, and I'm not necessarily feeling like my work is always appreciated to the level that it should be. I am going to relate very heavily to, excessive demands being made at work for seemingly little reward. You might actually be very satisfied with work, and instead you want to sort of follow the creative passions of becoming a painter or something like that. Or maybe you'll appreciate this idea of, people always spotting for some kind of a mistake that you make, and so you get this mystique and notoriety works in. This is, I think, one of the things that is so rewarding about the game, is that it's very clear where they want you to go with the game. So in terms of, you can't just put any random card in any slot and expect the game to have something happen. There are very clearly actions that you can take which will advance the story, and there are actions that you can take that are either straight up forbidden or will not necessarily progress anything the way that you want it. But you can really pour yourself into this game if that's how you choose. And I mean, obviously this is a choice that's sort of individual to each player. Some people like playing on, role-playing servers on MMOs, and some people just want to see how high they can make their damage go up. And there's sort of room enough for everyone, but I would suggest that solving the puzzle of Cultist Simulator does involve engaging a little bit with this world that has been created and the lore that's involved. So you don't necessarily have to become a scholar in it, but it definitely helps to sort of understand what some of the special names for some of the people inside of this game, I say people, some of the principles in this game are. We'll be back to exploring moorlands when we're a little bit more financially secure, but right now we're just going to hold off and read the books that we have. Okay, read this volume of the Orchid Transfiguration. Seek the cup in the birthing bed, the Pine Knight is told. The midwife at the birthing bed, to his amazement, is the Mountain Mother. In a fit of awe, he both gelds and flays himself. The vigilant storm bursts joyfully from the remains. And here we got the Megalesian incantation. The Great Mother remembers. So that's a level 2, well, specifically level 4, but it's the next level of the Grail lore. So one of the things you notice is that there's this little white line that starts filling up the circle. That's one sort of visual indicator of stronger lore, but also it tends to have slightly more, Baroque names as you keep moving on. And I don't think there's a lot of confusion as to which one is the higher level lore. Some words are best heard, some words are best tasted. That taste is on my tongue now, and I will never forget it. I advanced a step closer towards a terrible ascension. So, dedication, sensation. I've dedicated myself to the immortal pursuit of sensation. Upgrade this card further to make a sensation 2 makes. But Macrame, if you're here, I think 2 makes is a mistake. I should have... This is my way of producing bug reports now. A sensation victory possible. I must be a true initiate of the Mansis. I will need to work with Grail aspect to make myself palatable to the Red Grail. Alright, what do I want to do with my dream now? I could try advancing it. I've gone as far as I can in dream. I must perform the work, but perhaps when I consider my desires, it's not usually women that come to mind. So this is a fun one to show. I think I've actually shown this shift before, and I'd like to try and do more with my my dream. But if we have time, I'll show you the hard work that went into the drawings. All right, let's carry on with our physical. Oh yes, I wanted to double up the glimmering here. So feed my imagination. The tigers of wrath are wiser than the horses of instruction. If I spend my time studying what I've learnt, I could increase my passion and gain a skill. Now, it would be particularly nice if I could do this with erudition. Now would have been a good time to do that because Alden's not breathing down my neck, but I finished early. Here's my pay. So let's try and get my job back in 3.4 seconds. Oh, that's right. So if I'm using my passion to get my job back. Plead to keep my job. This is not a pleasant conversation, but it may be a necessary one. And I just got sick. I have become unwell. But I have some vitality, so... So again, every 60 seconds, you're going to need to keep a roof over your head, or just generally use funds for, the necessities of life. But there is going to be a season that stops by, and that will be when these sort of fascination, dread, or sickness events come up. In this particular case here, I've become unwell. If an illness cannot consume health, it will kill you, unless you have special protection. So I've been offered another chance. I am apparently expected to be grateful. So in the meantime, let's work at Glover & Glover. It's going to take a full minute to get the money. Do I want to... Yeah, you know what? I'll keep putting my reason in. That may not be the smartest thing for me to do because obviously Alden is a difficult person to work with, but the money is good, so... The waters of the world run cold and deep, but never clear. Rote memory alone will not take me there. I must engage my passion. Now I drift into other dreams. Alright, there are more windows in my soul, but sunlight is not the only thing that passes through a window. I've gained passion, but it will be more difficult to gain passion next time. So this will be helpful if I ever wind up in a situation where I need to do a painting again. Now, in the meantime, let's read The Locksmith's Dream, A Light Through the Keyhole, the first volume of Teresa Gallmer's examination of the parallels in the mystic dreams of artisans. The parallels in mystic dreams experienced by carpenters, masons, and other artisans, and what they purport to reveal about the architecture of the world. Sometimes mordant, sometimes funny. No one has ever explained why Gallmer devoted herself to this chaotic exploration of artisans' dreams. Okay, so my illness has damaged my health. I'll need to rest before I'm fully recovered. Cure your affliction with funds or vitality. An affliction. Disease has left me weak. I need rest and nourishment if I am to recover. Dream on an affliction to transform it back to health before the card decays. This has aspect ill health. It's also an instrument and has winter. Again, one of the things that's so interesting about Cultist Simulator is that once you become a little bit more experienced with the game, you'll actually realize that not necessarily everything... So there are things that can seem to be negatives at the time, but there are actually ways of transforming things that can be negative into positive. So for instance, when we were dealing with the fascination, we actually had a moment where dread, which is normally something we want to avoid, was useful to us because it took away the point of the fascination. Now, right now, we have 2 dread, so dread is actually the last thing I want to generate. But again, depending on the context, this can be something that can be helpful. So, in the meantime, though, I've got some extra vitality. I dreamt of nothing at all. I woke and stretched and rose without haste. These quiet hours have left me energized. So what I'll do here, it did say to dream on this if I wanted to transform it back to health, so I can pay for medicine. This is not an option because I don't have any money. Or I can use vitality, so perhaps I just need a little rest. All I need now is time. So again, we won't go to Moorlands because we don't have any money for books. Now seems like a good time to do a reminder as well. So this is the 90-minute mark. One of the reasons we're doing this special stream is because the Chinese localization is now, simplified Chinese, is available in the gateofhorn branch. So if you are somebody who would benefit from that, or you know somebody who would like to use that, you can just go into the game. I'm actually going to do this right now. I don't think this will affect the running. But if you right-click on Cultist Simulator and go under Properties, it's the second to last tab called Betas. Right now it says select the beta that you would like to opt into. And if you click on I don't think it's actually going to let me click the drop-down because I'm in the game right now, but basically there's a drop-down list and there will be an option that says Gate of Horn, and that will allow you to basically try so if you go to the Gate of Horn branch, essentially what that will give you is sort of the test for all the new stuff. But essentially, if you want to try the languages, those languages will be unlocked inside the Gate of Horn branch, and of course, they'll eventually be brought into the main game, but there will be an appropriate announcement for that. So I would love to try the game in simplified Chinese, but I have a feeling that it would become even more incomprehensible to the people who are more likely to watch the stream for me right now. So I will refrain for the moment. Sorry, I just messed up all my windows and whatnot. A promotion. Mr. Alden, the supervisor of records, has called me into his office to recognize my diligence. I watch the mole on his neck as he talks and talks and talks. But at the end of it, I have a promotion. My new position is better paid, and the desk stands by the street window. But I work directly for Mr. Alden now, and Mr. Alden is known to be exacting. All right, so let's put the money there. Now, of course, this is going to have quite a few demands on my reason, but let's get started. And one thing I think I'm going to do, it's a little scary to do it seeing as I'm sick, but I'm actually going to start exploring with my health. So how did I know to explore with my health? Well, again, we just click on the button here. I'm not going to go to Moorlands, and I don't have anybody to investigate Strathcoins. The types of cards that it will accept are followers, locations, health, graveyard mouth, which we haven't encountered, secret histories, and it apparently really doesn't like hirelings. But here I'm just going to use my health. Crowded thoroughfares by day, a fog-wrapped labyrinth by night. I'll walk the streets seeking secrets until I can walk no more. I might have found somewhere unusual. Alright, I might have found somewhere unusual. Oriflamme's auction house. Oriflamme specializes in curios, perfumes, taxidermy specimens, and rare texts. It operates from cramped new premises now since the destruction of the old by an unexplained fire. You can buy or sell items at Oriflamme's. So nice. I probably won't go there because I don't have the money for it right now, but if it comes down to it, I can maybe sell some books if I feel desperate. So we'll just wait for a little while before we try that explore again, but it gives me something to do while I'm waiting for the other actions to complete. Alright, so time and again we hear of the wood which rises from the world's foundations. All the trees reach for light, but what does the wood reach for? Is there a difference between light and light? I think the key to dreams of the wood might be exactly one of these, the one that isn't exactly real. And we've got another Watchman's secret. It's been expressed like this: each hour has its color, but color exists only where there is light. So, in this particular case, what I'm going to do, I'm going to wait on the money. I might actually wind up sacrificing a bit of cash with Alden in order to pursue a better erudition, because that'll give me some extra reason, and that will allow me to do some more work. So this is almost me like deliberately ignoring Alden being annoying in order to sort of improve myself, like maybe learn accounting a little bit better or something like that. This is going to be my way of trying to get myself out of this horrible pickle. Or maybe he'll be nice and not make me do some hard work. Incidentally, if you ever find yourself like this and you don't like waiting, there is a fast forward option, but I don't personally use it, so. Mr. Alden has found nothing to criticize in my work today. He does not look up as I leave. All right, that was a very welcome, sort of side effect. What I'm going to try and do here, I have 58 seconds before I need to go back to work with Alden. I'm still not 100%. I think I need like 55 seconds to do the Arms of Bronze work, so I'm going to hold off on that. I am going to wait a little while before I go back to my position at Glover and Glover, and this is just to try and get me a little extra time with my my reason. Actually, let me just think about this. Yeah, no, this is exactly how I'm going to handle it. By the way, if you don't like stacking your cards individually like this, I believe this was Lyra Zyder's contribution. I may be wrong, apologies if I am, but you can either hit the tab button and it'll stack cards automatically for you, or you can just push this little stacking button here. So a nice little quality of life improvement. Yeah, so the reasoning behind this is basically me taking advantage of a little bit more knowledge of the game. I am deliberately holding, this is me cramming before I go to work. So I'm going to show up to work on time. I'm going to show up at 8 like Alden wants, but I'm not going to show up a second early. And this is so that I can get a little bit more work done. And essentially, I'm going to make sure that I have enough reason so that I can do stuff for Alden while I still have reason available for maybe some of the other activities that I want to do. Now, I want to be careful about this, because if I wait too long, one of two things is going to happen. Either I'm going to run out of money, or I'm going to find myself in a situation where I've waited too long, and then I get the demotion, and then I'm going to have to employ passion towards getting my job back, and then of course I need to do the labor to get the money back. So, I need to do labor while I get my job, which doesn't pay as well. I need to use passion, which would have been used towards to go to the dream, to get the job back, and then I need to try and get my promotion. So there's a cost if you do it wrong, but in this case, I'm just trying to do what I can to free up my reason. Moving right along, let's go back to the well. And here we get an awareness of appetite. Every sense is heightened, every sensation deepened. A second-order influence, apparent to the perceptive, instantly recognizable to the adept. This can be used in some rites to summon minions, and some minions will leave it lingering when they are destroyed. The well in the wood is never dry, but it is never clear. One night it might heave with crawling roots, on another it will be pulse with bright moss. On nights of the full moon, its waters are choked with the fat-dappled bodies of moths. Last night I saw it brimming with dark and viscous blood. Gelatinous shreds drifted on its surface, clots of grail matter. All right, so we've got an awareness of appetite. We'll drag this in, and let's say I'm feeling This might be a little early, but we'll give it a shot. And I can afford to kind of just constantly go to the Mansis now because I've got enough passion. I want to be a little careful about the cards that I take out, because obviously if I get something like if I get something that generates restlessness, that's going to cause other problems. And light in the skull. Whenever the principle of lantern sheds its light, I may recall additional scraps of knowledge. So this is welcome. This will give me another erudition. The words contain knowledge. Now I contain it. It is a little like theft, a little like feasting, and a little like the progress of an infectious disease. So, what I was kind of expecting was that the reason might be dimmed. So in this case, I waited to go to work for no really good reason. But let's take our erudition. We'll exercise the mind. I've picked up odd facts here and there. If I spend time studying what I've learned, I could increase my reason. So in 1 minute, we'll get another reason, and then of course I'll be able to use that with Alden if it comes down to it. I also have enough health, so let's go searching the city to see if we can find something interesting as well. If it seems like we've stalled out a little bit on the playthrough, it's slightly true. I am still building up my character. But the one thing that I haven't been doing is founding the cult, and that becomes a little bit of a challenge, specifically because I'm looking to get a very specific kind of cult, which requires a specific kind of lore, and because I don't have the money for books right now, it's taking a bit longer than what it normally would. Normally in a playthrough, you would have put one of these things inside of the founding principles. But because I have a specific cult that I want to found, I'm gonna hold off. I might have found somewhere unusual. So we have the Ecdysis Club now, a cabaret with an occult reputation. Now again, I have sort of a surplus of health, so one of the things that's nice about this is I can just sort of go out and I can just use things like extra reason or extra passion to kind of get an ongoing run of some of these activities. A hireling. I found someone who I might pay to enact regrettable necessities. This is a fortune teller. I see things. I see that you're different. This hireling may be useful for some expeditions, and it can help with hunters and annoyances. Well, Alden is an annoyance, so we'll see whether or not I have enough money to pay for them. Work overtime at Mr. Alden's insistence. I do not believe that you've properly understood the importance of our work here. This task will require your full attention. Add reason to satisfy Mr. Alden. Okay, so we have an occult scrap. Now that gave us some locations last time, so I'm a little tempted to pick this up right away. I walked in the wood last night, and the scissors worked in the distance, and furred things crammed my mouth and swarmed my ears, and I felt the old urge to drop to wolf fours and nose among the roots. But I remembered that I walk upright by day, and I know fire and steel and words, and at last I found where the velvet had concealed a secret on tree bark beneath moss. I read it then with the tips of my fingers, and I think now that I could write it in full. So we'll put the occult scrap back in the stack that we had before. I think I'm going to need to find a new source of vitality because I don't have money. I might wind up using study for that. I may regret this, but I think I'm going to start talking about the Red Secret. So, speak of esoteric matters. Again, one problem that I'm running into is that I have this tendency to just pick cards. So why did I know to put the Red Secret in here? Again, one, if you pick up the card, it will highlight cards that you can put things into, but also if you click on the empty spot. So summoned, mortals, societies, patrons, lore, and headquarters, all of these things will be sort of eligible for as inputs. Now again, it doesn't necessarily mean the thing you want will happen, but these are some of the paths that you can go down if you're feeling lost. So in this case, we'll talk about esoteric matters. I think I said I was going to use the Red Secret. Talking publicly about the invisible arts will attract attention. Perhaps that's what I want. So it's perhaps maybe not so surprising that what I'm doing here is trying to find other people like Clovat. It's a little premature to do that because I don't actually have a cult to bring them into, but it does give me something to do with the talk verb. So, exercise the mind. My mind, the library. I've gained reason, but it will be more difficult to gain reason next time. So here I've got my scholarship and an extra reason. It would be nice to try and upgrade this erudition. This is actually a trickier call. I think in this situation I am going to read whatever's to hand, because I don't have any books that will be able to upgrade that, so now seems to be as good of a time as any to get this sorted. Once again, I've determined that your work is of an acceptable standard. You may go. Be punctual tomorrow, please. Okay, so let's think a bit about how we're going to deal with our situation. So we know that we have a hireling who can potentially deal with annoyances. So this hireling may be useful for some expeditions and can help with hunters and annoyances. Although I'm not 100% sure what Lantern or Moth does, so we'll give it a try though. Knowing that, I'm not going to be going to my position at Glover and Glover right away because we're going to try and get them to deal with this annoyance. What I am going to do though is go to work. The physical work, that is. And yes, that needs 55 seconds, so generally I'm not able to keep my job at Glover and Glover if I do that. Alright, so this will buy their loyalty for now. Now the health just got gobbled up by the... Oh wait, no, we're okay. So I've got the fortune teller. So this is going to take a little while to... I only have a certain period of time with which I can actually get stuff done with the fortune teller. So I need to work reasonably quickly. Speaking of esoteric... Oh, actually this will burn me. I think I made a big blunder here. Because I don't think I'm going to be able to... I think this is going to result in a card being picked up for a minute. So the position at Glover and Glover is not going to work the way I thought it would. What a shame. Oh wait. Yep. So this is going to need a minute, and I'm gonna be truant. All right. Well, let's go through the wood. I am at least going to get the vitality to help with my sickness. So that's one small benefit, but. The words contain knowledge, and now I contain it. It's a little like theft, a little like feasting, and a little like the progress of an infectious disease. So, I still want to be careful in terms of how I handle things. I will double up this erudition because I've currently got it. So now I've got, I'll have 3... Oh, actually, no, I won't, because it's going to be a lesson learned. All right. I think I'm going to skip the passion. This is because I need to get the fortune teller in play in a little bit. This illness has damaged my health. I'll need to rest before I'm fully recovered. Cure your affliction with funds or vitality. So we'll have the vitality from working. I just need to have my dream slot available. I've got 48 seconds with the fortune teller, so I want to be a little careful about this. Alright, I've been offered another chance. Apparently I'm to be grateful. So first of all, we need to upgrade it because this isn't yet an annoyance. So come with me. I've got my passion back, so we can use that in the dream right away. I've gained some mystique. There's the red secret again, and Neville. Neville pauses before he speaks and flinches easily. He laughs whenever he thinks you've made a joke. You might be able to recruit this acquaintance as a follower. So now we have 2 acquaintances, but we don't have a cult to bring them in. So what I'm going to do here, this is where the hireling thing comes in, so I can't take a hireling and make them explore. In this case, I'm just going to plot with them, discuss occult business with a follower, significant conversations in a smoky meeting room. What do I need from my follower? Add your cult to send them out on cult business, send them after enemies, or raise another matter. So this will take... Maverick, a student of the invisible arts with an agenda of their own. Society, ingredient, tool, location, evidence level, hunter, or annoyance. I'm actually kind of curious what happens with... Okay, some of these may not work. Create a snare to delay or defeat. Ah, neat. In this case, I'm actually going to be waiting for Alden to show up. So we're going to just be plotting in the smoky meeting room. All right, I've got another occult scrap, so we'll take that. I walked in the wood last night, and the scissors worked in the distance, and the furred things crammed in my mouth and swarmed my ears, and I felt the old urge to drop to wolf fours and nose among the roots, but I remembered that I walk upright by day, and I know fire and steel and words, and at last I found where the velvet had concealed a secret on tree bark beneath moss. I read it then with the tips of my fingers, and I think now that I could write it in full. And just as a reminder, occult scraps, secret histories are layered beneath the ones that we know, like notes in a rare wine. This is a detail from one of those histories. So because I can, let's just take these occult scraps and use them to explore. We were waiting for the dream slot to become available so that I can heal myself. And if I run out of occult scraps to work with, I can use my health to explore the city if it comes right down to it. Unfortunately, I'm still short on money, so Moorlands is not going to be an option. Is there anything else I want to do with study right now? Not really, so I think I'm just going to keep plowing ahead and using more of this reason. There is one small argument that I could try and upgrade my Watchman's Secret. I would need erudition for that, but I think erudition is a bit better used to upgrade my scholarship. Okay, this mystique is going to become a problem now. So the wrong kind of attention. The city is rife with journalists and detectives and other meddlers. How long will they leave me in peace? I'm safe for now. The meddler's attention must be elsewhere. A relief. Okay, so for some reason it seems that it didn't pick up the mystique. It might be only when there's a detective running around, so I got lucky there. Mr. Alden, the supervisor of records, has called me into his office to recognize my diligence. I watch the mole on his neck as he talks and talks and talks, but at the end of it I have a promotion. My new position is better paid, and the desk stands by the street window, but I work directly for Mr. Alden now, and Mr. Alden is known to be exacting. So I only have one funds to show for this, but we will put this... Send a devious minion to drive an annoyance insane. I want this annoyance gone, but my minion's abilities are limited. This may very well fail, and if it does, it will draw attention. So of course that's a risk, but who doesn't want to send their boss crazy, right? I await word. Arranging night terrors for an annoyance. The sick room grows close and stale. Time to get up. And we have found the Congregation of St. Felix of Shurin, a nonconformist enclave of a heterodox sect of a Calvinist offshoot tucked away in an odd corner of the city. They belt out hymns with unsuitable gusto in the throat-scraping language that is very much not quite Latin. So while we're at it, let's just search with this other occult scrap. We've got a little bit more of sort of a rhythm going now, so we can start using all of these verbs. Again, when I start making more money, I'm going to be able to start going back to Moorlands, but at the moment, I don't really have that much for me to study. So the words contain knowledge, and now I contain it. It's a little like theft, a little like feasting, and a little like the progress of an infectious disease. So we'll carry on with reason. I could, of course, be doing the same thing with passion, but at the moment, the reason is helping a bit more. So my minion has returned. The annoyance has proven more resilient than we had expected. Their mind remains intact. So that's generated notoriety for me. It's not the strongest case that I can make, but let's send them again because they didn't get lost. Now, the drawback here, of course, is that if I do this too many times, I'm going to have a big stack of notoriety, and the wrong kind of people are going to start paying attention, and I'm not going to have any way of working around it. But I really want to get rid of my boss. So now time passes. The nice thing here is that we have a season of ardors coming up, so I now have less to worry about from my despair. I'm still going to have one left. The contentment's only going to deal with it once, but at the very least, I'm going to be able to I'm going to be able to get a little bit of breathing room. The other thing, of course, I can try doing is painting in hopes of gaining some contentment or something like that. But I don't really have anything to paint at the moment, so... Well, I have things I can paint, but things that may cause other problems. Okay, so a buzzing in the brain would be an interesting choice right now. I think I'm going to try it. In the midst of the journey of our life, I found myself in a dark wood without paths. It is difficult to express how wild, harsh, and impenetrable that wood was. I don't recall exactly what occurred last night in the beating black between the trunks of the trees, or winged things moved beneath my hands. But now this morning my brain fizzes with fragments. Ingi rum imus nocte and consumi mer, igni rum imus nocte et consumi mer. Buzzing in the brain. Ingi rum imus nocte consumi snip snip snip. Second order influence apparent to the perceptive, instantly recognizable to an adept. This can be used in some rites to summon minions, and some minions will leave it lingering when they are destroyed. So one of the reasons I picked this one is because it decays into restlessness, and normally restlessness can be a bit of a problem, but in this situation I actually want to use restlessness because that will allow me to paint. So Cater and Hero Limited, it's been abandoned since the explosion when both the owners died. Their machines stand silent, the building is a collapsing shell. Mr. Cater was known to display peculiar trinkets in his office, perhaps some yet remain. So let's go straight back to the Mansis because I have the passion for it. And if I wanted, I could try exploring with health, but in this case I kind of need it for the job. The words contain knowledge, and now I contain it. It's a little like theft, a little like feasting, and a little like the progress of an infectious disease. So we will take the two erudition, combine them, and then we'll be able to upgrade my reason even further. I await word. Okay, well, Season of Ambition, so we actually wound up with restlessness no matter what. But I have ideas. Alright, I finished early, here is my pay. So we've got a couple of vitality to play around with if I feel so inclined. Here I'm going to take my vivid... Oh, I can't take my vivid imagination. Drat. And my health is fatigued. Okay, I'm still going to use my stronger physique here. My minions return. The annoyance has proven more resilient than we had expected. Their mind remains intact. So I think this is partly just because of the level 3 moth. I'm going to try one more time. I don't think I want more than 3 notoriety on this. But one of the things this does is this actually keeps me from going back to the Glover and Glover job, so... Okay, so now I want to make sure that this restlessness gets dealt with in time. Now I'm going to go to the Temple of the Wheel. This is just because peculiar rumors can be very helpful, but not in the situation I'm currently in. And we get trembling airs. The toes tap, all is brisk and all is well. A second order influence, apparent to the perceptive, instantly recognizable to the adept. This can be used in some rites to summon minions, and some minions will leave it lingering when they are destroyed. In the world beyond the walls of the Mansis, a jagged rock rears like the petrified remains of a dancing giant. I trailed my hand along its flank, over the eye signs and lichen and the crude graffiti of the lesser wood powers, and I felt the thrumming of the wheel, which has passed. It has passed, but something continues. So I can use this to upgrade some of the vitality, but I need to be a little careful in terms of the order in which I do all of this, because some of these things are going to decay over time. So we'll go back to the Mansis with the dream again. There's really no reason not to at this point. I'm going to have to deal with the fact that I'm going to get another restlessness in a bit. But again, as long as I find ways of dealing with Glover and Glover, I can live with that. So, exercise the mind wiser. Knowledge is a city built stone by stone, but what waits in the darkness beyond the walls? Why would we need a fortress except that we had something to fear? So I think one of the things I might wind up doing is I might send my fortune teller after Alden one last time if I want to paint away this restlessness. We'll see how it turns out. Alright, I'm injured. I'll hobble painfully home with my wretched pay. Alright, so that's a bit unlucky, but that's something I can use my vitality for. So instead of upgrading my health, I'm just going to heal myself. So let's take our vivid imagination. In this case, I'm just going to take the notoriety. So in this case, I'm using my reputation to sell my paintings. You never know, this might be a living. Add passion to make distinctive paintings, add mystique, and especially notoriety to attract attention and make more money. Be careful, if you use notoriety, exhibiting paintings will keep you in the public eye. So that is an unfortunate drawback, but I do need money, so we will do a mood piece about my restlessness, and hopefully... Oh, this is going to have consequences. The Grail has touched me with her wonderful fingers. It is almost time to perform the work and begin the changes, but I must have enough Grail aspect. Exploration might find more. So the drawback here is that I'm going to have 3 notoriety if this fails, which means there's no way that I can hide. Ooh, I don't have money for paints. I should have thought of that. I could spend money on better paints or find more exotic pigments. Let's do the well. Okay, more vitality. The furtive truth would have been nice, but vitality is going to help me out with my injuries and such. So exercise or something rarer has invigorated me. The well in the wood is sacred to the Grail, the hour that hungers, and to the velvet, the hour that guards secrets. Tonight, as I approached, it heaved with the velvet's moss, struggling waves of deep and vibrant green, pulsing again and again from its throat. It surged around my calves, rose to my thighs, and this morning I will still feel the velvet's breath strong within me. Okay, so I have the dream slot open. In this case, I'm going to recover with this vitality here. And I do need to keep an eye on this restlessness just in case bad things happen. So regrettably, I'm not able to use any money for better paints. I suspect that will cost me. I've reordered the boundaries of my ignorance, so I now have notable scholarship. I have learnt enough to know how little I know. Got 3 reason. In this case, I think what I'm going to do is try to double up some of this vitality for a lesson learned. We may not necessarily be able to translate it into a better, like a stronger health, but we'll give it a shot. My minion has returned. The annoyance has proven more resilient than we had expected. Their mind remains intact. Now, I normally would not want to generate another notoriety here, but I do need to have enough time to paint again. So I'm going to tick down the timer a little bit. All right, so this is going to be a challenge. So let's talk with the fortune teller. My recent work is considered significant. I may yet earn a living from this, but nothing is certain. So my daydreams sometimes outpace my dreams. And actually, we did all right in terms of funds for that, so that's gonna have some generally good consequences. But let's we're not quite out of the woods yet, so let's take. So there's a specific order that I'm doing this in. I'm putting this notoriety away because it's the oldest, which means it's the most likely to go away. This is going to be the one that gets consumed to turn me into a villain. I'm safe for now. The meddler's attention must be elsewhere. A relief. All right, so I'm not quite sure why it did that, but I'm happy it did. So let's look at what we can do with the explore verb then. So let's just search the city using my legs. I could spend money on better paints, or perhaps I could find more exotic pigments. In this case, I will spend some money. Hopefully it'll give me a return. Hireling. So maybe useful on expeditions, won't necessarily be useful against my boss though, so we will leave them be. The sick room grows close and stale, it's time to get up. Now if I want, I can go back through the wood. Yeah, we might as well go through the wood. There's certainly no shortage of things that I can do, so a rote effort. Honestly, I'm only going through the motions. The quality of my work will no doubt suffer. There's nothing to be ashamed of here, and let's see what we got as a result. The artist reward. My work is considered significant. I may yet earn a living from this, but nothing is certain. So the nice thing here is I got some contentment. So that's going to help nullify the dread. I got some mystique, which isn't quite important right now, but as it happens, we didn't have any detectives come after us, so good news there. We do have 2 funds. Again, that's really a net of 1 for a minute's worth of work, so that's not necessarily better than my existing job, but I'm ready to grow stronger. Use this lesson learnt with your strength skills. So I'm ready to improve, but we do need a second. We do need a second one of these. So in this case, we will do the physical labor. This is just so I can get my other vitality and add it. But the main thing I was hoping for with the painting was a contentment. So the nice thing about this is I will be able to translate. So I'm going to get restlessness from this, but this is actually going to be a restlessness I want to turn into dread, because that will help deal with the fascination, and then I'm going to be back on track. So it's taken us a little while to do it, but this is a nice little example of how you can sort of diffuse a situation that seems hopeless. Oh, I don't even need to turn it into dread, because we got a fleeting reminiscence from that. I forgot. Okay, so this actually causes... This is a little bit of a problem. I might actually want to go and paint again now. But we'll see how it turns out. We'll especially see how it turns out with Alden. Better not. I must be careful of the company I keep. My minion is returned. The annoyance is no longer capable of lucid speech, let alone capable of annoying me further. All right, so 5th or 6th time's the charm. Good work, fortune teller. So, the man called Alden is gone. I may find matters easier when I return to work. Now, the nice thing here is that my timer's gone. So, generally, when your boss goes insane, you don't. The people don't worry about what time you show up for work. So, in this case, I can get a little painting done. Secret histories are layered beneath the one that we know, like notes in a rare wine. This is a detail from one of those histories. I'm doing this because we still have more places that we can explore. I walked in the woods last night, and the scissors worked in the distance, and the furred things crammed in my mouth and swarmed my ears, and I felt the old urge to drop to wolf fours and nose among the roots. But I remembered that I walk upright by day, and I know fire and steel and words. And at last I found where the velvet had concealed a secret on tree bark beneath moss. I read it then with the tips of my fingers, and I think now that I could write it in full. So, things are starting to look up. What we're going to do next is... So part of this is just managing what disasters are going to be coming down the road for me. So this restlessness could turn into dread. Now, I don't immediately need to worry about dread, but as it happens, I also have some reputation, and I don't need to show up to work. I'm just so traumatized by my beloved mentor, Mr. Alden, going to the loony bin, that I need some time to figure out what this all means. And I think one of the best ways I can do so is to express myself on a canvas. So we will keep going back to the wood, because this has been generating some secret histories and other things for us. Now, as far as the study verb is concerned, I actually need to wait the 7 seconds for the job for the vitality, so we'll leave that open. I don't have anything I can do with explore right now because my health is currently fatigued. And then in terms of talk, normally what I would want to do here would be to start blabbing a little bit about the mysteries behind the skin of the world. But in this case, I don't want my passion to get scooped up. So in this case, we're going to leave this be for the time being. So once the restlessness is neutralized, again, it's not nice to just have dread lying around, especially when you can turn this restlessness into money. So in this particular case, I'm going to do one last... I'm going to sort of rely on my reputation to get me that one last step, and then we can go back to Glover and Glover without the annoyance. And then, of course, from there, we can start going to Moorlands and get the lore that I always wanted. So I finished early. Here is my pay. Let's just reorganize what we've got here. So, all right. Now, the Course of the Heart, whenever the Principle of Heart is implicated, I may gain Vitality. This is nice because we'll have an extra Vitality to work with. I feel like I am short one. Oh, here we go. And as promised, we're now going to paint with this Restlessness. And again, I'm going to take the older... I'm going to take the older notoriety first, just so that this one can tick down. And other than the fact that if the wrong people start paying attention to the work that I'm doing, so I should be looking with this occult scrap. There's places in the cities where I can find extraordinary things if I can sift the clues out of history and rumor. All right, so Season of Despair. This is a perfect reason why I didn't want to have that restlessness kicking around. But basically, we can kind of pursue my long-term goal of getting some extra lore for Moorlands, knowing that I'm not going to have to put funds towards other activities or have my boss get in the way. And again, we're at another 1 hour mark, so for those of you who may have just joined the cast, one of the intentions behind this is to be really granular and really specific about why I'm taking certain actions, so I will always invite all of you to check out... Did I forget to put money in here? I can't remember. Anyways, we netted out... So in this case, we netted out just one funds. This is working proud of with enough publicity it will sell. Interesting. So actually, in this case, I consider this a net loss because, of course, we took our time where we could have been generating money through other means. But that's fine. Anyways, what I did want to say, I am going a little more granular than I normally do in this game because, of course, you know, it's Steam. There are people who might potentially be thinking about picking up this game. So if you do have any questions, obviously you can ask them at any time, but I do want to make sure that, especially with a potential turnover in the audience, if you are curious about the game or there's something that I haven't been clear enough about, do feel free to ask, and I will do my best to explain what's going on. I'm also getting a little bit low on my water. I don't think I'll quite call a break yet, but if you can just give me one quick second here. It did occur to me that I should have mentioned to people. I have a friend that probably wants to watch this. Probably should have said that to them a little bit earlier. Incidentally, I will say for those of you, it's there's quite a few people who are on Steam at the moment, so we're very likely not going to be on the front page. But for those of you who have been trying to show people what's going on with this game, do feel free to send out the link. I'll actually just put that in the chat right now. I believe if you follow that link, you should be able to watch the broadcast yourself. Or you can send that along to friends. And again, if there was somebody who seemed interested in the game and wants to know a little bit more about that, do feel free to have them stop by. I don't think we're making any kind of an effort to get to the front page, but if it happens, I'll be over the moon. Moving right along. We've finished the painting. We do need money before we can go to Moorlands. And we've gotten rid of Alden, so it seems that the position in Glover and Glover is makes the most sense. There's a little bit of an argument for trying the stronger physique just so I can get the extra vitality, but of course, getting that extra vitality gets me another lesson. Yeah, it gets me another lesson learned, but I'm going to need 3 after that. So in this case, I'm not entirely sure that's going to get me what I need. So. Position of Glover and Glover. The office crackles with the news of Alden's unexpected absence. A scrawny, nervous fellow from the 4th floor has been appointed the supervisor of records, temporarily. Unlike Alden, he does not interfere with my work. So we'll still be waiting a minute to get money, but what's not going to be happening is we're not going to get that extra 30 seconds every couple of turns where Alden wants us to stay later. So. Let's go to either the well or the Temple of the Wheel. Let's go to the well again. And we got a peculiar rumor, so this might be helpful. This might lead to someone I need, or it might mean something else entirely. Sorry, I just need to send off a quick message. All right. So many things rise from the well in the wood. Last night it was a swarm with wormy roots. The trees clustered and whispered. Perhaps they're welcoming the influx. I found a sleeping soul ensnared in the roots, and I helped them struggle free. When they wake, they will recall my face, as I do theirs. This is a really neat idea, because when you take a look at Peculiar Rumor, this might lead me to someone I need, or it might mean something else entirely. Explore with a rumor to follow up on it. So the idea here is that in my dreams, and again, this is not just that I'm having a dream, but I'm getting a very specific... this is a specific place that I'm going called the Mansis. And in the Mansis, I've met someone. I saw someone that I helped out there, and I'm using that information that came from this dream world to try and find another individual in the real world. This only lasts 60 seconds, so it's a very brief... it's kind of a brief window of opportunity, and it does carry a cost, which you'll see in a minute here. But it is one that I want to take, because in the end, I am going to want to populate my cult with people, and I am actually going to found a cult at some point, so... Let's go back through the wood. All right, I am ready to grow stronger. Use this lesson learnt with your strength skill. So we will take my stronger physique, we will add the 2 lessons learnt, and I grow stronger still. Not the highest that we can go with this, but it's a nice little cushion if I get sick or something like that. Alright, this place merits closer investigation. The Forgotten Mithraeum. Curiosity seekers have picked over this ancient temple, but there may be a hidden door here somewhere. And let's explore with the Peculiar Rumor. I suspect that at the end of this story, I may find someone who will hear what I have to say. Alright, bleak thoughts have emerged, so dark days. I must be careful not to let doubts creep in. Dread may provoke full-fledged despair. Now, of course, we've built ourselves in such a way that we don't need to worry about the dread at the moment. We don't have anything that will generate dread. I do, however, have the Season of Suspicion coming up, and we certainly have more notoriety than we can hide. So this will probably be the point where an investigator gets involved, and I still don't have a way of dealing with the investigator. So this is going to mean that I need to start either trying to find hirelings to deal with the investigator, or I need to found a cult and start bringing in things that can deal with my notoriety and whatnot. Ink, paper, and the fizzing of electric lights. The office is dark when I leave, but I leave at the appointed time. So as you can see, 2 funds every 60 seconds is one of the better returns that I have. So I earn a little more, I stay a little later. Envy glints in the eye of the junior clerks who occupies my old desk. If you don't attend this job regularly, you might suffer a demotion. So in this case here, it seems like a decent idea to sort of use the diligence. We've spent some time building up our reason so I can pursue the position at Glover and Glover. And this work is more demanding now, but it's better paid, so I could take devotion. Extra effort might help if I'm very lucky. So we'll put in the extra hours. Does this? Okay, yeah, it does take longer. Let's go back to the well. An awareness of appetite. Every sense is heightened, every sensation deepened. So, the well in the wood is never dry, but it is never clear. One night it might heave with crawling roots, on another it will pulse with bright moss. On nights of the full moon, its waters are choked with the fat dappled bodies of moths. Last night I saw it brimming with dark and viscous bloods. Gelatinous shreds drifted on its surface, clots of grail matter. Alright. So let's take a moment here So I was experimenting a little bit to see if adding reason would change anything. But in this case, we'll add the devotion. And we'll work really hard to get the promotion. And again, this is just because I've got a surplus of reason. Now, there is an argument for me to say, maybe I want more people in the cult. And in this case, I'm going to want to try and recruit people in the form of, talking about the occult a bit. There's actually a fairly good argument for doing that. Excuse me. That would mean I don't want to use my passion to go through the wood. In this particular case, I think I'm actually still going to keep going through the wood because I may also still get things like rumors. But I do eventually want to start talking about secrets again. Of course, I can also try and get more glimmering, but I suspect we'll be getting some glimmering when I'm back to studying tomes. So, the machine my body ripples with power. A hardened physique. You might not know it to look at me, but I've grown strong as a smith or a soldier. So, I've got health 3 now. And there are things that I can do with the study verb. So let's think a little bit about what we'll do next. Nothing at the moment. Unless I can do something with fleeting reminiscence. I know normally this winds up... Oh, interesting. So if I got that buzzing in the brain, I could probably have turned that into like a glimmering or something like that. Maybe not a glimmering, but maybe a higher level moth. Anyways, a little late to pursue that. So I'm going to leave the study verb alone for now, and then we'll go to Moorlands so that we can put this to better use. All right, an unpromising address, but a promising resident. So we've got Victor, an acquaintance. Victor is a sly fellow, and he knows an unusual opportunity when he sees it. So let's see what happens with the wrong kind of attention. The city is rife with journalists and detectives and other meddlers. How long will they leave me in peace? So one of the reasons I continue to go through the wood is just so that I can get more of these locations in the capital. Once we exhaust those possibilities, I'll start considering either going higher through the Mansus, or we'll use the glimmering, or we'll use the passion for other activities. For now, though, I think I'm going to just explore with my... Oh, I don't want to explore with my health. I want to go to Moorlands. Oh, well. Okay, and for some reason, I don't know if this is a bug or if this is just the way that the game has turned out. Normally what happens is notoriety pulls up... notoriety gets pulled into the season of suspicion, and you actually have a hunter who comes after you. In this particular case, they haven't been. So we're generating this notoriety, but there doesn't seem to be a consequence for it. And I am absolutely going to abuse that as much as I possibly can. Now, this is an experienced swindler. This likely would have given us an easier time with Alden. The problem here is that I don't actually have a very good use for the swindler right now. There's really no moth work I need them to do, other than maybe to try and rob some houses or something like that. But even then, that just probably just gets them to pay for themselves. So we'll carry on. I'll go to Moorlands instead, and we'll buy some books with whatever money I can scrape together. I walked the wood last night, and the scissors worked in the distance, and furred things crammed my mouth and swarmed my ears, and I felt the old urge to drop to wolf fours and nose among the roots. But I remembered that I walk upright by day, and I know fire and steel in words, and at last I found where the velvet had concealed a secret on tree bark beneath moss. I read it then with the tips of my fingers, and I think now that I could write it in full. So we'll put the occult scrap off to the side so that we can explore with that. I'll probably hold off on it just so that I can go to Moorlands, and I'll go straight back into the woods. And we'll see how much money I get for the job. So, the younger Glover has taken me out for lunch at his club. I am to do more of the things that I do more carefully, and in return he will give me a little more of the money that I earned for his father. Cool. I've got a senior position at Glover and Glover, and of course, it's an annoyance. I suppose theoretically I could rise higher if someone died. If you don't attend this job regularly, you might suffer a demotion. And I got 3 funds for the job. All right, well, you know what? Let's hire this fellow. And I'll go to Glover and Glover, devotion, curl my hands into the correct shapes, and begin. So if I want, I can do acceptance. I could devote my life to this. Whether or not I want to do that, I leave it to your judgment. But for now, I don't have passion that I can put into it. All right, now this is actually not a bad time to have that happen because I'm going to be able to take the restlessness and turn it into a painting. This will buy their loyalty for now, so we've got the experienced swindler. I think I'll just talk to them right away. We may not be able to put the job in on time, but I'm now going to take the explorer, add to your library. It takes time to sort the gold from the dross, the wheat from the chaff, the blood from the water. If I buy enough books, I'll find something interesting. If I'm feeling short on passion, I can of course read the 2 collections of poetry, but I'm going to try and be a little more careful. The Grail has touched me with her wonderful fingers. It is almost time to perform the work and begin the changes, but I must have enough Grail aspect. Exploration might find more. So what I'm going to try and do here is take the Glover and Glover job and put it immediately into the talk verb once this is done, so then I can just paint with the restlessness. That might blow up in my face, but we'll see. Okay, I can do a peculiar rumor. Why not? While I was returning to the depths, one appeared in front of my eyes, whose mouth was sealed. When I saw them in the great emptiness, I cried out. I think that last night I met another soul in the wood. I will never recall exactly what we said one to another, but I think that we'll recognize each other in the waking world. So the challenge here is that I'm now going to want to use the explore verb to find this other individual. This is going to mean that I can't go to Moorlands for that expedition. But that's fine, because that'll just mean that I save a little more money. And we've got Deoris in Latin, a 19th century reprint by the indefatigable Nathaniel Darcy Evers of a 14th century Latin translation of a 4th century work. So we'll do the same thing that we did before. We'll take my Latin and we'll get the translation done. This is giving me something to do with my study verb. And hopefully in the time that it takes me to translate and read the work, I'm going to be able to buy something from Moorlands in the meantime. But for now, we'll track down the rumor. It'll take me a minute. I suspect that at the end of the story, I may find someone who will hear what I have to say. And in 6, 4, 3, 2, 1 seconds, I'll have a little bit more money to work with. Right, I'm always the last to leave, even after the Elder Glover. So, dimmed reason, there's my senior position, and 3 funds for the trouble. So it's definitely not a bad job. It'll keep me in books, but I want more, so I want this irritation out of the way. This scheme will probably succeed, but if it fails, it will draw attention. So let's take the notoriety and one of the mystiques, and we will paint with our restlessness. I did neglect that I've got the aspect staleness, so there are ways that I can get rid of staleness. Looks like I'll be employing them, actually. But for now, my desires are changing. Arranging night terrors for an annoyance, I await word. I could spend money on better paints, or perhaps I could find more exotic pigments. Oops. The Grail has touched me with her wonderful fingers. It's almost time to perform the work and begin the changes, but I must have enough Grail aspect. Exploration might find more. So in this case, of course, I'm not worried about the exploration with my dedication. I'm a little bit more worried about the painting that I do with the restlessness. And given the fact that I have some staleness, so for those of you who are brand new to the game, staleness is a mechanic that was added with one of the most recent DLCs, the Ghoul DLC. And essentially what it was, now this is something, even if you don't have the DLC, this is something that was applied to the game as a whole. One of the things that happened with painting was it wound up being this extremely powerful way of overcoming a lot of the problems in the game. So if you had too much, mystique or notoriety, you could just sort of generate these masses of mystique, and sort of keep the hunters from pursuing you, very strongly. And then the other thing is it would actually wind up generating a lot of money. So what the staleness does is that if you keep making paintings and you rely entirely on your reputation, essentially people kind of get tired of seeing the same thing. And so what you want to do is you want to do some paintings which are a little bit more dominant with passion, which would maybe be the things that you find original. I don't think it's entirely coincidental that, the game developer who has stayed with this game for, a few years. Yeah, I think it's like 2 or 3 years since the start of it, is talking about doing the same thing over and over again. But practically for this game, essentially, you can't just simply rely on being notorious to get people to constantly view your paintings. You do eventually need to change it up. And what the practical effect that this has is that it means that your paintings aren't obviously going to be the best way to make money. And especially there's a couple of approaches to the DLC which involve a lot of painting. So in this case, it keeps the game from being kind of trivial in some respects. So anyways, more occult scraps. I walked in the wood last night, and the scissors worked in the distance, and furred things crammed my mouth and swarmed my ears, and I felt the old urge to drop to wolf fours and nose amongst the roots. But I remember that I walk upright by day, and I know fire and steel and words. And at last I found where the velvet had concealed a secret on tree bark beneath moss. I read it then with the tips of my fingers, and I think now that I could write it in full. So I think we're still going to be doing the same thing with actually, you know what? In this case, I want to do passion paintings, so I won't. So my minion is returned. The annoyance is no longer capable of lucid speech, let alone capable of annoying me further. So that's some good work there. I would send them to do other tasks, but I don't actually have a cult to make them do cult work with. So with the younger Glover gone, I might rise even higher. If you don't attend this job regularly, you might suffer a demotion. Now, the good news is I have 89 seconds, so I have enough time to get a painting in. But an unpromising address, but a promising residence. So we've got a hanger on here. Usefully malleable, but they'll probably never amount to much. This isn't the most exciting kind of person that I can bring into the cult, but I'll live with it. I prepared the text for study. All right, so we will read Deoris. We do have a little bit of money left, so in this case we will use the exploration verb to buy a book at Moorlands. It takes time to sort the gold from the dross, the wheat from the chaff, the blood from the water. If I buy enough books, I will find something interesting. And yeah, I'll wait for the work to run by. So the artist's reward. My recent work is considered significant. I may yet earn a living from this, but nothing is certain. So I did get some glimmering from that. That is hopeful. I really just made my money back. So again, I consider that a loss, seeing as my job at Glover & Glover actually pays rather well now. And I have 3 staleness, which is probably why I'm not making much money. It would be nice to wait the 52 seconds for the passion, but I really can't afford it. So in this case, 1 passion, 1 notoriety. We'll let the longer one last. This may actually just increase my staleness, to be honest, but we'll see. We'll see if it turns out. And it's slightly tempting to actually try and study the passion next, so that I can get this glimmering up, because definitely I'm a bit weak in terms of that. So I am curious what happens here. The city is rife with journalists and detectives and other meddlers. How long will they leave me in peace? So in this case, it wants to bring in a hunter. So it doesn't. There we go. So the wrong kind of reputation might awaken the interest of the curious, the puritanical, or the vengeful. A reputation may inspire an adversary to emerge. So in this case, it was my mystique that triggered that. Someone is meddling, so enter the hunter. I will pay for the paints, although I may not actually see any return for that. And we got the skeleton songs. I found something noteworthy. I'd love to go back to Moorlands to buy a book, but I am a little late at the moment, so we'll take the opportunity to explore with an occult scrap. And again, my hope here is to find a very specific kind of lore, but I know it's a tricky one to find at the start. There's always someone who doesn't understand or understands too well. This troublemaker may seek evidence of on my activities to share with the authorities. So here we have the weary detective. This gentleman would much rather be left alone with his pipe and illustrated London news. But no, apparently some conjurer of abominations has to be hunted down like a mad dog, and apparently no one else can find the time. So we'll put him up there to keep an eye on him. Alright, this is something special. It may provoke a reaction. Hopefully that brings down some of the staleness. My recent work is considered significant. I may yet earn a living from this, but nothing is certain. So more glimmering, that's great because I'm going to be able to study with that. Some mystique, which may confound the weary detective. Hopefully it does. I got my vivid imagination. So we're down to 2 staleness, not bad. And we did get 3 funds from that, so that's a pretty decent result, to be honest. All right, so we've got reason. We will employ it to work at Glover and Glover, curl my hands into the correct shapes, and begin. And here I have ambition, so the younger Glover's board seat remains unoccupied. Tempting to apply passion, but maybe I'm not quite ready for that yet. The glory is a question, and the moth always answers yes. The black flax's answer is no, and that is always its answer. Okay, you know what? I think I am going to go back through the wood. But I need to study, so let's bring the glimmering up. That's probably what I should have done, was gotten another glimmering from the... from studying. That's fine, we'll still be okay. And I have contentment coming up in a minute, but I don't quite have the... I don't actually have the need for that yet. This place merits closer investigation. St. Agnes Hospital. They did good work here once. Certainly there were a few too many amputations, but there are individuals one would prefer not to walk the city streets. So I do have another occult scrap if I feel like exploring with that. I am going to be waiting a little while to get the skeleton songs read, so I think in this case here I will use the occult scrap to seek out the secret places of the city. This will also just give me an idea in terms of how much more I need to explore the Mansus. And after that we can go back to Moorlands and start spending our hard-earned cash. If I do get another restlessness at some point, I will try to paint away some of the staleness, but I really do think I'm going to need some more passion to before I can do that sort of stuff effectively. Okay, so if I feel bold, I can use the peculiar rumor to get another follower. In this case, I actually kind of want to tamp down the notoriety for the next little while. So let's say Temple of the Wheel this time. And we got Trembling Airs. The toes tap, all is brisk, and all is well. A second-order influence, apparent to the perceptive, instantly recognizable to an adept. This can be used in some rites to summon minions, and some minions will leave it lingering when they are destroyed. In the wood beyond the walls of the Mansus, a jagged rock rears like the petrified remains of a dancing giant. I trailed my hand along its flank, over the eye signs and lichen and the crude graffiti of the lesser wood powers, and I feel the thrumming of the wheel which is past. It is past, but something continues. So let's think a little bit about the next step. So I think I wanted to keep a passion open for study, so I'm actually going to leave this one alone. So there are more windows in my soul, but sunlight is not the only thing that passes through a window. So here we will study my passion, read sentimental literature. If I propose to learn anything, I wouldn't be reading this stuff. And we'll use that to double up the glimmering. We'll use the lesson learned to improve the vivid imagination, and that should hopefully give us a little bit more access to to some of the passion activities. When I close my eyes, figures march behind my eyelids. When I open them, the light hurts. So 3 funds for the trouble. Interesting. So there's really not a benefit for that, but we'll continue with the devotion. I guess it's fair to be content when you murdered your way to the top of your profession. Time the sundial's shadow passes, I must have funds to live or I will become ill, so I want to be careful of dread for the next little while. And we found the Forsaken Reach. Now this is a useful one. Notice here that the text is, the background for the text is white as opposed to sort of the bluish shade. Basically, this is unique, can only exist once, whereas the Forsaken Reach can exist multiple times. The idea here is, along the gray banks of the rotting river, the warehouses wait. Perhaps I have identified one where an unusual cargo was stored. You found all the expeditions in the capital, although you can find and visit the Reach several times. So the idea here is that these are vaults, and specifically these are capital vaults. There are actually other locations in this game, and so we've exhausted everything we can from the occult scraps, but there are going to be other places that we can explore. We just need to go a little bit deeper into the secret histories to find them. So this is useful information. This means that I actually need to prioritize getting occult scraps a little bit less than I used to. So let's think about the next step. In terms of exploration, I probably want to be going to Moorlands just because I can afford to do so. Takes time to sort the gold from the dross, the wheat from the chaff, the blood from the water. If I buy enough books, I'll find something interesting. And of course, we'll read the skeleton songs when we get a chance. I am mildly tempted to start talking about the occult again, but it means that I'm going to cut myself off from other options with my my passion. So it's one of the reasons why I'm doing this studying here, just so that I can turn the glimmering into something useful. You do sometimes get glimmering from reading books, but unfortunately I had a sort of a dry spell in terms of books, so this is kind of the best way to get back on track. I pass the time, I've been inclined to tears, and afterwards inclined to laughter. Meanwhile, the world continues. Okay, so let's double up the glimmerings. The tigers of wrath are wiser than the horses of instructions. If I spend time studying what I've learned, I could work towards increasing my passion. So this is going to be getting me the second lesson learned. Now, I'm pretty well set up for most of the things that I need. So let's go back through the Way of the Wood. We've got Gartside's Sanskrit reader, so this isn't beneficial directly on its own, but it is going to be something that I can use to translate other books when the opportunity comes. Let's get that back where it needs to be. And I have enough money that I can immediately go back to Moorlands, so let's just buy another book. All right. Season of Sickness is coming up, so if I have an opportunity to generate some vitality, that'll keep me from paying money. I've got 88 seconds, so in this case I'll take my hardened physique, and in this case it's 50 seconds now instead of 55, just we're stronger. So it's not the best return in terms of investment. Oh, you know what? I already had vitality. It's because of the... So that was a pure waste right there. But normally in this case here, I look at it as... so working when it generates vitality and you know that you're going to have a sickness coming up, I view as returning 2 funds. One to prevent you from spending on medicine, and the one that you get in return for the work that you do. So in that particular case, you know, making 2 funds for 50 seconds of work is not necessarily the worst return. I think in the case of senior position at Glover & Glover, it's 3 funds after 70 seconds. Actually, let's do the math for that right now. I definitely have some spare time. If you guys are too annoyed by it, feel free to say, you know, hey, just get back to the game. Let's I hope I get the numbers right, but so we get 2 for 50, that's basically 0.04, and then if we get 3 for 70, okay, so Glover & Glover is ever so slightly better. but you'd basically have to repeat it several times over to actually notice the difference. I've got a collection of essays. This is going to be helpful because I'm starting to get to the point where upgrading my skills are, like if I want to generate the lessons learned for it, I'm going to need 3 lessons learned to improve notable scholarship. So that means if I want to generate it naturally, let's say I was like, I'm going to read no books. The only thing I'm going to do is use my existing resources to make myself better. That means I would need to generate 6 erudition, which would mean 6 separate trips to the study. And I would need to make sure that I did it in such a way that I didn't have the erudition I generated at the beginning expire over the time that I was doing that study. So it's actually quite challenging to do. I always like to think of things like the collections of essays and the collections of poetry as sort of these little stored lessons learned. And so when you just need to push it over the edge, those are a great time to sort of pull out and save yourself some trouble. At the moment, of course, I have other things that I want to use the study verb for, so I'm not going to do that. But the only thing I don't usually use them for is I don't like upgrading to like the first level, doing that, just because it sort of feels like a waste to use 2 collections of poetry on something which you probably would have gotten through just doing a lot of painting. Anyways, I'm filibustering now, so let's do Moreland's shop. Let's buy a new book. If I'm giving little bits of silence, I did play Cultist Simulator last night for 5 hours, so I am feeling a little bit tight in the voice, just because I didn't have as much of a break between broadcasts. But we should be good. The one thing I might do is pause to get some more water, but hopefully that isn't a bridge too far with you good folks. So let's go to the well this time. Got vitality, exercise, or something rare has invigorated me. The well in the wood is sacred to the grail, the hour that hungers, and to the velvet, the hour that guards secrets. Tonight as I approached, it heaved with the velvet's moss, struggling waves of deep and vibrant green, pulsing again and again from its throat. It surged around my calves, rose to my thighs, and this morning I still feel the velvet's breath strong within me. So we will take that vitality, we'll collect our goodies. There are more windows in my soul, but sunlight is not the only thing that passes through a window. Use this lesson learnt with your imagination skill. Oops, what am I doing? Okay, so the whole point behind this was to upgrade my imagination, so we'll do that right now. This does mean that my books are being neglected, but that's fine because we'll be able to make up the lost time. And I think we will go back to the wood. I have a higher priority for going deeper into the wood now because I know that the occult scraps aren't necessarily going to get me much. The nice bit is I don't think the wood really has anything too negative that you get if you go deeper in. That's not always true for all of the other locations, but in the case of the wood, it's pretty forgiving. So I found something noteworthy, The Victory of Crowns. Now this is the book that I was hoping to get, and you'll see why in a moment. Erratic accounts by one Arun of the hunting and consumption of supposed immortals by shadowy cults of assassins, published in the late 19th century. So again, we have the money, so we'll just keep plowing ahead, get some extra books. I need to undumb myself after neglecting my studies for a while. I'm actually going to prioritize The Victory of the Crowns. So, and there's a fleeting reminiscence. Oh. The others speak little to me, but they nod when I pass. Here is my pay. So 1 funds, we've got an extra vitality. Hardened physique. I think in future I'm just going to put the... Oh wow, I really blew this. Apparently I had vitality all over the place and I just wasn't paying attention. So anyways, let's go back to Glover and Glover. Let's use our reason, curl my hands into the correct shapes, and begin. And I should have left the dream... Oh no, I shouldn't have left the dream open because I still have 54 seconds before I have sickness. But the idea here is I'll use one of the vitality to cure the sickness. Maybe I'll double these up to turn it into a lesson learned. But it's not as important because I need like 3 to gain more health. All right. And we have got Traveling at Night, Volume 2, The Annotated Dream Journals of Christopher Elopoli, sometimes called the only readable occultist. Literate, entertaining, bewildering. This is the 2nd volume. What I might do is put Gart sides to the back of the queue just because I don't have anything that it needs to be translated yet, but I'll read it. Hopefully I will read it before I actually have Sanskrit text. It's always annoying to have to read a book to learn the language, then translate, then finally actually read the thing that you need. But obviously this is going to get me lore immediately, so these are a slightly higher priority than learning a language I don't immediately need. We're obviously getting a little short on funds, but we also know that we've got 3 coming up in about 40 seconds. So we'll be down to 1 funds by the end of the run at work, but we know we don't need to spend anything to heal our sickness. We've got a bunch of stuff that we can study, and then we can immediately go back to work to replenish our coffers. So don't need the occult scrap, so we'll move on. In this case, we'll try the Temple of the Wheel, and we would have gotten a better lore if we'd gone to the well, but in this case, it was a subtle flaw. So laces uncoil, windows swing open, locks move as if oiled. Last night I came in the wood to the high jagged rock called the Temple of the Wheel. Its flank, patched with black lichen and eye sides, opened like a mouth beneath my hands, and I walked in the whispering space within. The gods who were stone, the first of the hours, were almost gone now, but here their voices remain: Wheel, Flint, Tide, and the others without names. So we don't actually have any knock lore to the side, but... And my desires grow in number. It may be that they will always outpace my actions. So now we have 3 passion. This is going to make things a little bit easier for us to sort of juggle between things like going to the Mansis, talking about lore with people. Essentially, this is giving me more options. So in this case, we'll go back through the way to the wood, and now we'll start talking about the red secrets in public. Also, I've got the study verb available, so let's read the Victory of Crowns. So, the assassins are, according to Arun, the agents of power called the Colonel, the soldier of the secret masters. The accounts go all the way back to Roman times. Sorry, the Coronel, not Colonel. Coronel. The accounts go all the way back to Roman times. So just a reminder to found the cult. Oop, we've got my affliction. Oh, that's right. I shouldn't have gone to the Mansis. So disease has left me weak, but I have 3 minutes to deal with it. So it's not the end of the world. On what is contained by silver, a bestiary by Pomander in Greek. So in this case, I don't know Greek. We'll move that to the side. In terms of exploration, we can still keep going to more... Oh, no, I can't because I need to... No, we'll be able to afford it, actually, so we will buy something at Morelands. I put this one on the higher level just so that I can keep track of things that I can translate and things that I need to wait for. When I close my eyes, figures march behind my eyelids. When I open them, the light hurts. But we were well paid for what we did, so I won't complain. So one of the things that's actually quite amusing about this particular story, looks like we're going to lose this vitality. That's the blender. One thing that's kind of amusing about this story is because I've been so successful at using underhanded means, this is not really the story about somebody who's founding a cult so much as somebody who has found a really effective way to work up in the banking industry. And so this is more of like, I don't know, like Wall Street or the Wolf of Wall Street, or I don't know. I guess none of those really have people like murdering each other to get in. But this has basically been the story of a particularly ruthless banker and less of, maybe with an unusual hobby. But it hasn't really been about the whole cult thing yet. And incidentally, there are ways of playing this game where that's exactly the direction you can go if you want. But in 14 seconds, we will start taking the more cult-like approach. All right, do I want to get notoriety for this? Wouldn't kill me, but let's see what the Temple of the Wheel has to offer. A furtive truth. A detail smuggled in the form of an adjacent narrative. Don't speak where you may be overheard. Exploring with this scrap of knowledge may uncover secret locations in the Shires. In my sleep, I came to the high jagged rock, which is still called the Temple of the Wheel, although the hour called the Wheel is long extinct. Another hand had scratched a secret in the black lantern on its flank. I burned that secret into my memory to preserve for waking before the Velvet came out of the velvet wood depths and erased it. The Velvet is jealous of her secrets. I've heard that before. I don't actually see any furtive truths, though, so I'm wondering if I lost a lore somewhere. Anyways, this is a higher level of secret histories than the occult scraps, and so the furtive truth actually winds up giving you more details and gives you new locations to explore. This will become advantageous to me in the sense that eventually I'm going to start going on expeditions into these locations, and eventually I'm going to get tired of just checking out this stuff here, so... Alright, the Victory of Crowns by Arun. Arun's scholarship is dubious, but she, writes pithily. Incidents of sudden and violent death are interspersed with aphorisms. Ours don't dream, long try not to. And we have the knife's secret. When our ancestors forged swords, taught the arts of martial movement, spoke curses on the eve of battle, all these things shared certain patterns. Use this in a rite with a corpse and winter power, and the corpse will rise. So, this is aspect edge, the principle of edge. All conquest occurs at the edge. One who dwells there is blind and cannot be wounded. Another is strong and grows stronger. Edge is the principle of battle and struggle, and this is the principle that I would like to found my cult on. So, tradition and compulsion, old, new, or both together. Add lore to determine your cult's founding principles. Establish the Church of the Bright Edge, an occult society dedicated to the hours of struggle and conquest. Oh, and because the dream slot's available, let's use that vitality before I lose it. And let's read the skeleton songs. So, poems of greedy delight composed by the possibly pseudonymous Arbella Dusk, the rumored heiress turned madam turned poetess. In Arbella's introduction, she explains that the book was to be illustrated, but that the Suppression Bureau would not permit it. She hints that the illustration still exists somewhere. The book is dedicated to Sir Percival of the Red Cup. Oh, I didn't read it, so let's start. This is one drawback I have. I sometimes forget to hit the start button and I lose all the cards. Alright, the sacrifice of pain. The hour we serve requires pain. I must give of myself. So it says my health, but if you were ever confused about that, you can just click on the button here. There we go. And we get a fleeting reminiscence. Mirrors are calm. The sun is steady. The glory recedes. I am sane, if that means anything. No fascination drives your visions. It's over for now. And bleak thoughts are coming by, but I don't have anything to worry about there. And as it turns out, so we've got the Season of Suspicion running by. I don't have any notoriety. I would have if I'd picked up that rumor. And one of the things is I don't really have a good way of dealing with notoriety if somebody does investigate me. It's one of the reasons why I've been avoiding, now that the Weary Detective is on the board, it's why I've been avoiding generating notoriety, where previously I had been a little bit more relaxed about it. But in this particular case, we're going to get a mystique for getting this acquaintance. We can see that right here. So we're going to give the Weary Detective something to investigate, but it's not going to be anything that can stick. So looks like Moorlands gave us another collection of essays. Not the most exciting thing I could pick up, but I can live with it. And we can afford to go to Moorlands because we'll get paid in about 9 seconds and no other demands for our money are coming up. So we'll carry on. You'll notice, of course, this is quite different from the way that we had it before. Obviously, we've got all of our verbs sort of ticking away pretty regularly now. When I close my eyes, figures march behind my eyelids. When I open them, the light hurts. So the question for me now is, do I want to try and generate some vitality knowing that I'm probably going to have an injury that I need to deal with? Or do I want to... Well, you know what? I'm going to try the senior position at Glover and Glover again. And I'm going to try and put a follower in immediately because I've got 32.5 seconds before this thing finishes. So, Clovette, you are the first person I met. A cult with one member is only an unusual habit. I must have a recruit. So we'll see whether or not this this vitality can be used for the cult. Incidentally, this is one of the reasons I tend not to use fast forward very much, is I tend not to be as precise with the pause button when I fast forward. So, Apollo and Marsyas, the libretto of a lost opera concerning the contest between Apollo and Marsyas and its tragic outcome. The librettist is identified only by their initials RKNJL. Okay. I can afford to go back to Moreland, so that's exactly what we'll do. I can, of course, explore with the Furtive Truth, but I don't have any use for... I still need to take care of these locations first, so there's no immediate use for going through there. Nothing else to do at the moment, so we will wait, and I will hover over my pause button as long as possible. Okay. Old and happy far off things. Moth finds light in the dark, and so do I. So this is one of these cases where I want to... I'm going to generate restlessness. I don't believe we've run into this one yet, so this is just me using knowledge that I already have from Cultist Simulator, and this means this is going to be an opportunity for me to deal with some of the staleness because I don't necessarily want that to turn into dread. So come with me. We've got another hanger on. We've got our passion back, some mystique, and the red secret. I don't have immediate uses for my passion, so I am going to talk about the red secret again. All right. Our rise begins. I have founded my cult. This is a step to a greater power. Use your cult to recruit and promote followers. Talk with followers about your cult and send them out on cult business. So Clovette is a believer. Clovette's determined happiness now borders on the fanatical. You'll notice now she has an aspect herself, the heart. We don't actually have this in the in our lore yet. But let me just take a quick second. Got a quick message, but I just want to follow up and see the details. So I just wanted to send a quick message to someone. I know it's not always the most polite thing for me to do to go away from the cast, but I do have small little jobs to do. Cool. All right. Again, it's a 1 hour mark, so I'll just remind anybody who is new to the broadcast. First of all, the reason we're doing this, the Chinese localization has now appeared on the beta branch, so simplified Chinese. Obviously, I am the worst person in the world to be promoting that edition, but if you know someone who will benefit from it, or you want to try it for yourself, also, I should make myself online on Steam so people can know that I'm doing this. But basically, if you go under Properties, so if you have Cultist Simulator, you can right-click on Properties. You can then click the 4th tab from the left, or alternatively, 2nd tab from the right. Basically, there's a Betas tab. You can say, select the beta you'd like to opt into. Now, I can't click this myself, because I suspect because I'm in the game right now. But if you do want to try out any of the new things inside of Gate of Horn, this has also been true when the DLC was still in development. There would be some changes that were tested inside there. But if you do want to try the simplified Chinese, you'll be able to go into that, hit the Gate of Horn branch. You'll probably see an update show up in Cultist Simulator just to give you the new details, and you can give that a try yourself. What I was specifically doing, so as you can see, there's not any sort of major event that's going on in terms of like a sale or something like that to promote the game. This is really just a chance for me to broadcast the game and have some fun with you folks. So one of the approaches I wanted to take for this, because there isn't any obvious new content that I'm going to benefit from. Again, I'm going to be the worst representative for simplified Chinese, because effectively to me, simplified Chinese would be new game plus plus. which seems like a wonderful challenge to try sometime, but maybe not the best content for a Steam stream. What I decided to do was try and be as very granular and very precise in terms of why I was doing certain actions. And maybe I don't really consider this a tutorial for the game, but essentially it's me talking people through what is going through my head when I'm performing certain actions. Obviously, I've stumbled a little bit in terms of being able to say that this is like, I've had a couple of the and then a miracle happens kind of proofs where I've relied on knowledge that have come from previous playthroughs in terms of making those decisions. And what I've tried to do is sort of signpost where I'm relying on prior knowledge to make this decision. Just because in the end, I think that's a little unfair to, if you say to someone, oh, Cultist Simulator is easy, you just do, and then explain a completely incomprehensible series of actions, that's not necessarily going to make anyone into the game. But with that in mind, I've been taking these 1 hour breaks just to say, if you're interested in the game, if you have any questions about it, this is a perfect stream to do this kind of thing because I have no goals in terms of getting to specific content. I actually think it's slightly better if I don't get too far in the game because that way I'm not going to be doing sort of the walkthrough to Cultist Simulator for people. But it does give them an opportunity to sort of see how I think about the game when playing it, and this will hopefully give you some information in terms of whether or not this is a journey that you'd like to take for yourselves. The only thing that I can say is that some of the fun of the game really is having those aha moments, and so if you think this is something you want to try, I encourage you just pick it up and play it. I'm not that much fun to watch, so definitely playing the game is more fun than watching me. And so if you think you're ready to go for it, please, I'm not going to feel sad if you just go off and do that. I think being able to experience the game and to go in blind is part of the fun. So without any questions, though, I'm just going to keep moving on. It's a nice little break point at the 3 hour mark. You, by the way, will very likely not take 3 hours to found a cult. This is specifically because I wanted to make the cult that I ultimately chose. But our rise begins. I founded my cult. This is a step to a greater power. Use your cult to recruit and promote followers. Talk with followers about your cult to send them out on cult business. So, I have an injury. I need rest and nourishment if I am to recover, but the Mother of Ants looks kindly on wounds. Dreaming with an injury before the card fades will also allow you to recover health. So the reason why I was sharp on the pause button is I've got 2.5 seconds left of vitality and an open dream slot, so I'm going to be able to use this little remnant. I get my knife secret back, so I'll move Clovette aside there. We have a temporary headquarters. Our business is private. We could use somewhere more secret, so we will add that to our location. Actually, I guess I'll put that by my dedication because it's cult related. And we have the Church of the Bright Edge, an occult society dedicated to the hours of struggle and conquest. And I mean, one thing I do notice is when you look at a lot of the reviews, people say that the game doesn't have a tutorial. That's not entirely true. There's a specific sort of set of legacies that you wind up going through the game, which is not forced, but it winds up being sort of a usual set of circumstances that people run into. And there are these brackets. They tend not to be specifically lore related. They actually tell you a little bit more about playing the game. You can use cults with the talk verb to recruit or promote followers and to send them out on errands to gather resources. A believer can be promoted to a disciple. A few gifted disciples can be exalted even higher to assassins. So in this situation here, the game actually does equip you with some knowledge in terms of how to play the game. It's just not in your face about it. And again, when you're dealing with sort of the occult, when you're dealing with the secret world and whatnot, obviously there is no Founding Cults for Dummies manual. You actually need to sit down and struggle and figure it out. It's also like trying to do... Oh, I think I've got a package delivered. Just give me one quick second. Wonderful. Normally they just say, too bad you didn't get, you weren't there right away. So sorry about that. I really didn't want to do chores, but this is an expensive package. I didn't want that hanging out. So, all right. So yeah, you know, you could also apply this. Maybe you don't want to think about it in terms of cults. Maybe you want to think about it in terms of creativity or something like that. If you want to do something original, again, there's no manual for doing something that nobody's ever done before. And so that is, to me, the most unique part of this game and the reason why I keep returning to it. There really isn't anything like this. And so some of the greatest satisfaction that I've had in playing this game has been to kind of engage with it as an opportunity. I mean, again, there's fewer things, there's fewer mysteries for me in terms of the mechanics to uncover. But even then, like being able to appreciate new connections inside of the game and to be able to, you know, basically to be able to sort of experience some of those, you know, those aha moments. For me, it's no longer sort of solving that puzzle for the first time, but sort of realizing all of the signposts that the game had put that maybe I didn't pick up on. This is, I think, one of the reasons why I found the game more replayable than I thought it would be. Because it's not like it's procedurally generated or anything like that. You're always going to be able to do the same set of actions in the game. But anyways, that's my small little break. Let's get back to fixing things. So I've healed myself from the sickness. Now we'll take the vitality and study the skeleton songs, the 26 delightful fruits, the 7 chastisements, the 9 gardens, the 4 regrets. So we've got another red secret. That was from the skeleton songs. Let's go and read Traveling at Night. There's an extensive discussion of the similarities between Elopoli's own dreams and those of the Emperor Elgabalus, who Elopoli regarded as a dupe or avatar of the sun in rags. The white is west of the world, Elopoli remarks, and winter does not wait forever. I'm almost certain this is a Roman emperor, but I still don't know how to pronounce the name. But I think you guys have kind of figured out that I'm not very good at pronunciation. So let's carry on with our work at Glover & Glover. Worry Detective is probably going to pick up that mystique, but I'm not too worried about that because they can't make that stick. And we've got a Season of Ambitions coming up next, so we should be able to use my imagination to produce slightly more satisfying creative work in a bit. I may stop to refill my water in a little bit, but I'm going to try and power on as long as I can. This is normally when I would stop a broadcast. This duration is normally around the time I would have stopped a normal broadcast. But if I can, I'd like to go the distance, just because it's really nice. Obviously, doing these Steam streams is always a nice little opportunity to introduce new people to the game. Whether or not you guys wind up following me on Twitch or anything like that is kind of beside the point. It's always sort of nice to be able to. I think the thing that's kind of neat about independent games like this is there's always going to be a bunch of people who've never heard of it. So even if it's a reasonably successful game, there's always this opportunity to sort of encounter people who would probably like it and haven't had the experience of being able to engage with it yet. And so I get this fun little moment basically to, you know, I don't know, like I really like movies too. So I really like the movie Network. It's an older one from like the late 70s. And for some reason, a lot of people haven't seen it. And so I always get this wonderful moment when I find somebody who hasn't seen Network. I also met somebody who hasn't seen Dr. Strangelove before. And so one of the things that's so appealing about sharing this game with people is that because there really isn't anything like it, and because it's so enjoyable, and because it's indie, and obviously these things are never going to have as much attention as the sorts of games that you'll see in a YouTube ad or something like that. Being able to sort of catch that moment, like, oh, you didn't know about this, and being able to see their reaction the first time that they play it is always really rewarding. So it's why I love doing these Steam casts. And obviously I'm very grateful to Lottie is usually my contact for these things. So special thank you to her for giving me a chance to share all of this with people. All right, I screwed up. Moorlands is not my job. So Moorlands is where I go to spend the stuff for my job. I'm going to be getting 3 funds, so I'm okay with that. Let's add to the library again. Now, there will be more interesting things that we can do now that I've founded the cult. I do, however, need to get my talk verb open, so and we also still need to do a little bit of recruiting. So we'll be working on this, but I need to get myself sorted out first. I'm also going to move my followers. I think I'm going to move them above my my lore. Half glimpse wistfulness has touched me, so I've got restlessness. We'll put that by the emotions. All right, when I close my eyes, figures march behind my eyelids, and when I open them, the light hurts. So back to, no, hang on. I was going to paint the restlessness away. So now again, we've got 2 staleness, and I actually don't have any reputation now to work with it anyway. So in this case, I'm just going to put 3 passion down. Now there can be some consequences for doing that, but the hope here is that I'm making a purely original work that will get rid of the staleness, and it will open up some other possibilities in terms of painting moving forward. At the very least, making money from painting. And now's not a bad time. So we'll see what the potential drawback is, but in the back of my head, I actually know that there's something I can use to mitigate any negative consequences. So we've got Wrapped in the King. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through the Queens of the Rivers and Apollo and Marsyas. I'm then going to read Kerner and Goethe just because that'll give me access to what is contained by silver, and then move on with the rest. So I'm not going to hold myself too strongly to this queue, but I'm going to try and organize my books in a queue just to... The thing that's kind of neat about this game is because there's lots of different things going on at once, and as we were talking about before, you actually need to put the effort in terms of tending to your work slot and that. One of the things I've personally found helpful in terms of my layouts, most of my layouts aren't entirely random. I'll admit this isn't the most creative arrangement of verbs that I've ever come up with, and I actually have a few ideas in terms of efficient placements of things. But one of the things I like to do with my layouts is to try and place things in orders where if I were to, be hit on the head and then I wake up 6 hours later and play the game, would I have a chance of following through on what my intentions were when I was playing the game? So in this case, in the absence of any other information or interruption, I would want to read the books in this order. Queens in the Rivers will likely give me a secret history that I don't need. Apollo and Marsyas will give me lore that the color isn't like anything else that I've got here, so it'll likely give me a new lore. Kerner and Goethe will allow me to translate what is contained by silver. Of course, it's a yellow book, so it's likely going to be lantern lore. Wrapped in the King looks like it will be a Grail lore, which, again, I want to pursue Grail lore because it is my sensation. I do have a sensation sort of ambition. But in this particular case here, it's not as high of a priority as maybe gaining access to other types of lore and a genuine new insight into this world. So, as far as all that's concerned, what can we do with Explore? I'm going to need money for paints. I'm going to pay my rent, and it's actually kind of hard to justify buying a book at Moreland's, but I think I'm going to do it. A patron. We can learn from each other. All right. Sick room grows close and stale. Time to get up. I've got plenty of health now. Looks like I got another restlessness coming up, so I want to be careful about that. We will pay for Colors of the Night. The drawback is I may not actually be able to get rid of the restlessness in time while still keeping my job at Glover & Glover. So, Elgabalus found his way to the White Door at last, thankfully. Speech can't pass the White Door, and honestly, Elgabalus never had anything very interesting to say. I tried to follow in his footsteps, but I never learnt enough of the White. I'm supposed to be thankful for that too. But here's what I do know. Sexton's Secret. Now, I'm not going to say how, but there's actually a lot of information that's in Traveling at Night. And some of you who've been here from the beginning will actually know specifically what. But this is going to be one of these points. Again, I want to make sure that this stream will still leave some mysteries for you folks to be able to unwrap for yourself. But I can tell you for sure that that book in particular tells you something that winds up being helpful later on in the game. But I'm pretty sure, listening to this Canadian accent reading that out, it was just not a nice sounding words from, it's clearly a very talented team. So this is one of the traps that you can work yourself into in Cultist Simulator, is that sometimes the writing is just really nice to listen to, that you sometimes don't actually, there's reading the words on the page, and then there's the actual reading where it's like, I am understanding what's being transmitted. And again, these are all fragments of a world that you don't know anything about, so it makes it even harder to sort of discern what's going on. But again, this is definitely one of these cases where if you don't normally do this, playing the game with a notebook beside you, and again, there's a very fine notebook available on the Etsy Weather Factory website, you can sort of, it's kind of neat because I don't want to say you're LARPing the game, but it's actually kind of fun to be scribbling down this otherwise nonsense related to the game and just trying to, draw the connections between everything. I actually play the game with a notepad less than I should, but it is a very rewarding way to play the game, and I wish I did it more often. Okay, what do I want to do with Dream? What do I want to do with Study? I think we're just going to keep on with the Queens and the Rivers in terms of studying. The Queen of Vistula is poisoned. The Queen of the Nipper chokes on a fishhook. And the Queen of the Tagus is burnt alive. Oh, I should have read, this is a surreal contemporary play by the enigmatic Monica Medina, in which the Queens of the Rivers are murdered one by one. By the way, I will say I own the Weather Factory. I'm obviously being sarcastic and cheeky when I mention the Weather Factory Etsy shop. I can actually say that I have the notebook, and it's a very handsome notebook. So, for whatever that's worth. Do I want to go back through the wood? I don't really have any passion, so no, I don't want to go through the wood. So I'm kind of hoping that this just takes as long as possible. It probably won't, though. Nope. So we're going to wind up with some dread. The Grail has touched me with her wonderful fingers. It's almost time to perform the work and begin the changes, but I must have enough Grail aspect. Exploration might find more. So, Season of Suspicion comes up next. I don't have that much to worry about from it. However, there is the risk that I wind up with a Season of Despair shortly after. Don't have any money for Moreland, so we will just run by. This is something special. It may provoke a reaction. My recent work has attracted a couple of callers. With luck, something will sell. So this is all my passion. I got some contentment. That'll be helpful. Glimmering is also welcome in this case. Didn't I have a third? Yes, I did have a third. Okay, so I kind of got my paints back, basically. But I am going to be able to go to my junior position in Glover and Glover, and more importantly, I'm not going to starve to death. So that's good news all around. All right, my mystique has attracted the hunter's attention. They can prove nothing yet, but they'll keep looking for longer now. So this is the thing about mystique, is that they're going to hang around and keep building a case. The drawback there is that if you have this time bomb of notoriety that you know is going to pop up, you don't want to have mystique, because you know that there may not be notoriety on the table at that point, but there's eventually going to be some notoriety, and when that happens, you're going to be in trouble. So it's there's really no way of mitigating it. I do have a follower who can actually help me out with my notoriety problems, and I will be using them when the time comes. but it's a bit of a trickier situation to run into. Sometimes there can actually be a benefit to creating a lot of mystique to confuse the weary detective or whatever hunter you're after. And in some cases, you just want to eliminate notoriety and mystique as quickly as possible so they have nothing that they can look for. I feel like I should be doing something with my explore verb, so let's get Clovette to go and find things. All right, the patron, we can learn from each other. So we have found Dr. Ibn Aladim. Dr. Ibn Aladim, called the Alapine, has an interest in overlooked history. He could use your assistance. Now, there's something special about Dr. Ibn Aladim, so I'll just say we'll take a look at him here, and we can, look at the card for a bit. And we'll take a look at somebody like Neville, who's an acquaintance. Neville pauses before he speaks and flinches easily. He laughs whenever he thinks you've made a joke. You might be able to recruit this acquaintance as a follower. We also have Victor. Victor is a sly fellow, and he knows an unusual opportunity when he sees it. You might be able to recruit this acquaintance as a follower. And then we go back to looking at Dr. Ibn Aladim. Dr. Ibn Aladim, called the Alapine, has an interest in overlooked history. He could use your assistance. Now, there are a few things that are revealed in Dr. Adim's card that have absolutely nothing to do with the flavor text, but tell you a little bit about who he is as a person. And again, that will be another mystery. Essentially, I think what I'm going to be doing here is, for those of you who are interested in the game and may play it yourself, I'm actually going to leave those as mysteries that you will unlock on your own playthrough. If you absolutely have to know the answer, again, just feel free to speak up in chat, and I will let you know. But yeah, there are small rewards and little hints of lore that are always left in unexpected places. Okay, let's get some recruitment done. So we've got the Church of the Bright Edge. We've got Neville. To recruit a follower, I will need a little of the power we revere. I might glean it from an influence, or a tool, or an ingredient, or just the lore of our tradition. We have used the lore of our tradition. This one is ready. And we're not using the dream yet because we don't have any passion. The culprit, it transpires, is the audience. The surviving queens are directed to execute whatever audience members do not escape. A surprisingly lucid epilogue suggests that the correspondence of river names with historical events does provide clues to secret histories behind our own. Okay, so now we will read Apollo and Marsyas. So, the libretto of a lost opera concerning the contest between Apollo and Marsyas and its tragic outcome. The librettist is identified only by their initials, RKNJL. In the original myth, Marsyas lost a musical contest and was flayed by Apollo, who later regretted it. In this version, Marsyas' skin has a further history. I might have found somewhere unusual. So we've got the street strange by moonlight. This is an interesting place that we can explore. There is an open question as to whether or not it's smart for me to be exploring it right now, though, because sometimes when you explore locations, you wind up with a little bit more than you bargained for. So for now, I think I'm just going to send Clovette to go and find other things in the city. I'm a bit lucky, so we've got 20 seconds left on the contentment. We know restlessness turns into dread, so I've left the dream slot open to be able to deal with this. Looks like we found the street strained by moonlight again. Before they speak the words, the novice must sharpen a knife so that it can separate a drifting thread, and it not be sharp enough, it will be the worse for them. So, Neville a believer. Neville pauses before he speaks and flinches easily. He's sensitive to deeper matters. So, hang on. Let's get the knife secret here. Sexton's secret. I must have got the spacing wrong. Anyways, another member for the cult. In this case, we'll just recruit everyone that we have available, and then we'll start talking about lore again to try and bring people in. So Victor. Victor is a sly fellow, and he knows an unusual opportunity when he sees it. So let's add him. We'll add the knife secrets. This one is ready. There is something I can do by talking with Dr. Adim, but in this case I am looking to add more people to the cult at the moment, so that's my focus. A hireling, so I don't really want to hire the shifty woman because she can't really do anything that I want at the moment. All right, and we've been paid for our work at Glover and Glover, so we'll just go straight back in there. All right, and Victor. Victor is a sly fellow, but loyal. And now we'll bring in the hangers-on. So the interesting thing about the hangers-on is that the color definitely indicates that they have a particular principle that they're more aligned with, but this isn't revealed until they're upgraded a little bit later. So these are definitely sort of the weaker characters that you can bring in. The skin of Marsyas gives oracles and is later smuggled to Phrygia, where the priestesses of Sibyl use it for a drumhead. At the opera's climax, the pounding of the drum drives would-be violators of the priestesses to suicidal madness. The opera ends with a wistful hymn from the youngest priestesses on the beauty of mountain pines. So we now have a thunderous secret. That means we'll move Neville to the side, and we'll put that there. So what I didn't read, I should have read these a little bit closer. So, a sexton's secret. Certain knowledge, it is said, can be expressed only through the particular quality of a silence. It has been suggested that one can only read such knowledge with one's eyes closed, but only by mischievous commentators. Use this in a right with a corpse and edge aspect, and the corpse will rise. And this brings us another principle, which is just an ellipsis. Winter is the principle of silence, of endings, and of those things that are not quite dead. And then the thunderous secret. There are common sentiments in every thunderclap. Let us acknowledge them, and this is the aspect of heart. The heart relentless beats to protect the skin of the world we understand. The heart is the principle that continues and preserves. Now, the sharp-eyed among you will have noticed that there's still some principles that we haven't dealt with. So, of course, we were waiting for the edge, and Victor's got edge, but Neville has got knock, and we currently do not have any knock lore. So there are things, if you take a look at things, you can actually, this would maybe not be a bad time. It's not quite the 1 hour mark for me to invite questions and whatnot. But let's consider a little bit about what we knew about the world relative to what we know now. So when we started this game, we were a hospital porter, and we basically knew of the world as our job and our ability to work. And then maybe we got the glimpse to what was going on. We were given the money from the benefactor, and we were given some information as to where we could read some books and whatnot. But we spent a lot of time focusing on our job. But of course, because we were focusing on our job, we did improve ourselves. We gained some health, we gained some passion, we gained some reason and whatnot. But now that we've been given a glance at sort of the mansis, what lies beneath the skin of the world that we know, let's maybe take a look at some of these things that we've taken for granted. So I've got health. This is my body. There are other bodies, but this one is mine, and my mind needs it as a fungus needs soil. But this shares in the principle of heart, which is one of these principles that sort of is at play in this secret world. Likewise, passion. Passion is related to moth. Reason is related to lantern. And so you start to see these echoes of this world, the world of dream, that actually takes a form in the world of the day-to-day. Now, the thing is that you're not going to see Grail 4 present in a mundane object. But you do have this wonderful little idea. Essentially, it kind of gives you a new perspective. Now that you have this lore, now that you've seen the Mansis, you are actually able to appreciate day-to-day things in a different way. And as it turns out, some of these relationships will actually come to bear inside of the game. Just because you think reason is only used for, say, writing a commentary on a particular aspect, that is a limitation that's sometimes imposed by you, the player, as opposed to something in the game. The game actually just gives you recipes, and it says, I want the following things inside of it. It's up to you to decide how you can complete it. And so the game will actually give you the opportunity to have some more creative solutions to some of those puzzles, which can sometimes involve what would otherwise be mundane objects being used in these very unusual ways. But again, I don't want to I don't want to tell you how to play the game. I just want to leave the possibility open that there may be some other paths that aren't considered on first glance. And it's definitely a sentiment I quite like. Obviously, there's something to be said for being able to look at the day-to-day in an unusual way. So I'm a little tempted to double up this glimmering, but I know I'm at least going to be able to study Kerner and Goethe before this becomes stale. So Kerner and Goethe's Ausfrische Grammatik der Griechischen Sprache in Greek grammar, an essential weapon for a ferocious struggle with a challenging language. Of course, I have a little Greek already, but I'll need more than a little. I've always wondered if this is a reference to Diels and Krantz. It's not exactly, because it's not really, I don't really think it's supposed to be, I don't think Diels Krantz does like a guide to Greek. But that's definitely the name I keep thinking of. Alright, the sun still moves, the wind still walks, my journals are the labyrinth clue. So again, this was me getting rid of dread. So I think we're due back to going through the wood. I don't really have anything else I want to do with the dream slot at the moment, I don't think. Now I could try, let's just remember that there is the possibility of going further in the Mansis. We already know that there's more than one door. And in this case, we can take lore, we can try and see if we can go a little bit deeper. I do have some ideas about what I could pursue. But I'm going to leave it be for now because there are potentially things that I want from this location still. Now I pass between the scarbark trees. The moon passes behind branches, though her fingers remain in my hair. I am stumbling over roots now. It is tempting to drop to all fours to avoid the low branches. The pale wings move deep in the night. Like I said, I'm not ready to hire the shifty woman yet, so we'll leave that be. Alright, before they speak the words, the novice must sharpen a knife so it can separate a drifting thread, and it be not sharp enough, it will be the worse for them. So we've now upgraded them to a pawn. This one is loyal but lacks initiative. Currently they just have the aspect of edge. And finally we'll bring the last member in, the other hanger-on. Usefully malleable, but they'll probably never amount to much. And this one is ready. Alright, better not. I must be careful of the company that I keep. So, Clovette's got a friend now. I'm debating as to whether or not I want to use Clovette for exploration or if there's other things that I can be doing with it right now. I may have to move these locations. Nah, you know what? We'll just explore with the furtive truth. Odd nooks remain in this quiet countryside here and there for those who know where to look. I'll lose the erudition, but I think that's life. I am due to pick up some more books, though. Alright. When I close my eyes, figures march behind my eyelids. When I open them, the light hurts. So we will keep going back to work. Definitely have enough to buy some books again. So before they speak the words, the novice must sharpen the knife so they can separate a drifting thread, and it be not sharp enough, it will be the worse for them. So there's the pawn, and here's the Church of the Bright Edge. We don't have anybody to recruit now, so we'll go to two next steps. First, I'm going to talk with Dr. Redeem to see what the devil is going on, and then number two, we will start talking about the Red Secret again, so that I can start getting some more people to bring into the cult. You'll notice that as far as aspects are concerned, we actually only have fairly limited representation. We've got quite a bit of edge, so the two pawns and Victor. We have one heart, we have one knock. Now that will get us some places, but it won't necessarily, it's not going to shoot the lights out. So I'm not necessarily going to get a full house before we move in, but it would be nice to try and fill out the ranks a little bit. Alright, improve my Greek, a determined but distinctive tongue, but I have the measure of it. So next up, wrapped in the king. So, Wrapped in the King, detailed accounts by James Colin Murphy of secret bacchanals and ecstatic dances observed in necropolises and graveyards in southern Europe, in Egypt and in Anatolia. The author is a self-confessed ghoul and eater of buried flesh. He claims to have witnessed the dances while at his feasting. The dances draw from the mysteries of the cults of Isis and Sybil, but include both symbolic and literal flayings, and the human heart is always central in the rites. The author punctuates his accounts with queasily sensuous descriptions of his own interrupted feasts. So we're going to be back with a restlessness problem again. Fortunately, we're far enough in our work cycle that we're going to be able to paint that away. So we have a commission on the secret histories. It's got to be a substantial one, so we actually just ate the lore that would have been useful for that commission. That's my bad. But in any case, this is the first time we've encountered a patron. In this case, I can actually do certain occult research for these figures. And this will translate into some rewards that I get for fulfilling these commissions for them. The Grail has touched me with her wonderful fingers. It is almost time to perform the work and begin the changes, but I must have enough Grail aspect. Exploration might find more. Okay. So again, I want to use this restlessness to paint when I can, but I need to wait a little bit on it. And let's talk about red secrets again. Well, we will eventually talk about red secrets. Let's go to the well this time. Okay, peculiar rumor. I don't think I'm going to be able to wait, unfortunately. This might lead me to someone I need, or it might mean something else entirely. Explore with a rumor to follow up on it. So my goal is to actually get more people into the cult. So there is the danger that we wind up with notoriety. We currently don't have any evidence that will be a problem yet. So in this case, I'm perfectly happy to take the peculiar rumor to bring people in. So many things rise from the well in the wood. Last night it was a swarm with wormy roots. The trees clustered and whispered. Perhaps they were welcoming the influx. I found a sleeping soul ensnared in the roots, and I helped them struggle free. When they wake, they will recall my face as I do theirs. So it's always a really interesting image. Like you see somebody in a dream, and then you're walking through the city, and you see the same face, and it's clear that they recognize you. Anyways, so I'm going to have the small risk here of generating the wrong kind of attention, but I am going to explore with this. We'll also talk about the red secret, and I will go back to the wood. This place merits closer investigation. Gladwin Lake. Beneath the stark slopes of the fells, the mist-wreathed surface of the lake awaits. There is a twin altar here before the Romans came, and a legend of a serpent who was sent to defile that altar. So we don't have anything else that we can explore in terms of secret history. I mean, we can get another Forsaken Reach, but I'm not quite ready to do that yet. So I suspect at the end of the story I may find someone who will hear what I have to say. So we'll carry on with the rumor. And I do want to try and get myself set up to go on an expedition. There's a small temptation to actually just take advantage of whatever I currently have, but Strathcoin's residence really does seem to indicate that Moth is sort of your primary ability there. All right. So in this case, I'd like to try and get a little bit stronger in Moth before we go on those expeditions. All right, at the greater of these feasts, a black pig is always crowned as king before his slaying. On this occasion, its heart was weighed in the balance against a knot of feathers, and its skin became a cape for the officiant. Its flesh was left for the crows, but I must confess my interest was not in its carcass, but in the perfumed flesh of the milliner laid fresh in the earth. So we've gained the Waking Chant. This is a fairly powerful bit of heart lore compared to what we have right now. So who could hear this and remain unmoved? The sleeping, the dead, the earth and the sky. Use this in a rite with a Byzantine tinct or a meteoric bullet or other resources of equal power to summon a percussagant. Percussagants always are a very special moment on my stream, so I will do my best to summon at least one by the end, but no promises. Solitude. Some days are better than others. Sometimes the sky is nothing like a filthy sheet. Sometimes the river runs clear. Oh, I have studying to do, so let's translate what is contained by silver first, and then we'll do Gartside's reader. When I close my eyes, figures march behind my eyelids. When I open them, the light hurts. So I'm in a little bit of a dilemma right now because I'm generating quite a bit of money. I'm currently tracking down the rumor. Now, my Explorer verb can have basically one of two things happen. I can go to Moreland's shop and get more books, but books are just going to get me lore. They're not necessarily going to get me followers. They're not necessarily going to advance anything. On the other hand, I can explore and potentially get people to send on these expeditions. That will cost me money, but it is going to be something that is helpful down the road. I think in this case it might actually make a little bit more sense to try and hire people because, of course, using talk is going to be how I get more people to bring in to come into the cult anyway. But in the meantime, I'm going to get rid of this restlessness by painting it away, and this will be another chance to do. Do I really have that little passion? I guess I'm going to have to go... Yeah, I guess I'm just going to have to go with the 1. I don't have anything else I can put into that painting, unfortunately. A bit of bad planning on my... Oh, that's not true, actually. I could have put this passion in, and this passion would have become available. Anyway, I don't want the occult scrap, so I know I can move to either of these locations. Let's go to the Temple of the Wheel this time. And the Peculiar Rumor would have been better, but I can live. The toes tap, all is brisk and all is well. In the wood beyond the walls of the mansis, a jagged rock rears like the petrified remains of a dancing giant. I trailed my hand along its flank, over the eye signs and lichen, and the crude graffiti of the lesser wood powers, and I felt the thrumming of the wheel, which has passed. It has passed, but something continues. So we will put the trembling airs in the heart column now. And I suppose, because I didn't quite line everything up the way that I should have, we'll just go straight back to the wood again. Oh, maybe not. An acquaintance come with me, so this passion will probably not be available on time. I will spend for the paints. I don't really think I'm going to get a return on this, but I have a bit of spare money, so... Alright, an unpromising address, but a promising resident. And here we have Slee, who is an acquaintance. Craig Slee, the astronomer... Jesus. Craig Slee, the astronomer and avant-garde poet, has developed an interest in the esoteric as his health wanes. So I want to be careful about this notoriety. We don't have a season of suspicion coming up yet, but it's something I want to keep an eye on. As far as exploration is concerned, let's get... I have... things I would like Clovette to do, so we won't go ahead there. I will take the pawn, actually, so the pawn will search the city for me and hopefully find somebody who will be good at burglaring Strathcoin's residence. Hireling. I'm not really ready for a hulking fellow. He'll give me exactly what Victor can give me, so nothing special there. This is work I can be proud of. With enough publicity, it will sell. There is absolutely no publicity behind this thing. My recent work has attracted a couple of callers. With luck, something will sell. So we got some mystique for our trouble. We got some contentment, but we definitely didn't get a sale. And I didn't lose the staleness either. So this was a waste of time. Waste of time and money. Okay, so we're on the lookout for Dread, but I don't have anything to worry about there. I prepared the text for study, a dire bestiary of the horrors to be found in mirrors. This is a recent edition of a 3rd century text by Pomander. So in this case, I think we'll just keep doing our usual study. A dire bestiary of the horrors to be found in mirrors. This is a recent edition of a 3rd century text by Pomander, same text as before. And Gartside Sanskrit Reader is the last thing that I can read. So there is a little bit of an argument for me making a couple of trips to Morelands while I wait to find some people to bring along. Otherwise, the study verb kind of gets ignored. Although, I mean, it could be worse. There's definitely other things that I can do. Alright, the crowds of sleep. The waters of the wood run cold and deep, but never clear. Rote memory alone will not take me there. I must engage my passion. I now drift into other dreams. So this was just bad timing on my part, but that's life. I got some mystique for the trouble. We now have Tristan. Tristan dislikes distraction. Tristan gets things done. So there's some glimmering to work with. Let's get these folks in the cult. This one is ready. Let's see what dream we get. Tonight I will dream of a museum. This is always a fun one. In the display cases of the Impossible Museum, I always see an apple white as snow and as hard as marble, a golden beetle in a stern box, a coy geometry awaiting my touch, a black envelope bursting with spring, a brass opera box for instruments of record and measure, a storm in a tin. I always wake before I see the aisle's end. So, there's an argument to doubling up this glimmering, but before I do anything else, I think I'm just going to jump back into the wood. There's diminishing returns from this. I mean, getting more rumors wouldn't be bad. But really, this is just an opportunity to try and get some of that level 4 lore, especially knowing that Dr. Redeem would like a commission. I think I am going to take a quick trip to Moorlands just to replenish my library. Once we get the new recruits in, I'm going to use Clovet to help us with the notoriety. So, before they speak the words, the novice must sharpen a knife so it can separate a drifting thread, and it be not sharp enough, it will be the worse for them. So, Slee speaks earnestly of his theories to all who will listen. The stars as tiny wounds, and the sun is a hemorrhage of the glory. His poetry is more eccentric than ever. So, Slee is a lantern follower, so we'll put him in that column. And we'll move straight along and bring Tristan into the fold. Alright, so Seeds and Visions, I want to avoid fascination if I can. The virgins, maidens, and the mirror favor orchids. The behindlings favor the rhododendron. Cut flowers of either nature should not be placed before polished bronze. An appendix contains a rite which might be used to summon some of these entities, although the details of its use are not made clear. So here we get a Mansus glimpse, a snatch of poetry, a single memory of a certain house that all of us visit at least twice in our lives. For one's first visit to the Mansus, this lore is almost essential. So, bit of a clue there. And the rite of the watchman's sorrow. This rite recalls the loss of the watchman who walks the house which has no walls. Light goes before him and shadow behind. He must not see you. The instrument of power is used to summon him to take his sacrifice. Precious knowledge from the roof of your thoughts. The assistant must speak the words that anchor your sanity, so choose someone you trust. So here, I think I'll just put the rights on the far. Well, no, that's going to cause problems when I get items. So we'll put the Rite of the Watchman's Sorrow there for now. Now, I'll read Gartside Sanskrit Reader for now. Or, yeah, no, I can still read Gartsides. I do want to double up the Glimmering at some point, but in this case, a lucid book which outlines a careful path through the thickets of a vast and complex language. The name has been translated as the Refined Language. When I close my eyes, figures march behind my eyelids. When I open them, the light hurts. So, as you can see, now that we're in a senior position at Glover & Glover, we're definitely very well positioned in terms of making sure that our needs are met. Because I have a very conservative way of playing games, one of the drawbacks here is that I definitely like hoarding up a lot of money and then moving on. I will avoid doing that in a little bit. The reason why I'm doing like buying books and studying them again is just so that I can, basically so I can keep doing something while I look for somebody to bring on an expedition. So perfect example here, Locksmith's Dream Portions and Proportions. In 43 seconds, I'm going to have another thing that takes up a minute. So I'm going to be able to use Explore to try and find a henchman to bring on the mission. The second volume of Teresa Gallagher's examination of the parallels in the mystic dreams of artisans. The frontispiece has been slashed with a razor. So let's take our pawn to search the city for somebody who can do helpful things. All right, and Tristan. Tristan dislikes distractions. Tristan likes results. And we do not have Forge, so we'll put him beside Neville. Okay. We will start talking about the Red Secret again. Okay, overlooked place, so probably not something we're going to want to take advantage of. And I think it will take the peculiar rumor, so... When I was returning to the depths, one appeared in front of my eyes, whose mouth was sealed. When I saw them in the great emptiness, I cried out. I think that last night I met another soul in the wood. I will never recall exactly what we said one to another, but I think that we'll recognize each other in the waking world. So again, this is just to fill out the ranks. I still only have fascination to worry about, so we're in good shape there. This does mean that my... Oh, actually, I do have a free explorer verb. Good. Won't make any use of Street Strange by Moonlight right now. It's not a bad one to get, by the way. It's just I don't have any direct need for it at the moment. And one of the things I'm trying to do is get henchmen where I can. It's a little complicated to get henchmen, though, because I need to use the explore verb for a few other things. All right. So many words, such little time. I will keep my reference works close to hand. Probably should have thought about where I was putting Dr. Redeem, so let's put him on the other side of the... That's probably going to wind up colliding with the books at some point, but... The holy tongue of the subcontinent, the door to 4,000 years of poetry, ceremony, and mystery now opens before you, if you can struggle through the lotus convolutions of its vocabulary. Okay. Back to Gallagher's work. In this volume, Gallagher records fewer dreams and explicates more on her own elaborate theories. We see again and again what is below can't escape what is above. There's a couple things I'm going to do with the work verb when my job finishes, but for now, we will wait. I'm going to have a need for vitality in a little bit. I believe this one will be gone by the time that I'm able to use it, so what I might do is... do my sort of my day-to-day work. Excuse me. Do my day-to-day work. In fact, there's an argument for me to use the hardened physique right now, but I didn't talk about this as carefully as I should have. So this is the first right that we've got in the game, as you can see from the aspect right. The proper things in the proper manner, in the proper order, God help us all, attributed to Herschel. A right allows you to combine aspects to perform a summoning. So if we use this with the work verb, why did I know how to use the work verb? Well, the work verb says, I can take rights. Alternatively, if you pick it up, you can see the pink around the edge. So the way it works is you have all of these individual items that you can put in. So for instance, we can there's the sacrifice, and the sacrifice is lore. We bring in an assistant, we bring in an instrument, and desire. Now, I don't actually have any instruments. So in this case, all I can really do is sacrifice some lore and an assistant. So let's just say, for the sake of argument, I wanted to bring in my powerful moth lore. It says, there are possibilities here. If I add Grail, I might contact something shapeless. And of course, this is the drawback, is that I don't have any way of bringing that in. Also says desire, but I don't have desire 6. So, however, I can put my desire in the work here. So the final fulfillment of the desire is often a conclusion. It is not enough to hope. I stand or fall on my deeds. Desires are often the means to winning the game. The desire for sensation or power or enlightenment will require a great ritual, but there are other even rarer desires, especially in the ghoul, priest, and dancer expansions. So in order to advance dedication sensation, I need to be a no. Only a true adept, a no, may take this step. The no are those who have passed the stag door in dreams. And then there's power. I will require sufficient of the surging intensities of the Grail. Now, it doesn't actually say how much I need, but the thing is, I'm not a no yet, so it doesn't really matter. Now, I was babbling on a bit. I did want to show the ritual, but there was something else I was going to think about with work, and I've forgotten. So let me just take a minute. So we know we've got an illness coming up. It is technically more rewarding financially if I keep going to Glover and Glover, and yet I think in this case I prefer generating the vitality through work. So the next question is there anything else I want to do with work right now? And I think the answer is no. So I will do some day labor. And then of course we'll be able to go straight back to Glover and Glover when the time comes. We are going to generate another notoriety here, so I want to be a little careful about any seasons of suspicions coming up. That's why I'm looking at the timer so frequently. But so far we're safe. Okay. Don't want the buzzing in the brain because that's going to translate into another restlessness. So our choice is the Well or the Temple of the Wheel, and we'll try the Temple of the Wheel this time. And we got a peculiar rumor. So good in the sense that we'll get more followers, bad in the sense that we'll get more notoriety. I need to make sure that I'm able to put a kind of a cap on the notoriety that is generated, but I have some plans for that. So this might lead me to someone I need, or it might mean something else entirely. I came to the Temple of the Wheel, that high and jagged rock, that memorial to dead gods. Those who take their own lives sometimes first cast themselves from its peak and dream. I found another sleeping soul, scratching the sign of the eye onto the lichen at its peak. I do not recall what passed between us, but I will recognize their face in the waking world. And we've got an unpromising address, but a promising resident. Well, not really, because they're just a hanger-on, but I'll be polite. And we will take the peculiar rumor. I suspect that at the end of the story, I may find someone who will hear what I have to say. Now, there is some reason in leaving the dream slot open, but we still haven't gotten the illness yet. So in this case, we have enough time to go through the Way of the Wood again. Now, I can't recall if it's winter or moth. Okay, it's definitely not moth. And not enough. There is a house in the wood. That much I know. Here is a light through the trees. I don't think lantern will take me through. Oh, it will. Interesting. Of course, I should have known this because it says, for one's first visit to the Mansis, this lore is almost essential. There's a house in the wood. I know something of that house. Enough to find my way to its light. So I'm cheating a little bit. Now, you know what? I have the option available when I want it. I'm gonna keep getting cool stuff. At least until I start doing an expedition. I think once I start doing an expedition, I might cool it on generating so much notoriety. Okay, Season of Ambition's coming up, so I need to prepare for doing a painting. Read this volume of the Locksmith Stream. The finest artisans all dream of the white door at the end. I'm no artisan, only a scholar. I think there's a secret that all these artisans know, but I think that secret is only half the story. So here we have the locksmith's secret. Sooner or later, every locksmith has the dream. Now we recite the 7 phrases. Nearly every summoning rite requires knock influence. This lore will provide it. So aspect knock. The knock permits no seal and no isolation. It thrusts us gleefully out of the safety of ignorance. The knock is the principle that opens doors and unseams barriers. So Neville now has a lore to call his own. I may not do anything with this erudition. I'd like to, but I'm not sure that this is going to work with my current... Oh, actually, I don't have anything to study at the moment. So yes, I will study. One reason to keep going into the Mansis as well is so that I can get the lore that will, like that level 4 secret histories that will allow me to fulfill the commission for Dr. Adim. The others speak little to me, but they nod when I pass. Here is my pay. So this was just to get the vitality so that I could heal from the sickness. Now we'll go back to Glover and Glover so I don't lose my cool job. Still waiting on that rumor, so we'll wait a bit. Come with me. So, more Mystique, Red Secret, and we have found Valsine, an acquaintance. Valsine has operated her establishment for almost 20 years. She's never employed an assistant. Her hands are terribly strong. Okay, so I have a little too much Mystique to do what I want, but yeah, you know what? I'll wait until I actually perform the action to grab the Mystique. So, what do I want to do talk-wise? I think I want to bring in some more people. So we'll start with Valsine just because she's a named character and so has a little bit more to give. This one is ready. There's a specific reason why I'm not adding this ambition, by the way. We will later, but I don't want to do it right now. Okay, again, I don't want the occult scrap, so here we'll go to the well. We got an awareness of appetite. Every sense is heightened, every sensation deepened. A second-order influence, apparent to the perceptive, instantly recognizable to an adept. This can be used in some rites to summon minions, and some minions will leave it lingering when they are destroyed. The well in the wood is never dry, but it is never clear. One night it might heave with crawling roots. On another, it will pulse with bright moss. On nights of the full moon, its waters are choked with the fat dappled bodies of moths. Last night I saw it brimming with dark and viscous blood. Gelatinous shreds drifted on its surface, clots of grail matter. And we have... oh, we just finished that. And again, more notoriety. And man, we're getting a lot of hangers-on out of this. That makes me sad. Okay, obviously I need to find books, so I am going to make a quick trip to Moorlands, and then we're going to go back to trying to find a henchman. Why am I not going to the dream? Oh, that's right, because I had sickness. The illness has damaged my health. I will need to rest before I'm fully recovered. So that's fine. We'll still be able to throw the vitality at it. So before they speak the words, the novice must sharpen the knife so that they can separate a drifting thread. And it be not sharp enough, it will be the worse for them. So Valsine's ingenuities are endless. Her grip is stronger than a blacksmith's. So we might as well keep bringing in... these are not the most exciting recruits, but they are recruits and I can use them. So also, I didn't properly plan for having so much reputation. So let's move this where we can. I found something noteworthy, the War of the Roads, 1450 to 1580 censored edition. Willis Ford describes the War of the Roads, an event in history other than our own, in detail, but numerous pages have been removed. The name of the publisher is blacked out, and an ominous slip stapled to the cover explains that Willis Ford has been excised. So that'll give me something to read. The words contain knowledge, now I contain it. It's a little like theft, and a little like feasting, and a little like the progress of an infectious disease. So the reason for doing that was so that I could double up this erudition. I might actually use it to advance the notable scholarship. I still need to figure out if I really want to do that. I need to make sure that I keep the affliction nearby for when the dream slot becomes available again. I'm going to recruit the lesser cultists in. That was what I was originally trying to do. Now, what do I want to do with Explore? So I could go to Moorlands again, but in this case I think I'm going to take the pawn and I'm going to get them to search the city. And, if you'll excuse me, it's another 1 hour mark, so just a reminder again, there's no major special event for like everyone. There's not like a sale or anything like that. Oh, I found out a good friend of mine is watching. So if you can hear me, I just read your message on Discord, and I'm very happy that you're getting a chance to listen. It's not an obligation, not an obligation at all that you watch. I wanted to let you know that it was there. So thank you. Please do not feel, there will not be a quiz at the end. Anyways, I've been doing this for about 4 hours now. I only had a little bit to eat for lunch before I ran here, and I did have a 5-hour cast yesterday, which was also Cultist Simulator. So if you can give me a minute, I'm going to go refill my water. I do want to open it up to questions. So like I said, there's not a sale or anything like that going on right now. What this is largely about is sort of and again, like I'm really not the appropriate kind of individual to showcase this, but if you are interested in the simplified Chinese, that is now live on the beta branch of the game. So if you own this, you can click on betas. So you right click on Cultist Simulator in your Steam library, you go to properties, it's the 4th tab from the left, or the second to last tab, however you want to look at that. Anyways, it says betas, and there is select the beta that you would like to opt into. Now I can't actually click the drop down menu, but there should be something there that says gateofhorn, and that has always been the beta branch for Cultist Simulator. If you want to try out the language, that's how you can do that, and that's kind of the big change that's happened to the game so far. It's not in the main game yet, it's kind of in the beta phase, but with any luck you will be able to see you'll be able to see that if you're interested, or if you have a friend that's been waiting for that localization. I do know that there was a little bit of a challenge. Weather Factory did an interesting blog on this actually, where they're a good developer in the sense of practicing open development. They have regular updates. They communicate quite regularly with their community. And one of the challenges, though, is that they do not communicate in the localized languages because, of course, they are English speakers. And so there's this rather sad incident, or not incident, but basically a sad reality where they have every intention of doing this localization. The audience that's waiting for that localization is leaving sort of negative reviews saying that it hasn't been, keep your promises and whatnot. And it's absolutely in the process, but of course there's still writing going on. And so, the challenge is that it's entirely possible there are people who will enjoy this who have stopped playing the game because they think it hasn't been fulfilled. So with that in mind, if you happen to know somebody like that, there is now an opportunity to play this game in languages other than English if you go into the beta branch, and that is kind of what this stream is in support of, although sometimes it's just fun to play Cultist Simulator, especially to people who might be considering the purchase. So with all of that announcement out of the way, if you have any questions about the game, feel free to write them in chat. I will do my best to answer. I am going to take a quick second to just step away from the computer. I just need to get a drink of water and maybe stretch for a little bit because it has been 4 hours. And I'll be back for some more Cultist Simulator in a little bit. So I won't put up a sign or anything like that. I will just mute my mic for a bit so you don't have to hear the sound of the water running. But it won't be more than a minute. So see you guys in a little bit. Okay, sorry about the wait for that, but I've now got the vitality to deal with the affliction. I will not use the dream view for it, or the dream for it, because I'm not entirely sure a camless sleeping cast is exactly what everybody came here for. But we're back for the foreseeable. Although I probably could have stretched a little bit more. All right, so let's do a quick review of the position. Again, this is just a nice little chance to remember where we came from. So we started off as a hospital porter who had lost their job. I always like, by the way, the stories are getting a little stale, especially for people who've watched my stuff before, but from a streaming point of view, this is actually kind of an interesting story, because if you think about how a lot of the more established video game streamers started, a lot of gaming YouTube actually seemed to have come out of the 2008 financial crisis, where obviously a lot of people would have lost their jobs. But even then, you actually hear this from a few people where they say, you know, I lost my job and I played games and I decided that I'd use the free time and start streaming it. So this is kind of neat, right? Like, you can, if you were somebody with that kind of background, or if you know that, then you have. This is not my background, by the way. I'm very happily employed. Well, maybe not happily employed. I'm working at Glover and Glover, but yeah, it basically. It's a change that's happened in this character's life, and it's been this opportunity to try different things. And in the particular case of Cultist Simulator, it has brought an awareness of a world that they had previously sort of been ignoring. Obviously, they'd had the dreams of the cobalt light of the Mansus and the person they were taking care of in the hospital said that they thought they had potential, or thought that you had potential, but it took the being fired and sort of, you know, getting fired gives you the first step towards some other actions, and I think this is a story that a lot of people can relate to. Like, obviously it's very easy to get accustomed to a particular way of working or living your life, and you close off some avenues just through repetition. Arguably, you know, I've sort of done this in the game myself. Obviously, I've pursued my career at Glover and Glover far more than I've pursued the occult, although that's beginning to shift. So, you know, whether or not, I always feel a little weird doing this because I feel like I'm back in like grade 10 English class, like trying to explain the meaning of, you know, of whatever essay or whatever book that we just did. But this is the sort of stuff that I like. Like, when you think of the presentation, again, what do you see on here? You see fragments of a person, you know, all of your different aspects represented inside of cards. You have a desk in a void, and you have these little snippets of text to sort of give some context in terms of what's going on. And it's sort of up to you to decide what you want to do with that. For me, it's really wonderful to sort of imagine what's going on. And you got a little bit of a glimpse of it in terms of how I think about it, in terms of, you know, pressure's really coming in on Dismas while he's got Alden, you know, breathing down his neck, and he's not able to achieve his goal of sensation, and so on and so forth. And, you know, how did we fix it? Well, we just drove our boss insane. And because that worked so well, we drove our next boss insane. And, you know, this is clearly not a good person. But you know, I think the I don't like my job and my boss is kind of getting on my nerves is a very relatable position. This is not the only option, by the way. Clearly, I'm able to make money through painting. I'm able to make money through labor. Whether or not the game makes it more effective for me to pursue Glover and Glover, or whether or not just because I'm some guy who's worked for a bank, you know, I just gravitate towards the Glover and Glover job, that might just be something of my own preferences being stated. But there is a really wonderful little story that you can write in this game. And the game does a really wonderful job of enabling that, because, again, it just gives you these fragments. It gives you a lot to think about. It gives you a glimpse, and then you can sort of take that and run with it however you want. So again, we're going to use this restlessness to paint when the Glover and Glover job is done. Looks like we've got another overlooked place, so seems like it's getting a little hard to find henchmen now. Apparently I used them all up driving my two bosses nuts. Okay, let's go back to using our imagination. This time I'm going to be smart and use... Oh. We'll double up the passion here. I am going to take advantage of the notoriety. If it means I get staleness, so be it. But I am putting two passion into it, so hopefully we get a return. I'm going to be able to put this passion in before the timer expires. That's why I built it up the way that I did. All right. And before they speak the words, the novice must sharpen a knife so it can separate a drifting thread. And it be not sharp enough, it will be the worse for them. So again, we've got the pawn. This one is loyal but lacks initiative. I'm definitely going to need to shift the reputation before the end of this, because there's definitely more than 2 lantern followers, but we can worry about that later. For the talk verb, I still don't have the lore that I need to do Adim's request. And I've got too much mystique to be... Actually... This is a tricky question. At the moment, I think I'm just going to bring the hanger on. I'm going to punt, and we'll bring the hanger on in. Probably not somebody I'm going to do much with, but it doesn't hurt to have more bodies in the cult, so. Oh, I have a knock hireling. They might be helpful, but not quite helpful enough. So I'll reserve judgment on bringing him on. This peculiar rumor is so tempting. Yeah, I'm going to do it. While I was returning to the depths, one appeared in front of my eyes, whose mouth was sealed. When I saw them in the great emptiness, I cried out. I think that last night I met another soul in the wood. I'll never recall exactly what we said one to another, but I think that we'll recognize each other in the waking world. So again, I'm just able to bring more people into the cult when I use these peculiar rumors. So with that in mind, I think I'm going to skip bringing in the hireling, just because Knock is helpful. I just don't think Knock is going to finish the job I need with Strathcoin's residence. Or will it? Ugh. Let's try it. Oh, I gotta get rid of my affliction. Ah! By the paints. See the mistakes, but I can also see the end. My mind the library. Use this lesson learnt with your scholarship skill. So this one's a really tough call. I don't know if I want to try popping the 2 collections of essays now, or if I want to wait. I'm going to see if I get an erudition from reading the Willis Ford work. So, in the past, a score or more of longs were made. They brokered a peace with the Forge of Days, long enough to set England on a path of early conquest and eventual destruction. The Forge itself devoured the greatest among them. Okay, so we've got another pawn. Same story as before. This one is loyal but lacks initiative, and I've read the upgrade text a couple of times, so I'll just pass by that for now. And let's say I think I'm going to use Clovette to... Alright, so here's something you can do with followers. So we've got Clovette. Clovette's determined happiness now borders on the fanatical. She's got heart. Significant conversations in smoky meeting room. What do I need from my follower? Add to your cult, send them out on cult business, or send them after enemies, or raise another matter. There's a bunch of things that you can do here. You can talk to them about Mavericks. You can talk to them about the society, ingredients, tools, locations, evidence levels, hunters, and annoyances. So in terms of possible cards, I mean, I can talk to them about snares, but this is not particularly helpful because they're heart. Can talk about Moorlands. I can't remember if this sends you on a date. Oh, neat. Yes, you can. The Ecdysis Club. Clovette claps her hands. I thought you'd never ask. Yeah, we'll absolutely do that later. But in the meantime, I actually have some cult business to attend to. So if we take our cult, Cult business charm. Not everyone is sympathetic to our aims, but if we have problems with our reputation, our believer might be able to smooth them over. Exceptional work. This is something special. It may provoke a reaction. All right. So this notoriety will go away on its own. I'm not too worried about that. Got some mystique. Contentment is always welcome. Let's just move this all over to the side. More exhausted passion. I mean, that kind of comes with the territory. We got more than we put into it. So again, it's not the most, like, I'm not going to get rich doing this, but it at least got me what I needed. And more importantly, did we get rid of the staleness? We did not get rid of the staleness, so oh well. But we did get rid of the restlessness, which would have turned into dread, so there's that at least. Back to working at Glover & Glover. So here, as we said, not everyone is sympathetic to our aims, but if we have problems with our reputation, our believer might be able to smooth them over. So the idea here is that we're going to try and get rid of the notoriety. Now, we have quite a bit of mystique, so it's entirely possible that we will take the wrong bit of reputation, but this is the one very helpful thing that heart followers can give you. This will buy their loyalty for now. So we've got the entry consultant. I do need to make sure that I use them before too long, but I am going to follow the rumor. So we've got a minute where they just kind of sit idle. My ability to get rid of notoriety will become quite important in a little bit. It's not obvious now, but there's going to be a couple of things where I want a little more control over my ability to help with the reputation. Okay, so I know I'm going to need vitality in a little bit. Feels like I'm always getting sick. Here I'm just going to use the passion again. If I get a rumor, I'm probably not going to take it up, but if I get a chance for maybe something like an occult, oh, I can never remember the second one, the level 4 secret histories. The royalty of England, according to Willis Ford, became the sovereigns of the Leashed Flame, destroying or transforming their enemies, conquering Europe, establishing grand cathedrals to St. Spark. The alliance with the Forge begins to take its toll. The last few chapters are missing entirely. A furtive truth. Some details smuggled in from an adjacent narrative. Don't speak where this may be overheard. Exploring with a scrap of knowledge may uncover secret locations in the Shires. So, there's a couple things that I can do. Number one, I can try and get rid of the restlessness by painting. Alternatively, I can use the intermediate period to do the commission for Dr. Redeem. I don't actually have an easy answer either way for that, but I am out of books, so we'll take my reason. Read whatever's to hand. I know that my explore verb is going to be used quite a bit for the next little while. So one, we're going to use the entry consultant to try and get into Strathcoyne's residence. Next, we are going to... so that's going to occupy it for a while. Other than that... Yeah, I guess it's actually the rumor in Strathcoyne's. Anyways, it is going to take a while, so at this point I'm not going to have anything else I can do with my study verb other than get new levels. In fact, with that in mind, maybe I just want to study health. I don't know. We'll figure it out when the sickness hits. I do kind of feel... Oh, actually, this will be helpful. Oh, damn it. So, it turns out that the earnest speech is an affable conversation... Got the mystique, not the notoriety. Fair enough. So, similar story here. We'll take our wild imagination. I've got 2 passion. I can actually put the 3rd passion towards it, but I'm not going to. This time around, I'm just trying to think what the right call is. I'm going to use the notoriety, I think. No point in emptying out all of my passion. So this means I'm not going to be working as the day laborer, which means I need to find an alternative use for the or alternative means of either healing the disease or or generating the vitality. So we got to hang her on for that. Again, not exactly the sort of return that I want for a notoriety. All right, no one understands us, or else they understand us too well. Ooh, I really want to use this peculiar rumor, but I'll lose the entry consultant if I do that. Nope, this is going to be a little bit of a loss of tempo, but in this case I'm going to track down this rumor and I'm going to discuss occult business with the follower. I think I can actually give them burglary. My disciple can use their talents to harvest treasures for the unsuspecting. I mean, we've already got a bunch of notoriety anyway, so... Colors of the night. We will spend... Okay, so I want to be careful of dread. So in this case, the painting made sense. So we're going to try and get another crack at getting rid of the notoriety with Clovette. This time we'll go to the well. I have no luck. The well in the wood is never dry, but it is never clear. One night it might heave with crawling roots. On another it will pulse with bright moss. On nights with a full moon, its waters are choked with fat dappled bodies of moths. Last night I saw it brimming with dark and viscous blood. Gelatinous shreds drifted on its surface. Clots of grail matter. Alright. Eventually I'm going to want to use Dream to heal my sickness. Is there something else I want to use Dream for right now, though? No. So let's just go back through the wood. Oh, but I don't have any passion to go through it. I might have messed this up, but I think it might become available. I don't know. The words contain knowledge, and now I contain it. It's a little like theft, a little like feasting, and a little like the progress of an infectious disease. So I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take the fresh air and exercise. That's just to help me with the vitality. Then I'll get another erudition. Then I'll read the collection of essays, and we'll upgrade the notable scholarship. Created something distinctive and beautiful. It will very likely enhance my reputation. Okay, so I got fascination, which isn't great. The glimmering will be helpful. The mystique, less so. And we don't have any staleness, finally, so... Alright, so this is complicated. The fact that we have all this mystique now has kind of complicated the matter of getting Clovette to kind of improve our reputation. The fascination's also going to be a hard one to deal with because I don't have... I'm not going to be able to deal with that fleeting reminiscence in time. Alright, Dorothy. Dorothy is an enthusiastic sort with an eclectic reading habit. She's fascinated by my hints about the shapes beneath the world's skin. Breaking, entering, returning. In the cellars and in attics, in secret compartments and sealed closets, the rich and not so rich conceal their treasures. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to leave the Explorer open. This is just because well, hang on. How much time do I have left on this guy? 52 seconds? Let's get the pawn to see if we can find another recruit. Okay, there's the affliction. I'm going to need the dream for that. Okay, passion is going to be available in exactly 0.1 seconds before this thing triggers, so I need to be careful. Also, the fascination is going to be... This is going to be a very, very hard path. No, I have a solution, actually. And I'm going to be very pleased with myself. So, what I'm worried about right now is we have fascination. So this is going to cause a problem. I don't have any dread. If I generate dread, that's going to get taken up in the bleak thoughts. And I don't have any fleeting reminiscences, which is the only other way that I can get rid of fascination. But fascination is an influence. And so this will be an interesting puzzle. See, if you're interested in this game and you want to sort of follow along with sort of the reasoning that I've been employing, see if you can figure out what action I might take that uses an influence that would allow me to consume the fascination. It's not an obvious one, but it's an example in terms of how you can apply. It's sort of the things that are quote-unquote obvious. I messed up on the passion. Oh well. It's kind of the things that are quote-unquote obvious versus what the game has told you need to do on certain things. And these are sometimes the rewarding parts of Cultist Simulator, where you realize, aha, I'm not actually in as much trouble as I thought I was. Now, certainly, if I was complaining about not having enough notoriety, the entry consultant blew it, and I don't want a hulking fellow. So we've got 46 seconds left. I'm going to leave him around. Let's now take the Church of the Bright Edge. Let's bring Dorothy. Dorothy is an enthusiastic sort with an eclectic reading habit. She's fascinated by my hints about the shapes beneath the world's skin. Now we're going to do the knife secret ceremony, but we'll also add fascination. And watch what happens. Neglected my studies, but I stand a little straighter. So we'll be using this in the dream in a little bit. Oh, Herschel's nightmare, down I go. So we actually do have dread that I need to worry about now, and the contentment will not help me. Okay, let's go back to reason so that I can double up the erudition here. You know what? I think this lesson learnt is going to expire before I'm able to use it, unfortunately. All right. I remember that Herschel wrote of this. I have levered up floorboards and wriggled down snugly. Now I am compressed beneath them like a hidden corpse. The air stinks of hot dust. My mouth is full of splinters. This time I haven't learned what I hoped to learn, whatever that was. All right, so let's just combine the affliction with the vitality. There's nothing really that we can do about the dread right now, so I'll deal with that when it emerges. I got to think about ways that I might be able to extend this lesson learned. I think in reality it's just not going to happen. So maybe I want to focus on my glimmering now. Could go either way. Let's go... I'm just taking a minute to think. There's really no good argument for me painting right now. Other than maybe like it generates a contentment or something like that. But I'm going to take the intervening time to do a commission for Dr. Adim. So... Dr. Ibn al-Adim, called the Alapine, has offered you a commission. He's looking for a substantial treatise on the secret histories of the world. You'll need a matching lore fragment of at least 4 to complete this commission. Of course, that was the reason why we kept going into the Mansis so much, was to try and find a furtive truth to work with. We got that in the book, so we're happy there. So before they speak the words, the novice must sharpen the knife so it can separate a drifting thread, and it be not sharp enough, it will be the worse for them. Dorothy is an enthusiastic sort, so I have turned her enthusiasm to our advantage. So we now have 2 heart followers. So the advantage here was that I was able to take the... So just because it's not related to your cult doesn't mean you can't put the influence inside. And in this case, by putting the influence inside the recruitment, I was able to eliminate the fascination. So it's not an obvious solution, but it's one that by the rules that the game has lined out for you, and it says, you know, you can put a tool or, you know, an influence or whatever inside of it. That's a way that I was able to deal with the negative outcome of having a fascination I couldn't otherwise deal with. Now, of course, we did wind up getting dread, sort of unexpectedly. I'm gonna have to deal with that, but dread is obviously something that is a little bit easier for me to deal with. I'm not sure if I want to hire the hulking fellow or not. There is an argument for it because he's just another body that I can throw into the expeditions, but the thing is, the hulking fellow doesn't give me anything that Victor doesn't already. Oh, hang on, he gives me one more than Victor already does. Yeah, why not? I have the money, so. Okay, talk-wise. Oh yes, we've got the Course of the Heart. Whenever the Principle of Heart is implicated, I may gain vitality, so that's always nice. And, I mean, I can bring in this hanger-on here, but in this situation, I think I'm going to try and get Clovette to work the Charm Offensive again. It's a 50-50 chance that they take Notoriety rather than Mystique, but it's one that I'd kind of like to... It's one that I would like to take the chance on. If nothing else, I just get another rumor that I can follow. I don't think there's a way that you can... like take damage by trying to talk about how nice your cult is. Okay, Season of Suspicion is coming up, so this notoriety has now become a big liability. And we're not going to be able to deal with it in time, unfortunately, but this will buy their loyalty for now. So, this is not the smartest thing I can be doing right now, but we are going to try and go to Strathcoyne's residence. So we'll bring along the hulking fellow and the entry consultant, and we will... pay money. Mr. Strathcoyne has forbidden entry to his library. Unfortunate. Let's see what we can do. Expeditions need at least 1 funds per obstacle. Followers will defeat obstacles. If you run out of funds or followers, the expedition ends. So, my feeling is that Moth is more appropriate here. But basically we've got, somebody who's good at breaking into things, and we've got somebody who's good at dealing with any guards. And that's kind of the rationale that I have here. Alright, let's see what we're up against. I've got my reason back. I've got an erudition that I can apply. Yeah, I'm really trying to hang on to stuff here. The sick room grows close and stale. Time to get up. So let's go back through the wood. I'm coming up with fewer and fewer reasons to continue with it. Oh, interesting. So, looks like it's just Watchers. Mortals, perhaps even ordinary mortals, but quite a number of them. They can be fought, seduced, or deceived. So our expedition plans for the next challenge. It'll consume funds. I can add funds now, or I could add another follower. Well, if we need to fight, Victor will help us out, I'm sure. Excuse me. I don't think I'm going to be able to bring more people to sort of bring it up to an even higher level, but let's see how we do. I have finished the manuscript. So, on the history is a substantial investigation, obscure information on the suppressed truths of many pasts. Talk to your patron to get paid for this. So, of course, we need to wait for the Charm Offensive to finish first. And I want to go back to Glover and Glover before that expires. Alright, so we wound up getting a Mystique. This is the worst possible outcome because now the Season of Suspicion's coming up. We've got more notoriety than Mystique, which means we've just increased the chance that the Weary Detective is going to be finding that. Ah, well, our strength is considerable. The Watchers weren't ready for this. We should be able to bring them down. So we don't really have much in the way of... much in the way of extra muscle we can bring into this. I guess I can bring in another pawn if it really comes to it, but I don't think it'll make a difference. No one understands us, or else they understand us too well. So we've got another peculiar rumor, which I won't take advantage of. Before I do the charm again, I want to get paid from Dr. Redeem, so I have what the doctor requested. So this only takes 10 seconds. I mind the library. So you'll notice that the lesson learnt has now decayed into erudition. I really shouldn't be trying these half measures here. I should either commit to passion or erudition here. Let's try the well again. Nope, vitality. Exercise or something rarer has invigorated me. The well in the wood is sacred to the grail, the hour that hungers, and to the velvet, the hour that guards secrets. Though tonight as I approached, it heaved with the velvet's moss, struggling waves deep and vibrant green, pulsing again and again from its throat. It surged round my calves, rose to my thighs, and this morning I still feel the velvet's breath strong within me. I'm just trying to think if there's anything more interesting I can do with my dream. At the moment, I don't have as much of a need for things like peculiar rumors, so I think it's time that we actually move up in the Mansus. So there's a house in the wood. I know something. There's a house in the wood. I know something of that house, enough to find my way to its light. I received the currency of the secret world, and my patron has let tantalizing information slip, so we did get a little more mystique. This will distract the weary detective for a little longer, it looks like. I've gained more erudition, so that's nice. That actually brings me a second lesson learnt and it kind of puts me back in the game with the essays. And Dr. Redeem's going to be on cooldown for a little while, so let's go. I think I'm still, against my better judgment, I'm still going to try and get Clovette to try and... Is this the smartest thing I can do right now? Yeah, I mean, they won't be very effective, but at the very least we can try, so... Clovette. Knock him dead. Not literally. Okay, getting lucky on the Mystique, so it means more likely that Clovette's going to take 1 notoriety next round. It also means that the Weary Detective is more likely to take that too. So again, there's really no solution here that results in the Weary Detective not finding a notoriety by the end of this. All right, back to Glover and Glover. It's nice to have a lot of reason. And another Season of Suspicion coming up, but I won't need to worry about it because there's already 1 active. Oh, cool. Okay, so the watches were... the blood pumps bright, then dark. They should not have opposed us. We move on. So what I kind of want to look at is, do any of these sound like they would require my entry consultant? There are more windows in my soul, but sunlight is not the only thing that passes through a window. Use this lesson learnt with your imagination skill. So first thing we're going to do is double up this erudition, and then I'll read another collection of essays and use it to upgrade my notable scholarship. These are the bounds to the house, with their mists and their traces. This is the rock called the Temple of the Wheel, high as the church spire, patched with black lichen and daubed with eye signs. I round it, and there ahead of me is the white door. The light of the house leaks around the edges. So we've now found our second location in the Mansus, the White Door. In my dreams, I've passed the White Door, which has been called the Bone Door and the Gate of Ivory. My voice remains outside the house each time I enter. So here... we will go through the White Door. So in my dreams I know the path to the White Door through the bounds, but the path is thronged with the dead that pass their way. I will need health to resist their chill. We certainly have no shortage of that, so we can put that in right away. So fortunately, looks like Clovette did actually get this notoriety. Unfortunately, it's the one with 5.9 seconds left, so... it's the one that would have gone away anyway. But the fortunate thing is that if it doesn't turn out, if she fails in this mission, we know that the Weary Detective will not be able to pick it up one way or the other. But unless I somehow generate Mystique, we know he's getting notoriety. Okay, Strathcoin's Cozy Sanctum. A fire smolders in the grate, glass cases display hard-won trinkets. We must seize what we can, quickly. Strathcoin may already have telephoned the police. Out into the night, we escape unseen, but the next day there are reports of a fire at Strathcoin's. Did someone knock a live coal onto the hearthrug, or did Strathcoin destroy the place himself as a part of some larger scheme? So we got notoriety for that. We had leftover money, so that's why that's there. The entry consultant will go away almost instantaneously, but let's take a look at the booty. So we have another copy of The Locksmith's Dream. This is the 4th volume. I'll read these book descriptions when I study them. We have a journal of Alessandro Lacrosse. I believe this is one that gives us another language. We have Traveling at Night, Volume 3 from Christopher Lopoli. We have a treatise on the underplaces, and we have the Wainscot history. So a lot of books, which is helpful. Okay, let's read these descriptions again. So, nonconformist enclave and a heterodox sect of a Calvinist offshoot tucked away in the odd corner of the city. They belt out hymns with unsuitable gusto in a throat-scraping language that is very much not quite like Latin. The Cater and Hero Limited, abandoned since the explosion when both owners died. The machine sits silent. The building is collapsing shell. Mr. Cater was known to display peculiar trinkets in his office. Forgotten Mithraeum, curiosity seekers have picked over this ancient temple, but there may be a hidden door here somewhere. So this seems like a knock thing. They did good work here. Certainly there were a few too many amputations, but there are individuals who prefer, Forsaken Reach. So the best bet would be the Forgotten Mithraeum, but it may be something that we aren't equipped to deal with. I'm convinced the Mithraeum still holds secrets that its discoverers never found. It's unlikely to be dangerous, but the search will require funds. Optimism is a spice which saves. So, improbably, Clovette actually succeeded on the one that we did not need her to, so. Back to the charm business. When I close my eyes, figures march behind my eyelids. When I open them, the light hurts. I'm just going to keep plowing away at Glover and Glover just because this is a great time to make hay. I mine the library. So here we're going to use the collection of essays so that we can get our 3rd lesson learnt, and we'll upgrade the notable scholarship. We may or may not do this for the imagination. We still have 230 though, so maybe we'll hit it twice with passion to get the glimmering. Then we use the one book of poetry. We'll see. So I don't really want the restlessness, so we can go to the Orchard of Lights or the Lodge of the Sage Knight. Let's try the Lodge of the Sage Knight. Ooh. Forgotten Chronicle. Story of a city without a gate, of a queen who was not born, of a war which was not fought. Exploring with this scrap of knowledge may uncover secret locations on the continent. So this is a level 6 secret histories. Last night I visited the Lodge of the Sage Knight. My hostess manifested as an elegant woman with fashionably short hair and dark glasses. No, she admits, I don't need them any more than I need my eyes. Allow me my sentimentalities. But you've come here for knowledge, I expect. Here is a story I heard in my Carisham days. You're welcome to it. Excuse me. Only remember me if you come to make the pilgrimage. All right, so back we go. I don't think I have anything else I want to use Dream for right now, so let's just go back. What am I doing? All right, well, that's just Dream taken care of for 60 seconds. Okay, the expedition continues. Our expedition plans for the next challenge. It'll consume funds. I can add funds now, or I can send another follower. So hidden doors. Hidden doors can be found with lantern or knock. Okay, so we've got knock here. I'll bring Neville along. He can use the practice. So our guess was correct. If I feel like it, I can use the Furtive Truth to get another location on the continent because I now have the Forgotten Chronicle, which is a higher level lore. But at this point, I have, my Explorers being used for other things at the moment. All right, well, that's not surprising, but this is actually not... This is the best one he could have gotten because it had 263 seconds. The rest of the notoriety will be gone by the time he's finished his investigation. And, fortunately... the Season of Ardors will be, will give me some contentment by the end. Oh, that's a shame. I'm still going to use Clovette to deal with notoriety one more time. We're skilled in uncovering hidden ways. We'll probably find this door. I may stop the expeditions, though. It's a tough call, actually, because I'm really not sure how well equipped I am for these things. I guess as long as I'm bringing hired help, it doesn't hurt. Yeah, I think I'm actually going to keep trying it. All right. So now we've got the lessons learnt, so we'll take notable scholarship. 1, 2, 3 erudition. I will grow wiser yet. This isn't really out of any kind of necessity. It's just, it's an opportunity that I have based on the cards that I had. So I might try this with the glimmering. I think I need to get a clearer idea of where we'll be at the end of this training. All right, sleep is a long, dark ocean, but sometimes when we reach the farther shore, there's lamplight. So, I mean, nice that I got the contentment. I don't exactly need it now, but that was a mistake. So let's go back to the white door, which requires health. And no one understands us, or else they understand us too well. So in this case, I can't use the peculiar rumor just because the expedition will be underway, but I am going to get Clovette to charm again. Oh, actually, this is way too early for me to be doing that because we don't have the notoriety from this expedition. So what I'll do instead, let's go to the Ecdysis Club. Clovette claps her hands and says, "I thought you'd never ask." If the hunter has found notoriety, they will try to use it to create or upgrade evidence. If they're meticulous, they'll always succeed. If they're erratic, they're more likely to fail, but can occasionally create evidence without notoriety. Okay, so yeah, we'll leave it like this, but it looks untidy. Okay, so we blew it with the with finding the door, but we still have fun, so I'm not going to do anything to change it. I'm safe for now. My adversary has not enough evidence to bring a case against me, and they found no new clues. I am going to look like such a jerk doing this, but you know how excited she was to go on a date? Nah, sorry. I need you to do some work instead. You don't mind, right? That's fine. I will be extra nice to her when we stop by the Ecdysis Club next time. Besides, her determined happiness now borders on the fanatical. It's impossible to make her unhappy. I hope. All right. I've got my extra reason. So this glimmering is going to go away in just under 2 minutes, which means I'm not going to be able to get the... okay, the way I'd be able to get the... no, I can't even get the 3 from reading the collections of poetry because this will downgrade. But I am gonna plow ahead and use the passion anyway, and I'll just boost this. Okay, an icy atmosphere. I generally don't want that because that will decay into dread, and I don't really have any rituals that... like, I don't want to lose the lore in the ritual I have right now because I'm looking to build that up. I'm not looking to take that down. So I can go to the Lodge of the Sage Knight or the Orchard of Lights. Now, it's possible that you can get fascination behind one of these things. But let's risk the Lodge of the Sage Knight again. Ooh. So here we have a favor from authority. I've learned something that will earn me a favor once only. This will preserve you or a follower from imprisonment, but it cannot be relied upon. Last night, I dreamt of the blue silk pavilion overlooking the cloudy labyrinth of the Bounds. I listened to the mistress of this place speak of other visitors. The Sebreshibriu came here. Did you know that? I think they hope to recruit me as an ally, she snorts derisively, after what they tried to do to Christopher. But their folly is your fortune. I will tell you something that may help you if the Bureau ever troubles you. So this lasts for 300 seconds. This is basically a get out of jail free card, which is helpful in some cases, but the thing is I don't have any evidence against me right now, so it's probably going to expire before I need to use it. But I mean, it's nice to have no matter what, so. Okay. I am due for a chat with Dr. Redeem, I think. Obviously I'm working with Clovette though, so let's go back to the senior position at Glover & Glover. Again, more money never hurts. And let's go back through the white door. So hopefully this works, but it is only 2 hearts, so I don't have high hopes. We call upon the beach crow who opens the earth. We are skilled in uncovering hidden ways. We'll probably find this hidden door. Okay, another fleeting reminiscence. I don't need to worry about dread right now. And we have a season of ambitions coming up, so I may want an opportunity to paint. Optimism is the spice which saves. Oh, that's wonderful. So Clovette did deliver on the notoriety. So I think I'm going to have a quick meeting with Dr. Redeem, but I definitely think she's earned some R&R. He wants a very substantial commission on Lantern. Yeah, I'm not going to get 6 Lantern for a while, so. Okay, so I mean, one of the things I can do with the talk verb right now is to bring in a hanger on, or the hanger on, and add them to the cult. But the thing is, I already have a bunch of pawns. They're not really going to add that much. I can also talk about lore, at which point we'll bring more people into the cult. The thing about that is, that adds more mystique, which means it's going to be more difficult for Clovette or Dorothy to remove the notoriety when it emerges from the... Oh, looks like we failed again. But basically, it's actually going to... If I add more mystique, it's going to make it more difficult to get rid of the notoriety when it emerges. So in this case, it's actually to my advantage with my current setup to have the notoriety stand on its own. So in this case here, I am going to use the talk verb. Finally, we will take Clovette to the Ignisis Club. I pass the time, I've been inclined to tears, and afterwards inclined to laughter. Meanwhile, the world continues. So this will decay into a glimmering on its own, but I do have a minute to run by, and I do want to actually get this thing locked in. So I'll just study the passion again. Logistical let's deal with the Mansis first. Okay, furtive truth. I didn't actually need the furtive truth anymore now that I think of it. Well, I mean, I need it in the sense of I want to go explore those locations, but I don't need it as urgently as before. But yeah, we'll take the furtive truth. Many of the dead enter the Mansis through the white door. They wander its corridors in silence until they are lost. Some embrace each other, some devour each other, and some force their way into the dreams of the living. A few record their memories on Mansis stone where it is soft. They scratch it with their nails, you see. Last night, I read one of those memories. Okay, so we're back to an hour mark. This is going to seem especially tedious for those of you who may be watching on YouTube if this recording works out. But it is an opportunity. I'm slightly misinforming when I say there's no, so in terms of special events, there's the localization, which is special, but I should also mention it's not that there is no, there's no quote-unquote sale going on. So one thing I should have pointed out, the Anthology Edition is a way of buying the game in a discounted fashion. So if you want the deal, the Anthology Edition gives you everything for about 15% off. So it's wrong of me to say there's nothing going on, but the Anthology Edition is always available. So if you're looking for the best value, you get the most with the Anthology Edition for less. I think you can kind of work it out as like you get the soundtrack for free, but that's maybe not the best term of thinking about it. In any case, the simplified Chinese localization in the beta branch, again, you need to go to properties, betas, select gateofhorn to be able to access it. Sometimes it's just nice to be able to play Cultist Simulator and show it to people who might be on the fence about the game. So part of what I've been trying to do here is to be very specific in terms of why I'm taking certain actions, to talk about my thought process behind it. And I am, of course, at a point now where I think it would be very reasonable for an outside observer to say, okay, this game actually looks quite complicated and I'm frightened by it now. Again, it's worth remembering that when we started, we just had the work verb and a job, and that was everything. But with that in mind, you're always able to ask stuff in chat, but I do want to make it explicit. One of the goals that I had in terms of this chat, or this stream, was to be as clear as I can in terms of this is a thought process through which a person plays Cultist Simulator. This is not the tutorial for Cultist Simulator. This is not the, the best way to play Cultist Simulator. It's really just a chance of saying that this thing actually isn't as complicated as it looks. There's a perfectly reasonable set of decisions that are being made here. And I've tried where I can. Sometimes I do sort of let the leaps of logic that come from me understanding how the games work. I have fallen to those a couple of times, but I've tried to signpost them as clearly as I can. So with that in mind, if there's any questions people have about the game, if there's anything that you want to know about the game, about just, why did I become interested in it? What should you do for when you have a job that you hate? And you didn't get a chance to see how we drove our boss literally crazy. All of these things are good questions, and I will open them up. I'm just going to take a quick minute to stretch, so I may still keep talking, but I'm going to sound like I'm further away, and then we'll be jumping back into the game. But again, if you have any questions, now is a perfect time to bring them up, because we're about 5 hours into the cast, and I understand that there is a little bit more going on the board than what a beginner's experience might be, and I definitely don't want the game to be any more intimidating than it looks to some people. So just give me a quick second for a stretch. I actually want to get up because sitting is horrible. I also spotted some cobwebs that are really distracting me, so I want to get rid of them. All right, and I'm just going to do a quick refresh on a couple of my streams. Excellent. Okay. I think I am ready to go. So I've got the dream slot available again. I still think the better path for me to go is to keep working with the furtive, to keep getting the furtive truth. So in this case, we've moved to the white door. One thing that's kind of interesting here is that we can add the aspect desire. I don't think I'm going to quite do that yet. But now I can approach the door through the bounds. Now I can press my fingers to it. I feel it chill and watch it swing open. As it opens, my mouth closes, tightens, heals over like a lost deformity. Around and about me is the cobalt light of the mantis. Sorry, I just see my video live and it's driving me nuts. I already can see it up in OBS, so. All right. Logistical difficulties. Supplies are low. Unless I send more funds, we'll have to abandon the expedition. Now, the fact of the matter is that this entry, even though we're failing at it a couple of times, this entry consultant is the best option I have in terms of getting past this. So I do actually want to put more money into it. Obviously, everything before is a sunk cost. Essentially, what this question is to me is, do I want to spend one fund to use one funds card to use to get a level 7 knock attempt on a door that uses lantern or knock. And if you want a comparison about, well, if I wait and move on, assuming that I don't bring anybody else into the cult and I get rid of my entry consultant, Slee is level 2 lantern, Neville is level 2 knock. So this is really my best opportunity to get past this obstacle, even if it costs me money. All right, when I close my eyes, figures march behind my eyelids. When I open them, the light hurts. And at this point, I'm just going to keep going to Glover and Glover. I'm not able to fulfill this this request for Dr. Redeem. So there's not much else that I can do with the work verb. I don't have anything I really can summon right now, and I don't really want to do a painting just out of nowhere. So we, of course, have Restlessness coming up, though, so now is going to be a perfect opportunity for me to do the paintings. All right. So again, we're skilled in uncovering hidden ways. We'll probably find this hidden door. You said that the last 2 times. All right. The Grail has touched me with her wonderful fingers. It is almost time to perform the work and begin the changes, but I must have enough Grail aspect. Exploration might find more. So again, I want to use this Restlessness with a painting when I can. And this was that lesson learned that's decaying. So I'll combine these 2 because they're the oldest. And then we will we'll add another passion to turn this into a lesson learned. Then we'll read one of the poetry. And at some point we'll go back to Moorlands, but at the moment I'm exploring these vaults. That looks like that was a success. So I'm going to try the Lodge of the Sage Knight again. I feel like I'm due for a fascination here, but this might also be lantern influence, which I don't really want, so... Oh, Glimmering's actually really helpful now. My emotions run higher than usual. There are things I'll never understand, and those things will always be precious, but just now I am closer to them. I recall my dream. This was the Lodge of the Blue Silk. The Lodge of Blue Silk, flapping in the winds of the bounds at the Mansus edge, and here was its mistress, who welcomed me as she welcomes all travelers. Company is nice, she confided, but I still miss my Christopher. 10 years. 10 years and not enough. But we could not have been long together, not without touching each other, and you know what occurs when a man long lies with a long woman. Or perhaps you don't. I hope you don't. I won't tell you, just in case. I'll give you a tiny gift. So we have Glimmering. My emotions run higher than usual, and there are things that I'll never understand, and those things will always be precious, but just now I am closer to them. So here we'll be able to combine the 2 Glimmering, and we'll get a second lesson learned, which puts me a little bit ahead to studying the Book of Poetry. I think I'm going to still keep going through the White Door. I think it makes a little more sense if I just spread out this passion and reason. I keep trying to stack it, but it never actually works out, so... I suspect I may have to move these, though. Alright. Faint lines in stone, a surface that yields to pressure. We found it. The hidden door moves with a grating shudder and a shower of dust. Oh, also... So, liaison. My companion's breath comes short as they watch the display on the stage, not particularly when the bodies of the performers are unsheathed, but most of all when the certain transformations are manifested. To begin an affair with this character, show that your deepest desires are aligned. Sensation? The evening is going in a direction I hadn't intended. Did I say the wrong thing? Or are they just hopelessly unsuited? Well, in fairness, I did tell her it's like, you know what, screw it. Let's get let's get you working on our reputation. So that's fine. We failed at that. All right. What do I want to do with the talk verb now? If you're curious why I'm leaving this hanger-on available, part of it is actually because I want to have the option of getting rid of a undesirable influence by recruiting them. You'll notice this is a really neat thing about the way that the Mansus works. So notice how when you go through the wood, you get a lot of rumors which come from people like walking around in there and being able to sort of, you see sort of fellow travelers and whatnot. The deeper you get into the Mansus, you stop seeing that. And instead, you start seeing these influences from the hours. The thing is that I don't always want these influences. Some of them can actually be quite unpleasant. So in this particular case, I'm leaving this hanger on so that I can do that thing that I did with the fascination as time went by. This is a personal choice. It's not necessarily the best way to play it, but because I am particularly fragile when it comes to certain types of events, I wanted to make sure that I'm able to manage it. Okay. Let's think about what I want to do with the talk verb. I think I'm going to talk about the red secret. Talking publicly about the invisible arts will attract attention. Perhaps that's what I want. When I close my eyes, figures march behind my eyelids. When I open them, the light hurts. So we've got a pretty decent war chest right now, but the thing is that there's not a whole lot else for me to do with the work verb right now. So I will paint with the restlessness. I don't believe I have any staleness, but I actually don't have any reputation either. So I think I'll put... I'm going to regret doing this, but I'm going to put all passion in. Problem is I might wind up with fascination doing that. All right. Treasures lie before us. So this will give us some notoriety, but of course I'll have Dorothy or Clovette online to make that work. We will use the funds to make the painting better, although again, we may wind up with fascination, and we may not actually wind up with that much money. There are more windows in my soul, but sunlight is not the only thing that passes through a window. So of course I wouldn't have been able to do a 3 passion painting if I didn't get that glimmering from the white door. Okay, we'll go for the furtive truth because I do actually need that for expeditions. Many of the dead enter the mantis through the white door. They wander its corridors in silence until they are lost. Some embrace each other, some devour each other, and some force their way into the dreams of the living. A few record their memories on mantis stone where it is soft. They scratch it with their nails, you see. Last night, I read one of those memories. And I still think the right call here is to keep just going through the white door. I don't have anything else to do with my dreams right now, so I might as well take advantage of exploring that world. All conviction, the world goes away. Exceptional work. This is something special. It may provoke a reaction. So if it generates fascination, I hope it generates it in more than 1.2 seconds. My recent work has gone unnoticed. Nothing is sold. Perhaps the work is its own reward. I hope so. Well, I mean, it is its own reward in the sense that I didn't have to deal with the consequences of the restlessness. And we got 2 glimmering out of it, so I don't even need to do the collection of poetry anymore. I can just double this up, and we'll be able to advance the wild imagination. So all in all, that was a pretty... It wasn't the expected outcome, but it was definitely a good outcome for that painting. Okay, so this is going to be a rather inconvenient time for them to be looking for notoriety. I'm probably going to be getting, like in 5 seconds, I'm going to be getting the notoriety. There's no possible way that we're going to be able to, oh, you know what? I'm not going to have passion for this acquaintance. I wasn't thinking. All right, well, fair enough. But yeah, so the notoriety is going to get scooped up by the detective before we can do anything about it. Which means that I probably want to give up on these expeditions for a little while and want to try and find either a henchman or a... God, this is a tough one, actually. So I might want to find somebody who can get rid of evidence, or I might want to just try and recruit more people. Well, if I want to recruit more people, I can do that through talking, so those aren't mutually exclusive. All right, I know the game plan. So the idea here is that this was just an unlucky roll where I didn't have my passion available at the time. So the altar tilts back like a jaw. Behind it is a pyramid space where only the sun hunters and dawn givers might go. But others have been here too, much more recently. They have left their treasures. I don't think I read this before. So a lonely space musty with the memory of blood. We have found the hidden door that the highest grades of initiate used. So good work, Neville. Notoriety. Entry consultant that expires in 2.6 seconds. And we've got a cracked noonstone. So I actually need to find out where I'm going to put my possessions. I can never figure out where I put my possessions in this game. So we will start... We will start here and see how it goes. Refulgen. A white so pure that it remains visible even in utter darkness. The Elgabaline Manacle. It does not relinquish its grip. And an empty Mithraeum, which is a location. This was a place of worship once. We could make it so again. Okay, so the hard question now is, do I think any of these locations might have use for a Nock character? Or is it better for me to use the Explorer to try and find some people who can deal with the consequences of the notoriety? I hate that I'm doing this, but I'm actually going to try this Congregation of St. Felix of Shurin. Nonconformist enclave of a heterodox sect of a Calvinist offshoot tucked away in an odd corner of the city. They belt out hymns with unsuitable gusto in a throat-scraping language that is that is very much not quite Latin. Okay, membership in the congregation is strictly controlled. It may even be inherited. The safest approach is to burgle the minister's residence while he's conducting a service, but the sworn mothers of the congregation guard the place in shifts, and they are not easily distracted. Okay, this sounds like I'm going to be going up against people, so that is not good for Nock. The remaining factory walls could topple at any moment. Blackened timbers creak in pain. We must equip ourselves properly and move with dreadful care. That is almost certainly a forge mission. Only echoes walk the hospital halls now, but malice lingers in the air. We must search meticulously room by room. That seems more like Lantern. Okay, so unless Gladwin Lake has something that seems like... Oh, you know what? It might. Beneath the surface of the lake, or in some cliffside nook, perhaps some relics remain for us yet. I'm going to try something reckless. Okay, so another lesson learned. Let's double up our glimmering for the last step, and then we'll be able to upgrade our wild imagination, similar to the profound scholarship. Okay, more restlessness, which I don't want. Lodge of the Sage Knight or Orchard of Lights. Let's try the Orchard of Lights this time. I got lucky, so we get a Forgotten Chronicle for being wise. Or lucky. A story of a city without a gate, of a queen who was not born, of a war which was not fought. Last night, I walked in the Orchard of Lights. I plucked the fruit, which is always ripe, and consumed it in 2 bites. The taste is not to be forgotten. As I licked the glowing juices from my fingers, I saw a message carved in the bark of the tree. Excuse me. When I woke, I recorded that message, all I could remember in my diary. So, back to the White Door, it seems. I'm not trying to generate more notoriety right now, except maybe through expeditions, so I don't want to go through the wood. Expedition continues. Our expedition plans for the next challenge. It'll consume funds. I can add funds now, or I can send another follower. So, younger sister. The mother of ants was born among serpents. She has so very many younger sisters. It can be defeated in battle, or it will respond to the mother's power. What the mother's power means, I will leave to your own judgment. All I can say is that I'm adding Neville because I want to see him get eaten by a snake. I hope Eyes of Sin was not listening. I could not muster the passion to bring them into my circle. Perhaps another time. Okay, so that's Mystique. So that passion's not going to be gone forever. So the question is there anything else I want to do with my talk verb right now? And the answer is, beyond trying to go out with some of my cult members, let's say no. Let's say instead I would like to... Yeah, I think I just want to bring more people in. So let's speak of esoteric matters again. It's going to generate Mystique, which is not great, but I'll live with it. So I know I'm going to need some vitality. I think in this particular case, I am going to try the hardened physique. Oh, no, I can't because I'm out of... I'm really out of health? Oh, right, because we're going through the door. Fair enough. Back to Glover and Glover it is then. I mean, it's a little ridiculous that I'm not paying for medicine. I think at this point I should probably just consider it. So, I'm certain that my adversary has lodged a copy of their notes elsewhere, with their solicitor, with their superior, or even with a contact in the press. This is troubling. So, tentative evidence. A hunter has found evidence, real or imagined, of my sins. Hunters with evidence of occult activities become more dangerous. Evidence may survive the death of the hunter who created it. So this is going to be a bit of a challenge. I'm going to keep that by the weary detective. This thing is going to go away in 600 seconds, and I have a feeling that there will probably be other opportunities for them to go nosing around. So what I want to try and do is get rid of the evidence. Moth followers are particularly good at that. Now, that is not something that you would know at this point. All that you know is that characters can be used. And of course, we don't have any moth followers. Although it is worth mentioning that we did run into a couple of moth people before who were good at sort of underhanded deeds. So it's not exactly a leap of logic. But with that in mind, now that I know that there is evidence, we are going to, if we have to abandon this expedition, I mean, the fact that we have to go against the younger sister, I might actually put some more money into it. But by and large, we're going to abandon any expeditions. Well, okay, not abandon. We're going to stop expeditions. We will let the entry consultant expire, and we will we'll take the opportunity to try and find somebody who can deal with this evidence in a timely fashion. The serpent is long enough to coil around a cottage. Its fangs glisten like ice. Probably it will expect the power that we bear. All right. So we get to feed the imagination again. This time I'm going to go to the Lodge in the Sage Night because I think the last time we had winter here, it was Lantern. Nice. All right, the Forgotten Chronicle again. Last night I visited the Lodge of the Sage Knight. My hostess manifested as an elegant woman with fashionably short hair and dark glasses. No, she admits, I don't need them anymore. Any more than I need eyes. Allow me my sentimentalities. But you've come here for knowledge, I expect. Here's a story that I heard in my Carisham days. You're welcome to it. Only remember me if you come to make the pilgrimage. So we've got as many Forgotten Chronicles as we do Furtive Truths, although of course we're currently working on one of the Furtive Truths expeditions. So let's see what's going on here. There are more windows in my soul, but sunlight is not the only thing that passes through a window. So we have the lessons learned that we need. We can now upgrade our wild imagination without needing to use the collection of poetry. That just puts me in a better position when I want to upgrade this even higher. Sooner murder an infant in its cradle than nurse unacted desires. 1 minute. And trying to think whether or not I want to do anything with Dream that's different to try and help with this. No, I do not. So back through the white door. Back! It's too much for us. Well, we get another try, so. Hopefully it doesn't take as many tries as the door, though. I don't think the serpent's going to play nice. All right, so it looks like we've got an acquaintance coming in, which is good. We've got restlessness, which is coming again, which is not good. Okay, so it looks like nobody was hurt. So we'll take another crack at it. We'll have to decide whether or not we want to continue if the next one fails. I think we will for the same reasons that we kept banging our head against that... that secret door, where we just happen to be at a point where we're particularly strong in the aspect that we need. So let's do the painting. So the idea here is going to be my affliction. I just buy, I buy my way out of that with the funds. The restlessness I will paint away, and I'll use the mystique just to get a little extra cash. And then we'll be back to the Glover and Glover job. So, I'm an idiot. I need to wait the 17 seconds for the painting to finish. We'll still be okay though. Well, we'll be. Wait, 17 seconds. Yeah, we'll still have time. I don't want to lose this good job. Okay, more restlessness, which I don't want to deal with. Let's go back to the Sage Knight, and erudition's not bad. I soak up knowledge as a shadow soaks up light. I may be close to advancement. In last night's stream, I was in the lodge of the Sage Knight, behind the white door. It is difficult to remember exactly how I came there, and the mistress of this place, a woman with dark glasses, the woman with the dark glasses, was nodding as if I had asked her a difficult question. Of course I hadn't. I had lost my speech when I passed the white door. How is it that I can speak, she said to me. I didn't come through the white door. I'm not proud of what I did to come here, so let me tell you about something else. Alright, so fevered imagination. Now we can work with this. Yes, I can put the 3 passion in. I was just a little worried about my ability to get acquaintances, but we'll still be able to make that work, so I'm okay with it. We've got 72 seconds for the Glover and Glover job, so unless it takes, like, basically unless a painting takes longer than any other job in the game, we'll be okay. I don't actually specifically know how many seconds it takes to do a painting because it's fragmented in all these little bits. But my understanding is that it is not longer. I think it's slightly shorter than the others. And then now for the affliction, I'm just going to pay and get rid of it because it's nice to have full health. All right, serpent is long enough to coil around a cottage. Its fangs glisten like ice. Probably it will respect the power that we bear. Oh, I have an empty study slot. Oddly enough, I don't think I have any other sort of side quests to do. I've got enough reason for now. I don't see any reason for me to try and turn this erudition into the 4 that I'm going to need to upgrade profound scholarship. So let's start reading some of the works that we need. Now, Locksmith's Stream is the first thing that came out, but I'm going to save that near the end. And this is just because one thing I want to do right now is fill in any gaps that I have for my lore. So for instance, we don't have any Forge lore. We know that exists because these characters are here. The knock that we have is the lowest level. We're doing all right for secret histories. And then, of course, as far as Moth is concerned, we're actually up to level 6. So the priority that I have here is sort of built around where I perceive the need. We have a lore that doesn't exist in our knowledge yet. We have a lore that is at its lower level, and we have the possibility of getting something extra. We have something which we've actually done a fairly good job of informing ourselves about, and then we finally have something which is one of the highest levels that we have. And then, of course, we have something that will give us another language, but we don't have any books in that language to translate yet. So let's start with Traveling at Night. The annotated dream journals of Christopher Alopoli, sometimes called the only readable occultist. Literate, entertaining, bewildering. This is the 3rd volume. Come with me. Kat Caro, an acquaintance. Kat Caro, as she styles herself, earns a living as a stage medium and a fortune teller. She may have deeper talents. You may be able to recruit this acquaintance as a follower. And indeed I shall. But for now, I'm going to... Whoa, that's a good question, actually. Do I want to bring Kat Caro in? She doesn't really bring any skills that I don't already have. So for now, I will pursue some other avenues. So let's talk about the Red Secret again. And we will pay for the paint just because it'd be nice if we can get a return on it. It's never guaranteed, but in this case, I'm sort of wealthy enough that it doesn't hurt to put something extra into it. All right, Serpent's still too much for us. good day, all conviction, the world goes away. Oop, finished. I've created something distinctive and beautiful. It will very likely enhance my reputation. So my recent work is considered notable. I've exhibited the latest paintings publicly. Surely someone will buy something. Now, unfortunately, we wound up with fascination for that. And I don't have a direct way of dealing with it at the moment. I gained some glimmering, but I'm not too worried about that. I don't think I'm going to be able to do anything with it. Now, the mystique that I just earned is a little bit of a mixed blessing. So the good news is that when I generate notoriety for finishing this expedition, it will be very deeply buried, and so it's entirely possible that the weary detective will not be able to find it until it expires. The drawback, of course, is that if I want Dorothy or Clovette to try and get rid of it, it's far more likely that they're going to take out one of these mystiques than it is the notoriety. So my recent work is considered notable. Right, we already read that, and we got 3 funds for it, so it did have a decent return. And I don't have any staleness, which is always nice. Ooh, an expedition member has fallen. Our numbers dwindle. This is actually a fairly important one. So their wounds are grievous. Heal a fallen follower with Oh, I can heal him. But they'll expire in the 1 second anyway, so. Okay, logistical difficulties. I am astonished that this counts as 7 knock. I don't think that number is true. So I'm just going to let this expedition end. So remember how previously I was saying, I'm going to keep going for it because right now it's, the cost from before are sunk costs. The present right now is that I get a better run on, than what I would coming back. Well, the removal of the entry consultant now, I mean, again, assuming I'm correct in saying that this number will reset after we get to the next stage of the expedition. This is the case where I'm putting money towards the weaker expedition. I would not have set out to do this expedition this way in its current form. So it makes as much sense for me to just say, let it expire. Yes, we spent money that we're not going to see the return on, but the expedition as it stands right now just it's not going to have a likely success compared to what we had previously. All right, I have healed, and we have read Traveling at Night. So to reach the stag door, I believe that all you really need is to want something enough. But I've never wanted anything that much, except, of course, Baldamera, and I'm very much afraid that the knot in the story is this. What Baldamera wants is the stag door. But here's something that I learned in Persia. Perhaps it'll teach you what you want. So we've got the extra erudition, and now we've got the Smith's secret. In 5 continents, smiths have whispered the same words to iron. Murderers have been known to whisper these words too, and adepts, of course. These words are spoken in a ritual to inspire an unmerciful change. If you guys can just give me a quick second here. I wanted to send off a quick... Just have a quick message I need to send off. Okay. Sorry for the silence. I just want to check in on something. All right. I just wanted to check the time. Okay, so this is the last little bit of lore which we have not introduced yet. So the Smith's Secret in we've already read that, but Forge, fire, I once read, is the winter that warms and the spring that consumes. The principle of Forge transforms and destroys. So now we have all of the different types of lore. This doesn't mean that we have what we need. Obviously, there are different levels of lore, and it's very clear that our progress in the Mansis is going to be limited by the highest level lore that we have, highest appropriate level lore that we have. But of course, the only way that we'll get more lore is by doing more expeditions and reading more books. So for now, let's do a treatise on the underplaces. The reason I'm doing this is this will take 60 seconds to run. Then this thing will have 30 seconds left, so I'm going to be able to double it up for a higher level of erudition. If it happens that I'm in a good position to get even more erudition, then it makes sense to pop the collection of essays. But basically the idea here is that I'm going to be able to buy time, and I will delay the countdown for the lesson learned. So this is just me trying to make the most of the timings that I have. And I just want to do a quick refresh on the Steam page to make sure that, okay, broadcasts up and running. I had some problems last time just in terms of things like transcoding and all of that, so I just wanted to make sure that things were properly set up. They are. Okay, dream time. Let's go back to... Okay, we're going to go to the white door, but we're actually going to do something a little different. So there is an argument for me to, use more of these Forgotten Chronicles and whatnot, and I absolutely will do that. But I'm also interested in another thing. And that's particularly the fact that there is the desire. And more importantly, we did just read, it was in the book. We actually just saw a reference in terms of these wants and whatnot. So it seems appropriate that we'll take that knowledge in terms of, what do you desire? What do you need? Well, the game has kind of already told us, it's not going to accept another type of lore. It's going to accept your desire. And so we'll try it here. To the stag door, the ascent is slow. Winds from nowhere pluck at me. My skin is stained with light. The wood shivers with motion far below. In the meantime, let's do the treatise on the underplaces. Because like I said, it'll take 60 seconds to run, to do the research on one of these things. The walls of the Mansis, Herschelt begins, are the size of starlight. Many of his directions are equally unhelpful, but common relationships do emerge. Also, I don't know if I read these before, but here in the 17th century mystic and antiquarian Claude Herschelt describes the bounds or underplaces on the borders of dream. He warns that they shift over time. All right. So another season of suspicion coming up, which I'm completely fine with because we are not going to, we're not going to get notoriety. All right, so it turns out we did get dread, though. I didn't expect that. So we can try again when the dust is settled. So we gain some mystique for the effort. Neville's all right. The hulking fellow will just hang around. I don't really have a lot for them to do, unfortunately. And Gladwin Lake just sits there mocking us. So what do I want to do with Explore? Let's think about this. Probably going to Moorlands makes the most sense right now. I can obviously get these other locations, but I have no shortage of locations that I want to visit. I actually need people to go into them. And given the fact that we're going to have a season of suspicion, which is eating all of this mystique for the next little while, it wouldn't hurt to lay low, especially with the evidence and whatnot. So the fact of the matter is I've got 419 seconds where I would prefer to have the evidence not get any worse. I've got a string of mystique which will kind of keep the wary detective on the trail, and so make me want to do actions that don't generate notoriety on their own. And so it seems like a good time to actually start doing some of the activities that I was wanting to do anyway, namely, read some of the books, acquire new books. We haven't even touched Oriflamme's auction house yet. And then also try and recruit people. Recruiting people, of course, will generate more mystique, which gives more stuff for the wary detective to do, and a longer time for the tentative evidence to wear out. So for the time being, I'm going to stop with the expeditions for a while. We were really relying on the fact that we had a somewhat strong hire. Now that that's gone away, we'll acknowledge the new set of circumstances, and we'll sort of rebuild our priorities to address the state that we're in right now. So we're still working at G&G, right? So we will take Moreland's shop. By the way, fun fact, this is complete like nonsense biography on a channel where you guys are here for Cultist Simulator rather than me. One of the first like real jobs, so like I had a weird career curve where like I started developing web pages for people, and then after I had actually gone into a bit of schooling, post-secondary schooling, then I actually got a quote-unquote real job that is like, you know, you work for a boss who has looked at your resume and hired you, and that job was at Starbucks. And because the intersecting streets were G and G, that Starbucks was referred to as G&G. And it's funny because it started off with like one of the best managers that I've ever had. But as is the way in positions like that, they're talented. And so they got to move up to another, I believe they left Starbucks at a certain point. And then one of the worst managers I've ever had wound up working there. So G&G, Glover and Glover, quite literally comes up as G&G to me, just at the Starbucks. I have had other Glover and Glover style jobs, but that's, I don't know. When I talk about the way that the game sort of, you can relate to it, I'm sure everybody sort of has their own little stories in terms of how these things work. And for me, that's definitely, I think that's definitely one of the fun little points where clearly that was not intended, and it only has a special meaning to me, but it's there, so I always think about slinging coffee. It takes time to sort the gold from the dross, the wheat from the chaff, the blood from the water. If I buy enough books, I will find something interesting. So 30 seconds until we find out what goodies we found. All right, I've got the introduction to the histories. The 17th century mystic and antiquarian Claude Hirschelt describes divergent incidents in 5 major histories. So we'll slightly bump the locksmith stream off for that, just because for the same reason that the Wainscot histories is interesting to us. And similar story here, we'll just keep buying books until we run out of money or run out of books. We'll obviously be acquiring books at a rate faster than we can read them, but that's fine because at some point I'm not going to be able to use that Explore. Also, let's think about the future. So I've been dodging this for a while, but I'm going to work at Glover and Glover, curl my hands into the correct shapes, and begin. Ambition. The younger Glover's board seat remains unoccupied, so we will employ passion towards it. We'll see what we can get done. Oop, looks like we've got old and happy far off things coming up, so that's going to be a little bit of a dilemma. We of course still have the dread that we're working with, but the hope will be that I'm able to take the old and happy far off things. I'm going to be able to paint something that makes me content, and as a result we'll be able to get rid of the dread. Acquaintance, come with me. So we've got Yzabet. Now Yzabet is actually a high priority for me. So here's more Mystique. We'll take the Passion and the Red Secret and set those aside. Yzabet is somebody who actually winds up being Moth. Now again, I know this, I know this because I've played the game a lot. But in this case, there's a couple ways you can do it. You can try and queue up a whole bunch of followers and then bring them into the cult. Alternatively, you could try and say, okay, you know, I bring one in as an acquaintance and then I recruit them to the cult and so on and so forth. So in this case here, we'll bring in Yzabet because I do actually want a Moth follower, and I'll bring in the rest while I'm at it. So Let's take the Church of the Bright Edge. Yzabet has always been most comfortable by moonlight. She has excellent night vision. She is often overlooked in daylight. You might be able to recruit this acquaintance as a follower. So we will use the Knife Secret. This one is ready. Herschelt's Treatise on the Underplaces, a picturesque account of a journey through nightmare, interspersed with what might be partial rites. On the 18th ascent is Bud. On the 36th ascent, the Blossom. And we have the Iguvine Rite. Every door in the Mansis requires its sacrifice before it will open. The Iguvine Rites prescribe the manner of the sacrifice. Nearly every summoning rite requires knock influence. This lore will provide it. So, as was our hope, we did actually wind up getting a higher level knock lore for that. So far our ordering has actually been pretty sensible. We'll now move on to the Wainscot histories. Subtitled Stories from Behind the Walls, a miscellany of non-traditional histories compiled by William Gore, including battles not generally acknowledged and countries which appear on no map, told in a playful, apparently fictional manner. Gore does not mention the Mansis directly, but constant coy metaphorical references to ascending the staircase of years, to the doors of sleep, and to the blue light of dawn suggest he had commerce with the unseen world. So, this one is not going to give you direct information about the game, but let's talk a little bit about this write-up. So, we'll take this line by line. Gore does not mention the Mansis directly, but constant coy metaphorical references to ascending the staircase of years, to the doors of sleep, and to the blue light of dawn suggest they had commerce with the unseen world. So, ascending the staircase of years, I kind of took to be the secret histories in terms of the exploration. Although ascending the staircase of years to the doors of sleep, that is a little bit harder to reconcile secret histories with the doors of sleep. Then there's the blue light of dawn, and this comes from reading the rest of the game, where they refer to sort of the cobalt blue of the Mansis and whatnot. So in this case here, like, this doesn't, to the best of my knowledge, doesn't necessarily tell you anything that you need to know for progressing inside of the game. But here are some examples in terms of the way that the game will refer to certain concepts, and if you can unpack them, these books actually wind up telling you what you need to do as you move on through the game. It's actually why sometimes when I play this game, especially when I'm streaming it and when I'm talking, I will sometimes skip over certain text, but when I play the game, I actually read and reread pretty often, because depending on the context, you're going to think about things in a different way. Remember that sort of insight that we had that said you could put fascination into recruitment? Well, that was because we knew that it was an influence, and we knew we wanted to get rid of it, and we knew we wanted to recruit someone. So if you do that, you actually tend to find that the game can be a little bit more rewarding in terms of just some of the alternative paths that you take. Anyways, we will now read the Wainscot histories. The Stag Door, a ridged barrier of blood-streaked horn, huge enough for a ship to pass. It was broken long ago, and even now the scars are not quite healed. And a declivity beside the door rests a vast and wounded golden head. Its mouth would be large enough to swallow me, were its jar not shattered. It is the name, Girby. It begins to intone its riddle. So, here we have the Stag Door's riddle. What may be lost? Answer this riddle to pass the Stag Door and be accounted a no. Now, I know the chat activity has been a little bit lower, but whether you're watching this on YouTube or whether you are, if you want to chat, I'd love to know it. But can anybody here think of where we have heard this riddle before? Because we have, and knowing that we've heard this riddle before will make us a no. I will take a minute to actually take a sip of water. I'm not actually at the 1 hour mark where I normally do these breaks, but this will be a chance to think a little bit about it. Because again, I will tell you right now that we have on the table everything we need to progress from that riddle. One way I could approach it would be to brute force every card and to see if it works. But that would be very long, that would be very tedious, and that wouldn't necessarily be very fun. But there is actually a direct reference to that riddle. There's been a reference to that riddle in a book. There's been a reference to that riddle in a card. And now that riddle has appeared on the Stag Doors riddle. So see if you can remember it. If you haven't gotten to this, by the way, this would be the point where if you know you're going to play the game, you haven't gotten this far, I would recommend, but like if you know for sure that you're going to wind up playing the game and you're not making some kind of a decision based off of this would actually be a point that I would recommend that you stop watching. As much as I love to have people watch this stuff and all of that, this would be a good time to turn it off because this is a nice little transition point in terms of the game. And I think this would be the point where you want to stop getting guidance from people, or at least stop relying on it. But for the rest of us, I'm going to enjoy a little sip of water, and then we'll pursue the Stag Doors riddle, assuming that people don't have any other questions or anything like that. Again, feel free to ask them in chat, or otherwise make yourself known. You can even say hi. You can also ask general questions about the game. You don't have to ask specifically about stuff that's coming up, but why do I play this game so long, and why do I talk so much? Okay. I think I'm ready to go. I just have one last thing I'd like to check on my notifications. Cool. So, I'm going to go straight back into the Mansis. Gearby's riddle. In my dream, I will stand again before the Stag Door, a ridged barrier of blood-streaked horn broken long ago, not yet quite healed. That vast and golden head Gearby will await the answer to my riddle. So, it will take lore. So if you wanted to reduce all of the cards, you can. But if you recall, when we got the Ecdysis parable, it actually referred to Medusa's riddle and whatnot. And if you read the lore, the Ecdysis riddle is what may be lost. What may be lost? Answer this riddle to pass the Stag Door and be accounted to know. So, there are many answers to this question. As the shedders of skin know, here is mine. And of course, we'll see if it works. But I sound very confident for a reason. I have found something noteworthy. On the White, Solomon Husher writes, perhaps allegorically, of winter and its long, slow, doomed romance with the sun. The epigraph is sunset at noon. So we'll put the... I feel bad that we're knocking the Locksmith stream back so often, but we do have... Moth is one of the highest lores that we have, so I want to try and fill up the other categories. So again, we go back to Moorlands because we can. Once I'm done with Glover and Glover, I am going to want to try and paint the paint that restlessness away. A half glimpse wistfulness has touched me. I completely forgot to add the fascination, by the way. So before they speak the words, the novice must sharpen a knife so it can separate a drifting thread, and it be not sharp enough, it will be the worse for them. So... Elizabeth sleeps in fits and starts. She rises at dusk to do things that Elizabeth does. So now we have a level 2 Moth follower. That will be particularly helpful with evidence, but I don't actually want to try using her on the evidence yet. I have another way of dealing with that. So, let's go talking to Cat Caro. And this time I am actually going to use the fascination. I had meant to do that before. This one is ready. I'll just read the... You'll notice that the text changes each time that you advance them. So Cat Caro, as she styles herself, earns a living as a stage medium and a fortune teller. She may have deeper talents. I've got something noteworthy. The 6 letters on necessity, warnings and confessions about the cost of the invisible arts, addressed to a student by the 17th century magus and reputed immortal, Julian Cosley. So I think the Forge and Winter basically have sort of the same priority in terms of lore. Again, we keep going to Moorlands until we run out of money or we run out of books. And we're just going to let the erudition and glimmering die just because we have other uses for study right now. All right, so we didn't get the promotion. But let's paint our frustration away. This will probably wind up giving me staleness, but that's fine. I have a fairly reliable source of income, and of course we now have contentment, which is nice. Some days are better than others. Sometimes the sky is nothing like a filthy sheet. Sometimes the river runs clear. So even if I don't get contentment out of the painting, we've now dealt with the dread, and it was. I probably would have lost the fascination to decay as it is, but it's nice to know that we don't have to worry about that. So it was common at the time of, it was common in that time to speak of the division of the sun, by which contemporaries understand the eruption of the barbarian forces and of their uncouth gods. So we've got another furtive truth. We probably have enough to explore all of the continent, but I'm still not going to give up buying books from Moorlands because we're in a good position to do so. And Cat Caro, a bright-eyed, watchful woman who recalls her dreams perfectly. So we will move her into place. And I might as well add the hanger-on because I know that I'm going to be bringing in more people in a minute anyway. So hanger-on, congratulations, you've now joined the Church of the Bright Edge. Oh, and I want to read the introduction to the histories. So 17th century mystic and antiquarian Claude Hirschalt describes divergent incidents in 5 major histories. The prologue warns at length of the iniquities of one Julian Cosley, a former colleague who Hirschalt now describes darkly as a worm of worms. It seems that Cosley advised Hirschalt early in the writing of this book, but Hirschalt later became suspicious. Really doesn't seem like I have that many books when you look at it this way. All right, we've got The Burning of the Unburnt God, compiled by J. Wrigglesworth Jensen from Oral Traditions in Rural Persia. So that's another Forge one. There's a fun story, J. Wrigglesworth Jensen. So when the Kickstarter was happening, there was sort of a condition on... there's a condition on sort of the developers having final veto over the names. And this is because for Sunless Sea, they had, name an island, and apparently somebody had suggested Dank Meme Swamp, which incidentally is probably the biggest return on investment. Anybody whoever bought the tier and then suggested Dank Meme Swamp, this is the name for the off-topic channel in the Discord. It's, and it's an anecdote that keeps coming up over and over again about why. So it's actually probably one of the most memorable names that somebody's come up with. But anyways, so there is a condition on, I reserve the right to remove any unsuitable names. So J. Wrigglesworth Jensen kickstarted the game and had a name to put inside the game, and apparently the email was, I'm saying this is coming from the blog, so this is stuff that you can read on your own. But absolutely the email was, I have an unusual name, is this acceptable for the game? And it's a tough one. It definitely seems like the sort of thing where somebody would be pulling your leg, with due respect to Mr. Jensen. But in this case, I think the fact that it was emailed and was requested as opposed to just being a name that appears led to its inclusion inside the game. So there's a fun little anecdote that you get if you followed from the Kickstarter. Okay, I want to go back to Moorlands so that I can get more books. And obviously I want to read those books at some point, but for now we'll continue with Hirschalt's work. Again, I'm just going to spend the money because I might as well again, if I can get a return out of the paintings, great. It's really just preventing the additional dread that I'm focusing on. Looks like an old and happy far off thing's actually triggered there, but let's see if that happened. So I have a trembling heat. Now this is actually kind of helpful for some summonings. The only problem is that I don't have a use for it right now. So we can try the Ascent of Knives or the Painted River. And in this case, I'm going to try the Painted River. And we got an erudition, a lesson learned. So I'm ready to improve. Use this with your scholarship skill to improve the skill and gain reason. It lasts up to 5 minutes before it decays back to an erudition. So we'll leave that there. I'm still not in a point where I'm going to be ready to upgrade my scholarship quite yet, but the Painted River runs from a great chamber near the White Door, far through the Mansus, to its far edge where it enters the painted delta of Far Cloud. I voyaged half its length last night with a stern-faced captain beneath a rust-red sail, and the clouds rose before us. The sailors raised a yearning shanty and close-hauled the sails to best use the painted wind. And all the while, the captain and I discoursed of the secrets of the House of the Sun. So if I get enough of these things, I'm actually able to upgrade my my scholarship, but it's not a high priority for me right now. So we've got the way through the Stag Door, more progress. Unfortunately, we did get old and happy far off things. This is likely due to the fact that, so if it's not obvious, some of this stuff triggers when certain aspects are invoked, and because it was a moth lore, we were unlucky enough that we got an old and happy far off things. The real problem with this one is that I do need to get back to G&G. The fact of the matter is that I'm not going to have enough time to finish this painting and paint another one, so I think I am going to have to take the hit and get the dread. But what may happen is I might be able to use it in a induction, and the other possibility is I'll get a contentment out of this painting, which I can use to nullify the dread right away. Anyways, I'm not ready to dream about my sensation, but do I want to go through the Stag Door or the White Door? I'm just trying to think about this for a minute. I think I want to go through the Stag Door in this case. So I should probably actually read this text here. So, in my dreams I found my way to the Stag Door, sometimes called the Horn Gate or the Adept's Door. I have answered its riddle, and I am counted among the know. So in my dreams I know the path to the Stag Door through the mazes of the bounds. Gearby will let me pass, but the path is always a puzzle. I will need reason. The Stag Door is the Adept's Gate. To pass it is to be initiated into the first true mystery of the House of the Sun. The head Gearby weeps to see me enter where it cannot, but it must let me pass. The scarred valves of the door grind open. Okay, so we're back. We're back on our path. We'll see what happens when the recruitment happens. Okay. Before they speak the words, the novice must first sharpen the knife so it can separate a drifting thread, and it be not sharp enough, it will be the worse for them. So regrettably, I don't think we're going to be able to get recruitment in before. So this was the challenge. This was actually the blunder. I should have kept somebody available for recruitment, because this is exactly the one time I would have liked to have had somebody to nullify that, but can't undo it. So let's keep talking about the red secrets and see if we can get people to bite. Rote effort. Honestly, I'm only going through the motions. The quality of my work will no doubt suffer. So we have Traveling at Night, Volume 1. Okay, so we both get to see Christopher and Teresa's takes on Moth. Again, we just go back to Moorlands. We're obviously lower on funds than we used to be, but we're not in a terrible spot. So my recent work is considered significant. I may yet earn a living from this, but nothing is certain. Well, I don't see any money. But we did get the contentment we were looking for, which is good. That's astonishing. I don't think I've ever seen a pure reputation run produce nothing. Anyways, we do want to go back to Glover and Glover, and I will employ my reason to go in, and I will use my passion to... I wonder if I can put anything else in. No, just my passion. Alright, so we've got restlessness to deal with. Again, I think I'm just going to let this tick down. I don't have as much to worry about in the trembling in the air because I don't have anything that's going to generate fascination. We do have to worry about dread in 57 seconds, though. That's a pity. So it means that this thing is going to turn into dread right around the time. Oh, hang on. No, it definitely will. It definitely will. So I need to find a way to get rid of this restlessness. Hirschhold identifies blood, silver, design, and the worms as the central axes of each of the histories, and claims that the so-called second history is the true one. Let's read on the white. Solomon Husher writes, perhaps allegorically, of winter and its long, slow, doomed romance with the sun. The epigraph is sunset at noon. On closer investigation, the work seems to be a theory of aesthetics, or perhaps a set of warnings about the dangers of painting. Okay, so we got a fleeting reminiscence. Even the wolf despair prowls elsewhere. No dread empowers this despair. It's over for now. And we have The Humors of a Gentleman, Samuel Savage's satirical comedy on the intrigues of the ailing but cunning John Sun, his mistress Mavelyn, her lover Leo, and the upstart Corvino. So here we'll just file that in front of the moth books because, again, we're still looking for higher level lantern. And once again, we add to our library. Moving right along. We can take the subtle rupture, but I don't have any use for the influence. We can try the ascent of knives, or we can try the painted river. Now, there is a risk that I'm taking by going to the painted river here, but I don't actually remember exactly how these all work. So the one thing I know is I don't need the subtle rupture. So I was afraid that was going to happen. So we got fascination right around the time we have the season of vision. So light leaks through the cracks. My mind is brighter than it ever was. The higher I rise, the more I see. I dreamt of the mansus behind the white door, of the great space above the orchard, the space that overlooks the bounds, the space where the vagabond once painted her river. Painted ships passed upon the painted river. I met the painted eyes of a painted captain. She saluted, and the motion was like the layered movement of clouds. The sail of the ship was amber, and the captain's eyes the green of new barley, and the river aquamarine. Now that I'm awake, I can see those colors still. So this is going to be a little cheesy, but the thing to remember here is that this fleeting reminiscence lasts for 99 seconds. So what would normally happen is this fascination goes into the season of visions, then it would turn over, fleeting reminiscence goes in, everything goes away. What I'm going to do instead is I'm going to collect all. I'm going to take the the fascination and the fleeting reminiscence. I'm just going to force the issue. It does mean that I actually don't go through the mansus again for another minute. So this is, if I wanted more things from the mansus, this is actually the worst way to do it, because I miss out on an opportunity to go into the white door or the stag door or something like that. But I also kind of like, having. I don't like having loose ends, so in this case, I'm working with it. As it is, though, because the game was paused, it didn't get taken up by the magnet. So, unfortunately, even if I thought that I was going to be able to put the restlessness towards recruitment, we are getting another mentor. So, Dr. Odeem will have a friend, but I will have some dread to contend with. Goodbye, contentment. And we have Kittling Ripe and the Moldywarp's Grave and Other Stories, a lusciously illustrated tome of loosely connected children's stories collected by one N.K. Field. Few of them are remotely suitable for children. So again, the reason I'm building it this way, we do not need the language that comes out of this book right now. Moth is the highest lore that we have, so I don't really need to be reading any of these books. Forge has got just the level 2 Forge lore. Humors of a Gentleman, we've only got the level 4. This one is actually a slightly higher priority on the chance that we wind up with a level 6. But it's also, we got this out of Moorland, so it's very rare that you get level 6 lore out of this stuff. And then, so basically I'm just kind of, I'm figuring this out in roughly the order in which we have the perceived need. But yeah, I don't really have any good ideas about how to deal with this dread that's going to be coming up. So let's go back to Moorlands and buy a book to make me feel better. And Season of Suspicion, but we're already in it, so I don't need to worry too much about that. So still no promotion. I am committed. So yeah, I can only put reason in the devotion, and we will apply passion towards the ambition. Husher writes distractedly of his hatred of colors and his yearning for death. He hints at a great work that he has envisaged or begun, where the palest of paintings will enthrall the world. He returns again and again to certain compelling phrases, which he claims are the secret words of winter. This gives me another Sexton secret, so we've already got that, but, you know, it's more lore. And then we will read the 6 letters on necessity. So, warnings and confessions about the cost of the invisible arts, addressed to a student of the addressed to a student by the 17th century magus and reputed immortal Julian Cosley. Cosley's tone is urgent, as if he suspected that he may have little time left. And I'll move these things over so they don't bleed into my lore stacks. Morelands is closing. There we go. I'm moving on, Miss Moreland informs you. My stock is largely exhausted and the Suppression Bureau are taking an interest. So it's goodbye. The last book is nonsense, but I've tucked some interesting papers into the back as a thanks for your custom. So we've got words that walk. The syllables of this formula are compelling. I find myself snapping my fingers to its rhythm. It desires not to cease. And we've got something, something, deep mystery, something. A dreadful souffle of half-digested rumor about the secret worlds and of the irrelevance of contemporary morality, including a catalog of unlikely and probably invented debaucheries. If I've bought this from a shop, it probably means that nothing else of interest is still in stock. So we'll just put this under Dr. Adim. I don't think he'll accept this as a commission. And we will now turn our attention to Oriflamme's auction house. Now, the reason why I didn't go here first is that auctions are a tricky business. People can try to outbid you. So we perch on alarming... did I ever explain this? Yes, the unexplained fire. So we perch on alarming Rietveld chairs in a windowless auction room with vividly burnt orange walls, waiting for the auctioneer to announce what he's offering. The reek of new paint makes the brain spin. So I'm not going to sell anything yet. I could, of course, try and sell something deep mysteries, but it's a memento. So let's start, and we'll see what comes up. The air is curdled now. I am home again in this lumpen flesh. Better, perhaps. So let's go back through... it's a tough call, actually. I think I will go back through the stag door, though. If I get another, oh no, a fascination actually isn't bad. It's the dread, and I don't think I can get dread from there. A crowd of pinched faces, glinting eyes. Who will bid? So in this particular case, I'm bidding for Kerner and Gut. I've already, sorry, got a little spider who's... I'm totally fine with them hanging around, but it's really hard when they're actually right in front of my eye. So yeah, I'm not going to do Kerner and Gut because we've already got that book. What was I going to say about the patron? Sorry, I got completely distracted by that. More Mystique. Sulochana Amivasa. Or Amavasaya? I'm really bad at pronunciation. All right. Back to the talk. Now, it's not terrible that the rate of book acquisition is sort of shortened, has gone down because, of course, I do actually need to read all of these things. And I'm still trying to get that promotion at Glover and Glover. So one of the reasons why I wanted to try pursuing this is because I'm going to be on my best behavior. I still have 2 minutes while I don't want to generate any notoriety. The auction is over. The lot has gone elsewhere. I retain my funds. So let's go back, see what the next thing is. And like I said, this is basically kind of the rebuilding period where I'm trying to get as many people and as many bits of lore as I can before I start going on expeditions again. So even the sun can be divided, though it require the Forge of Days for its division. So we've got the Smith's Secret. Again, we kind of got something that we already knew that we had, but it doesn't hurt. The Burning of the Unburnt God. All right, so Jensen hypothesizes a pre-Zoroastrian fire deity whose rites were the rites of smiths. So I happen to know that this one gives us something special, but I'll leave it be for now. I do think I will take the last collection of poetry. I won't spend too much on it, but in this case, I can just automatically get... I've got use this with 4 more lessons learned to gain more passion. So if I want, I can just pop all 4 collections of poetry and do the upgrade. So let's keep bugging Glover and Glover to get me on the board, damn it. Okay, Forgotten Chronicle is a little tempting to try and take. I think I am. It's because we got 3 of them, and we haven't explored any of that yet. So, last night, Gearby was talkative. He spoke in his siege engine voice of the histories he'd overheard in the waking world. I listened until his stories tailed off again into weeping. So here again, we'll go back through the stag door. Because I'm so focused on trying to move up in Glover and Glover, I'm not going to use the stag door for anything else. And I have enough reason to be able to sort of afford to dedicate both resources to these efforts. So, like I said, it's one of these ones where this isn't the most... Like, in terms of all of the things that you think you would be doing in a cultist game, probably this is not exactly the point where you're on the edge of your seat. This is, again, strengthening the position for the next batch of expeditions. But there's still useful stuff that's happening. It just happens to be a little more repetitive, and so it's sort of hard to say, you know, I'm reading this book because I want the lore. Like, I kind of figure you guys know that already, so... I'm not going to buy this collection of poetry because, again, I'm fairly certain this is the last batch of improvements that I need to make. And so buying any more poetry just wouldn't work out. Now, again, the trysts and interludes will get contentment out of this, which will help me with my dread problem. And we do have a season of visions coming up, which means my next trip to the Mansis could be a bit of a dangerous one. Jensen ultimately concludes, with apparent reluctance, that the deity was a goddess. He suggests that its gender may have been the cause for its suppression. The rites described are often eerie, sometimes grisly. So here we've got the rite of the crucible soul. This rite uses an instrument of power to set the blood afire. Fire is the lesion in the skin of the world. The assistant rarely survives unharmed. And we have an ardent orison. When we watch a fire, what are we watching for? When we find it, these are the words that it will speak. A word that sanctifies the change that comes when the seared skin peels. Okay, so Rite of the Crucible Soul, here we go. So we do have another ritual. The only problem is that this ritual involves sacrificing someone, and I don't really want to get rid of any of these people. Moving right along, we will now read The Humors of a Gentleman. So, Samuel Savage's satirical comedy on the intrigues of the ailing but cunning John Sun, the mistress Mavelyn, her lover Leo, and the upstart Corvino. By the end of the first act, Mavelyn has revealed a secret door to the walls of the house to Leo, and Corvino has taken to consuming worms. The auction is over, the lot has gone elsewhere. I retain my funds. Alright, Gartside's Sanskrit Reader, another book I don't need. Crowd of pinch faces, glinting eyes, who will bid? It's not terrible that I'm not buying these books, by the way. It just means that my savings is going up. So there was the danger that there was fascination last time, but it's not always the same result. So Forbidden Epic. The attention of the hours is drawn to the bloodiest wars. Afterwards, the histories are braided like hair. Exploring with this scrap of knowledge may uncover secret locations in the land beyond the forest, across the continent. So this is an even higher level that we've not yet gotten. So there's a great chamber in the Mansis through which the painted river flows. The vagabond, it is claimed, painted it from memory in the years before she left the house. Certainly, there are histories concealed in its design. I traced them with my hand last night. There were fragments of aquamarine paint beneath my nails, flecks of gold leaf when I was done. So, back through the stag door again. There's plenty of stuff that we can get there. And still not giving me my promotion, damn it. Sylvia. Sylvia lost her eye in the woods when she was 9 years old. Every year at Candlemas, she returns to the place she buried it. You might be able to recruit this acquaintance as a follower. I'd like to, actually, but in this particular case, I am going to leave Sylvia aside so that I can try and get another person who would be good for getting rid of unwanted influences. So I will definitely recruit Sylvia. I just want to have a second person in the queue. So we are going to talk about the Red Secret as always. There is incidentally something else that I can do with my dedication sensation, but I'm a little focused on trying to advance my career at Glover and Glover. The funny thing is, all of this stuff that motivated this attempt to improve my station at Glover and Glover, all of that is going away. So, all right, back to the Oriflamme's job, or not job, but back to the auction house to see if there's anything good. And Gildersleeve's Latin Grammar, the first book that we got, so another one that we won't read. I mean, I could try and buy it and sell it again, but I suspect it would result in me in no net, there wouldn't be any net benefit, so. The play is scabrous and occasionally hilarious. The characters are contrary and capricious. Many of the more resonant lines might well be formula of power disguised in plain sight. So we've got our third Watchman's Secret. And now we will read the long-belated Locksmith Stream's Stolen Reflections. The fourth volume of Teresa Gallmer's expansive work no longer a discussion of the dreams of artisans, but a valuable survey of other works. The tome is calmer than that of Trespasses, but occasionally fearful, even paranoid. This volume was published in 1926, but almost immediately recalled in pulp by the publisher, at the request of the author, or possibly the authorities, depending on which story you believe. Few copies survive. Janus is the gatekeeper, the twin god, the god that wounds, the pressenger of changes, the sun, the moon, so we identify him with the watchman, the twins, with the mother, with the forge, with the Menascate, and the Madrigard. He cannot be all of these, can he? The Flamins knew the church, knew the dry land, knew Elgabalus. Is he then synthesis, or is he something else? In Galatia, they called him Ianus Lamius, but the Obliviates are notorious for their slanders. One quick accessibility note. I mean, the UI is working well for me, but you can actually scale the UI by 25% either way. You can also change the grid snapping. You can also change the duration of the info windows, and then there's also high contrast and accessible card text. I don't play with those because they're not ones that I personally need, and I haven't, when I normally do broadcasts, I haven't had the request from most users that be the case. But if anybody would benefit from them, obviously let me know. But in my own particular cases, it's not needed, so that's the only reason I don't play with them. I should have mentioned that off the top, sorry. Okay, I actually still have use for Forgotten Chronicles. Given the fact I'm a little nervous about generating fascination, I think I'm going to be weak and go for that one. It's hard to say that I want a fifth one, though, because that's kind of even with Furtive Truths. So last night, Gibby was talkative. He spoke in the siege engine voice of the histories he'd overheard in the waking world. I listened until his stories tailed off again into weeping. So once again, we follow the routine. And we have Stum, a can of nitrate film labeled Stum, silent or perhaps mute. The director's name, Jurnek Krossa, is shakily appended. And looks like we've got another recruit. Very insistent about the board seat. Okay, so exotic cravings, we know that we're going to have to deal with some restlessness and possibly dread in a little bit. The auctioneer makes note of my name and signals one of the attendants. I have my prize. I hope it is worth it. So we're going to leave Stum on the other side for now, because it's a little unique in the fact that it's a film. But we will continue to go to Oriflamme's. In fact, one thing I can do is just move everything one to the left. Okay. So, a true and complete accounting of the Asclepian mysteries of the roots of the house, reproduced by one Riley Gressa from supposedly a much older text in Greek, which we do know. So this is a book we haven't read yet. This is definitely a priority for picking up. Oh, and we got fascination, unexpected fascination. So Janus has, they say, not one face, but two, to which I reply, why only one? Why only two? Herschelt and Cosley, according to Thomas Love Denman, once agreed that Janus was all the gods and none, but later Herschelt insisted that he was all the gods, and Cosley favored simply none. Denman was a sinister dilettante, but this rings true of them both. So if I want to get rid of the fascination right away, I've got two fleeting reminiscences, but I actually think I have a better option available to me. And this is a pretty cool book. So we've got another ecdicist parable, as well as an unmerciful mantra. Mercy, saith the watchman, is found only in shadow, which means I can actually complete Dr. Adim's commission. So there's a little bit of an argument now for me abandoning this effort to try and get a promotion at Glover and Glover, and instead to fulfill a commission, and then to paint away the restlessness. So if I want to get rid of the fascination right now, I can use a fleeting reminiscence, and instead, if I wanted, I could let this restlessness decay into dread and then combine them that way. Season of Suspicion is coming up in 60 seconds, so I think... Sorry, 36 seconds, so let's see what happens. Oh, I need to read Traveling at Night. The Annotated Dream Journals of Christopher Alopoli, sometimes called the only readable occultist, literate, entertaining, bewildering. The wood lies outside the walls of the Mansis. As any student of the histories knows, the Mansis has no walls. All right. Sorry, I just needed to tab out to check something. And away we go. All right, so we have a Trembling Heat. Again, I tend not to care too much for that one, at least in the current state I'm in. There's a possibility the Painted River may have secret histories, though. May also have fascination, but let's give it a shot. Well, erudition's not bad. I am ready to improve. The Painted River runs from a great chamber near the White Door, far through the Mansis, to its far edge where it enters a painted delta of far cloud. I voyaged half its length last night with a stern-faced captain beneath a rust-red sail. As the clouds rose before us, the sailors raised a yearning shanty and close-hauled the sails to best use the painted wind, and all the while the captain and I discoursed of the secrets of the House of the Sun. So, obviously it's been a while since we got that last, so this has since decayed into regular erudition, and again, I'm not going to make any effort to try and improve the quantity, but I'll be happy that we didn't get fascination. And we still don't have any indication in terms of what's going to happen next. So let's go back through the stag door and see what happens. That actually probably wasn't the smartest thing I could have done. Because if something nasty comes up in 17 seconds, I'm going to have a longer time to wait for my dream. Okay, hanger-on. This is the perfect thing to keep aside. I don't usually use hangers-on that much, but it will allow me to bring Sylvia into the cult. So we'll take the Church of the Bright Edge. So Sylvia lost her eye in the woods when she was 9 years old. Every year at Candlemas, she returns to the place she buried it. Now, if I want, I could actually just use the restlessness here. Yeah, this is a lot easier than I thought. So we'll use the restlessness in the in bringing her on, and we will add the knife secret. So this one is ready. I won the auction. The auctioneer makes a note of my name and signals one of the attendants. I have my prize. I hope it's worth it. So this one we're actually... This one we're going to need to translate, so we'll put that up higher. And as usual, we'll just continue going to Oriflamme's until we think we're not going to find anything worth it. So I won't be able to use this fleeting reminiscence. This one still hangs around, so we'll be able to get rid of the fascination that way. My son, the elder Glover confides, was a dear boy, but he did lack ambition. You, on the other hand, burn with it. I see myself in you, do you know that? I do. Well, I think we can find you a place on the board of directors. All right. Board seat at Glover and Glover. The younger Glover's disappearance left a board seat empty. I now occupy it. If you don't attend this job regularly, you might suffer a demotion. The hours of working, the working day wait in ranks before me. I might just go home after lunch. So 50, this is one of the shortest ways to, or the shortest runs. This is about as long as it would take me to do physical labor. And it's obviously going to generate a lot more money. Okay, so I do want to be careful about the fascination, but that's not going to come until 54 seconds. So I wasn't 100% sure if you could retire with the board seat at Glover and Glover. I think that is as high as you can get. Before they speak the words, the novice must sharpen a knife so it can separate a drifting thread, and it be not sharp enough, it will be the worse for them. So we've got the knife secret back. Sylvia, a believer. Sylvia has detailed knowledge of roof ridges, of the river at low tide, of Irish whiskey, and of conjuring tricks. And we will talk about the Red Secret again. Oops. Talk about the Red Secret again to try and bring in more believers. So, do I want a collection of essays? Yes, I do. I wasn't paying attention to that, but we made it. Oh, another bidder. Someone has matched my bid. I must match it with more funds or forgo my prize. I'm okay spending up on the collection of essays because it's the one that I have less of. And of course, we have a lot of money, so. Elopoli describes how he came to make repeated visits to a dream wood via what he calls silver dreams. Trying to think your way to the wood, he explains, is like thinking your way to being in love. But I did find a secret that helped. So, of course, we've already gone through the wood, but maybe the barber's warning has something to do with the wood. I leave it to your judgment. Or perhaps your experimentation. Okay. A power of the wood enjoys a separation of the lock from the scalp. For attention, burn it. For opportunity, bury it. And let's read Kittling Ripe and the Moldy Warp Grave and Other Stories, a lusciously illustrated tome of loosely connected children's stories collected by one N.K. Field. Few of them are remotely suitable for children. The protagonist, a speechless cat thing called Kittling Ripe, performs a series of elaborate rites to rescue members of her extended family, culminating in the resurrection of her other grandmother, Moldy Warp. I think we're going to wind up... No, wait, we got erudition last time. I don't think we're going to get erudition this time, though. Yeah, we definitely didn't get erudition. That's the problem. I dreamt of the mansis behind the white door and of the great space above the orchard, the space that overlooks the bounds. This space where the vagabond once painted a river. Painted ships passed upon the painted river. I met the painted eyes of a painted captain. She saluted, and the motion was like the layered movement of clouds. The sail of the ship was amber, and the captain's eyes the green of new barley, and the river aquamarine. Now that I'm awake, I see those colors still. So we are not going to have a solution to this fascination within another 27.6 seconds. I could delay it, but I can't get rid of it. I do have a way around it, though. If Glover and Glover had a heart, it would be the accounts department, where money flows like the tides of spring. Its limbs would be its brisk, hushed administrators and clerks. But I sit with the other directors at the peak of its skull, safe, for now, from scandal and financial concerns. Okay, so I have a couple of other opportunities available to me now. I might want to do a commission. I have 98 seconds before I need to go back to work. So in this case, let's start with the dedication sensation. I'm already in no, so we'll add that here. And power. Requires sufficient of the surging intensities of Grail. Not enough yet. Not yet enough. The Red Grail will not attend unless I can merit her attention. I need Grail power of at least 6th intensity, so we need to keep reading books. Very well then. I will at least do some lantern work for Dr. Adim. The auctioneer makes a note of my name and signals one of the attendants. I have my prize. I hope it's worth it. And once again, we'll go back to the auction house just because, hey, if you're a member of the board, you've got money to burn. All right, so Season of Visions, we knew that was coming. Looks like a Season of Despair is coming up as well, so the solution that I was going to try no longer applies. I want to be careful about the books that I read now. But we should be okay. De Bellis Murorum, in Latin, an 18th century epic poem by the pseudonymous Solipstos. Now, it is possible to upgrade your followers to a higher level. The challenge is that right now I just have the basic level of edgelore. So getting books like this one are a fairly high priority because it means that I'm going to be able to make my cultists better. Oh! There's actually something in the Mansis that can help me with this too. I wasn't even thinking about that. When the Snake Witch killed the stag, Kitling scratched out one of its eyes. When the Dry Witch killed the sow, Kitling stole a cup of its blood. And then she took them to the place Moldywarp lay buried, and she took out her hair, and she began to dance. So I have a Wood Whisper for that. We also get a spare Glimmering. Not that I'm really going to use them, but... We'll now read the Journal of Alessandro Lacrosse. Now, the thing is, it's probably more sensible for me to read the true and complete accounting of the Asclepian mysteries of the roots of the house, but at this point, I've been waiting so long to read this journal, I might as well just get it done. Oh, I should actually read what it is, though. Prince Alessandro Lacrosse spent years in secret study of the tablets taken from the Fucine marshes in central Italy. His work will allow you to decipher Fucine texts. And we now have De Bellis Murorum, which I'm going to put ahead of Stum. Although that needs translation too, so I should probably put it on the translation row. Okay, so I want to go through the stag door. There's, again, the danger that I wind up with fascination, but I'm going to be more careful about that. But there are actually things that can help me out here, and will be fairly high priorities before too long. I have finished the manuscript. So this was Dr. Ibn al-Adim called the Alapine has offered you a commission. He would like you to provide him with a very substantial investigation of the severe mysteries of Lantern. And we were waiting for a while to do that because we were short on Lantern lore. But now we can return for our prize. We'll get a little mystique for that. Obviously that'll take us some time. I think that will still trigger for the Season of Suspicion, though. Not that I mind. And we will go to our board seat because I would still like to keep the money flowing. Alright, Dark Days, I must be careful not to let doubts creep in. Now, if I want, I can get rid of the fascination by getting Dread, but if you know that Dread is coming up, I don't know what I lost. I feel really dumb about that. There is actually a way I could go back to an old save, but it's not that big of a deal. Okay, something deep is entirely possible. The last one was something deep mysteries as well. But clearly, so this marks the point where there are no more books for me to buy. If I want to get more books, I need to do it by completing these expeditions. So with that in mind, I need to suit up. Obviously, I need to get my cult in good enough shape to start pursuing these treasures. But yeah, so basically, the one thing you want to be the most scared of is when you have I am seeing things and bleak thoughts, and particularly if each of them have like one dread or fascination respectively, because that means that you're not really able to use the most reliable tools to get rid of those drawbacks. Usually the best way to handle it is you deal with contentment to get rid of the dread, and then you generate dread to get rid of the fascination, assuming of course that you don't get fleeting reminiscences that come up. The inclusion of fleeting reminiscence is something that would get rid of the fascination, is definitely something that makes that a lot easier than it used to be. But anyways, let's translate the complete and true accounting of the Asclepian mysteries of the roots of the house. Reproduced by one Riley Gresse from supposedly a much older text in Greek. I can go for Forgotten Chronicle, or I can try... I'll do one more Forgotten Chronicle. But we're definitely a bit heavy on those now, so... Last night, Gearby was talkative. He spoke in his siege engine voice of the histories he'd overheard in the waking world. I listened until his stories tailed off again into weeping. Nothing else for me to do with Dream at the moment. In 23 seconds, there will be some... No, there won't be something for me to do with Dream, so... Stag Door it is. I am an idiot. I wanted to turn in the quest or the commission for a Deem. So is there anything I want to work with now? I can't move up my sensation because I don't have enough Grail. Didn't win the auction because it wasn't worth pursuing. In the exploration, I can get the rest of the expeditions on the continent. I can try and hire people who will be good for expeditions, but I might as well get as many expeditions as I can ready to go. Yeah, I think pursuing the furtive truths is the best approach here. Oh yeah, I need to figure out what I want to do with work. So there's nothing really for me to paint at the moment. And I'm not going to do the Rite of the Crucible Soul because I don't want to sacrifice somebody. So back to the board seat. Now, what's going to happen here is when the Bleak Thoughts goes away, there will be a fleeting reminiscence, which will then go into the I am seeing things, and it'll sort of cure that problem there. All right, sickness. I become unwell. Now I get like 5 funds every time I get 5 funds every single time I do this work for 50 seconds. So it really does not make sense anymore to use my my hardened physique. Looks like another mentor is on the way. In this case, I'll just pay for the medicine. When you're rich, you can afford medicine. And I'm going to try the Ascent of Knives this time. That's exactly what I wanted. So, a furious air. Anger is implicit in every shape. A 10th order influence, a gathering knot of power and peril. This can be used in some rites to summon minions. Now, remember that we're an edge cult. This is level 10 edge lore. There is no... Sorry, not lore, but it is a level 10 edge aspect. And it's an influence, which means we can use it in recruitment. So instead, this is the big thing that I've been missing going through the Stag Door, is that in order to supercharge my followers, I actually just need to go and pick up these Furious Airs, and I should be able to get them to a... Actually, I think it needs to be level 15. Yeah, it actually... I might be overstating this. I may not actually be able to go as high as I think I can. But we'll give it a shot and see how it goes. I think Victor at the very least... No, you know what? Victor might still be a couple points short too. So this... I might be premature. Anyways, let's take a look. The places my dreams took me last night. This has been written. The ascent is glass. The walls are knives. Each step is blood. I did not climb far. The pain was too great. When I woke, that pain remained with me, a pain that I could employ to occult purposes if I hurry. Now, as far as dreaming is concerned, it's still... well, no, I'll hold off for the 23 seconds for the sickness. And it looks like we're going to have some restlessness to deal with before too long as well. So, more work for the board. I prepared the text for study. And while I'm at it, I might as well translate De Bellis Murorum. Especially because De Bellis Murorum may actually wind up being something that helps me with this recruitment. If hunters found notoriety, they will try to use it to create or upgrade evidence. If they are meticulous, they'll always succeed. If they're erratic, they're more likely to fail. But they can occasionally create evidence without notoriety. So, I don't believe the Weary Detective is actually erratic, but in any case, we've got 25 seconds to see. We obviously held off on generating any notoriety for that very reason. And for now, I'm just going to continue exploring the secret histories in order to prepare us for some expeditions. And in 8 seconds, we'll be able to cure the disease. Okay, so we'll pay for the affliction right away. We will... yeah, actually, this restlessness is going to be an interesting one because I'd like to bring Enid into the cult, but I also want to use this furious air before a certain period of time elapses. So we'll see how this turns out. I've got 14 seconds while I wait for this mentor to show up, but I may have to make some choices in terms of how this all turns out. Also, it feels like I've got the wrong resolution up. I think it's just the hour that's getting to me. We've been almost streaming for 7 hours now, so we are going to be wrapping up fairly soon. If you did have any questions about the game, now is a great time to ask them. I'm happy to speak about it, but I know I've sort of run out of steam a little bit in terms of being detailed in my explanations, and it's really just a simple function of sort of knowing that everything, like everything is kind of really apparent now, and I've done a lot of these basic actions to death. I realize that's not especially helpful to people who may have just started looking at the game. But again, that's my usual invitation now. If you do have any questions, if you would like me to try and cover anything, I'll do my best to answer whatever comes up. Now, the thing I was originally intending to do with my talk verb, fulfill Dr. Deem's commission, which only takes 10 seconds, and then we can get one from Count Jannings. The Grail has touched me with her wonderful fingers. It's almost time to perform the work and begin the changes, but I must have enough Grail aspect. Exploration might find more. So I still have time for this furious air. And it's going to be a little tricky to see how this all works, so let's just hold off for a minute. Oh, it's 4 funds. It's still better than working, but anyways, I've received the currency of the secret world, and my patron has let tantalizing information slip. So there's our silver Smentrea, there's some erudition, we have more mystique. Let's... moods, reputation, influences. Oh, influences should probably be in the... doesn't matter, I'm finishing soon anyway. So let's pretend we're going to recruit someone. I bring the furious air in. And let's say, Clovette, I want to make you better. Ah, neat. With that in mind, I do think I want somebody who's more reliable at getting, threats to my reputation dealt with. So the drawback here is that this is going to mean the rest... No, we just paint away the restlessness. Never mind. So this is a big benefit. The fact that I'm able to turn this into a better follower as a result of... it might tell me... No, it doesn't say how much I need to actually bring that over the edge. One way or the other, we'll get Clovette up to a new level. Clovette, of course, was the first follower as well, so it's only right. And in the meantime, because I don't want this restlessness to turn into dread, although the consequences may not be as severe as it seems, I am going to paint. And fortunately, I have a couple of mystique that will hopefully give me a little bit of a return on the investment. But obviously, the purpose of this is just to make sure that my restlessness doesn't get carried away. All right, so I prepared the text for study. Again, in these cases, there's no urgent need anymore. Like, if a good example here would be if the level 10 edge influence didn't allow me to upgrade one of these followers, then I would prioritize De Bellis Mirora. Well, I should actually already, because it looks like, well, either of these, if it's Grail or Heart, this is almost certainly a Heart text. Either way, Knife is actually my lowest lore, even though I've dedicated myself to it. So we will read De Bellis Mirora. The poem elliptically describes a war between beasts, weather phenomena, and arcane concepts. It's quite specific about their tactics. And then we're out of books, so at that point we need to start, kind of need to start raiding places, although the challenge, of course, is that you may have noticed that there was a scandal slot. You can lose your job on the board if you're the target of scandal. So let's do... We got Crocus Hill, so we'll do another Furtive Truth. I might not have actually gotten enough of these things, it looks like. I can sort of devolve Forgotten Chronicles and turn them into Furtive Truth again, but that's not great. So I'll probably just go back through the White Door and get some more. Okay, another Season of Ambitions coming up. Not great, but we can manage. And let's go back through the Stag Door to see if we can get some other goodies. This is coming out better than usual. Finished. Magnificent work. I've created something distinctive and beautiful. It will very likely enhance my reputation. Looks like I got some fascination for my trouble. All right. My recent work is considered notable. I've exhibited the latest paintings publicly. Surely someone will buy something. So if I need to get rid of it, I do have the Fleeting Reminiscence. There's some Glimmering. I'm just going to put that down for now. Okay, the Contentment will help me with any dread. There's my Passion, Mystique, and Skill-Fevered Imagination. So did we get any staleness? We did not. So in this case, it seems to make as much sense to go back to our board seat so we can keep it. I've got 35 seconds before we go into the Mansis, so it doesn't really count for much here. My scars are weapons. Through striving, I rise to victory. There is no defeat but annihilation. In the light of the bright edge, we know ourselves. I pledge myself to the service of the strongest. Clovette's optimism is daunting. She wields her joy like a hammer. So notice Clovette is now described as a disciple, and her character description changed. And this will be true for everyone who goes up a level. They do gain the disciple aspect, and most importantly, their aspect for the principle that they're most aligned with also increases. So here we'll have level 5 heart, which will mean that when we try to get rid of reputation, it will be easier, or it'll be more successful. Of course, the ritual is also slightly different. The text changes. So there's an interesting question here. So there's a few different ways that I can handle the fascination. So I could immediately apply the Fleeting Reminiscence to get rid of it. I could also wait for the Season of Ambitions to roll by and have that turn into Dread, which I can then connect to it. There's also another way that I can generate Dread. How much time do we have on this contentment? Yeah, the Contentment's not going to help me with any dread that emerges. So, if I want to get rid of the fascination right now, recruiting Enid is the way to do that. If I want to get rid of the fascination a little bit down the road, I still will have the Fleeting Reminiscence available to put in the dream slot. And if I wait for a really long time, the Season of Ambitions will generate dread for me. But let's just take a look. Let's take a minute. See what happens. I will not use the fascination for recruiting Enid, so I don't really need a new Nock follower right now, so let's talk about the Red Secret. And we've got Chiliarch's Lesson. So this is good. This is a higher level edgelore. The 2-1 joined, and the Horde distinguished, consequently, blood. Chiliarch's Lesson. This is a bone-deep story of the Thousandmen learnt in antiquity, of blood and its exits. To speak it aloud is to hear the sword hiss. Use this in a right with a corpse and winter power, and the corpse will rise. So this is level 4 edge. Finally, we're starting to bring our primary aspect up. And we'll read the true and complete accounting of the Asclepian mysteries and the roots of the house. Descriptions of the Asclepian mysteries reproduced by one Riley Gressa from supposedly a much older text. It's unlikely to be genuine, but it makes a reference to the house without walls and its wood right there in the prologue. This is very obviously not an antique text, but at the very least it has been badly mutilated, but it contains substantial intriguing material, especially a persuasive comparison of the house without walls, without doors to the human body, with its many portals. And we found Lockwood Fen, so it does look like we need to find more furtive truths. Unless this is the last one. But those shouldn't be too hard to get. We can just go through the white door. If I'm feeling particularly bold, I can go through the wood, but there's less for me at the wood than there used to be. Okay, let's see what we're up against. Season of Suspicion coming up, so I can afford to have some dread, I think. I kind of want to prioritize these. Ooh, that's going to be ugly. A bitter atmosphere. All right. Winter passes the clothes, passes the skin, nestles the veins. A 10th order influence, a gathering knot of power and peril. It can be used in some rites to summon minions. If unused, it will become dread. I visited the Ascent of Lives last night, that harshest of roads through the house. It has been sacred to the Menascate and the sun and rag since the intercalate, when the true sun was divided. When I woke, my room was freezing. The chill of it had cracked the window glass. Okay. One of the challenges I'm running into is trying to find a graceful exit. I wasn't 100% sure. There's a sort of a minor victory that you can get. I've actually closed off my possibilities of getting it. So tell you what, I'll take it to the exactly the 7-hour mark. Then I'll do a little bit of a kind of a closing. I'm sorry to end it sort of arbitrarily, but it is this is the only thing I've been doing all day, and I do kind of need a bit of rest. So yeah, let's carry on. I'm going to leave the dream open for reasons that will become apparent. Or no, actually I don't need to do that. So I'm just trying to think my way through what my next few steps are being. Yes, I will go through the stag door. Okay, so reasoning here is going to be, I may have to deal with a bitter atmosphere. The fascination will take care of itself. So I'm going to wait. I'm going to paint the restlessness. I know that Stum gives me dread. Again, that's not something you as an external player would know, assuming you haven't played the game. But I know it gives me dread. I'll use that dread to remove the fascination. I may have a bitter atmosphere, which produces dread, assuming that I don't get it to a point where I can just use this in one of the recruitments. My hope is that I wind up with some contentment from painting, and of course the board seat. You know, I've got enough time for that. So let's try and close that threat. This time I'm going to add 3 mystique and then 1 passion. This is partly just because I'm a little short on passion. So we use the restlessness to get rid of it. At some point, I would also like to have a chat with Jannings and Adim about getting some new commissions, but we have slightly higher priorities at the moment. All right, spend money on paint. The direction of death is down, the book explains. The peacock door has been considered a rent or an absorption, but in some respects it is more like a mouth, if not a more treasured point of entry. Discussions of doors include a rite which may conjure creatures through those doors, although the key incantations are missing. Now, this is one of the rituals I was really looking forward to. Actually, this is a nice little cliffhanger for those of you who are on the fence about picking it up. The rite of the map's edge allows me to use influence to summon things. And what that can mean is I have slightly more it's a nice way of taking slightly more temporary sort of objects in the game and turning them into summons. And you can use those summons to go onto your expeditions. This is the one big thing about this game that's sort of in the advertising that I haven't shown you yet. And that is the summoning of sort of creatures from beyond. But I also think that that's a nice little sort of teaser to dangle in front of you. They behave very similar to followers in that. Like, it's not that it's some completely transformative mechanic or anything like that. But they do give you more options, and they're what will allow you to start doing some of these later expeditions. So getting the right of the map's edge is definitely a nice little moment. And of course, we've got the words that walk. Of course, we already had those. So let's read Stum. We'll buy a projector, or watch Stum rather. The film rattles through the projector, glows silently on the wall. It is the story of a foolish student of the forbidden sciences who recruits a dancer to entice the dead back into the world through a flaw in its skin. It's a fiction, but here on the title card is laid out the operation of the declining sun. So I know I'm signing myself up for a world of hurt here, but... Okay, we've got Kiglin's Scratch. So in this case, we do actually want to get more... we do want to get more of this this type of lore. In the meantime, I might as well just keep investigating other locations. Although I'm running out of space for my fascination. Okay, so they're going to eat up my Mystique, but that's fine. That's kind of what it's there for. I do need to be careful about the Season of Visions, though. Alright, so this has now become an icy atmosphere, which is level 6 Winter Influence. Ooh, that Subtle Rupture is really tempting. I think I'm going to... thing is, I don't want to summon anything with it. Okay, I'm going to try the Ascent of Knives again. I can live with it. It is difficult to control oneself. A 6th-order influence, significant resonances, and correspondences. This can be used in some rites to summon minions. So the Ascent of Knives is called the Sharp Stare and the Mother of Mirrors, and the Feast of the Grail. If one is to look beneath the stare, as I did last night in my dreams, one understands that last name. It draws a tithe of blood from the feet of those who ascend. Impausi, some shaped like men, many shaped like women, wait beneath the glass of the stairs to satisfy their hunger. I did not approach, I made no sound, I only observed. So I'm going to go through the white door this time because I'd like to try and get this other type of lore. And I know I said I would go straight to the 7-hour mark, but I will at least deal with this fascination and show you how I would diffuse the situation that I find myself in. So my recent work is considered significant. I may yet earn a living from this, but nothing is certain. Wow, we really didn't make any money off of that again. Mind you, Mystique is not as good at generating attention, so we covered the cost of the paints and that's it. But I'm rich, so it doesn't matter. Do we have any staleness? No, we do not. So back to the board. Again, I don't want to lose the job. And so the only source of dread that I sort of need to worry about now. So we neutralized the dread that would have come from the restlessness. We have an icy atmosphere, which is a source of dread. We have the fascination, which can potentially bite us if we don't deal with it in 22 seconds. I wasn't thinking when I went to the Mansis here. This fascination is going to get me. But that's fine because I've got a best reply. So come with me. More Mystique. And we've got a hanger on, so not very important. Looks like I'm staying slightly longer because I actually need to deal with excuse me. I do actually need to deal with the dread. If my ending point was going to be showing you how I dealt with all of this dread, then I have to also show you how I get rid of my messing it up. Oh no, what am I saying? There's really easy solutions to these. So what we're going to do is we will take Enid. We will invite her to the Church of the Bright Edge. So the Church of the Bright Edge is the first worry, or sorry, the fascination is the first worry that I have because that's something that's actually emerging in a season. So here we'll use the knife secret. Enid speaks softly, and sometimes her gaze doesn't focus on anything visible. It may be that you've dreamed the same dreams. So in 30 seconds, she will join the cult. The rite is depicted in chilling detail. Here is the flaw in the world, an influence shimmering in luminous paint. Here is the dancer establishing an irresistible rhythm. Here is the scholar. Here the scholar recites the operation, and now the misty dead whirls through the flaw to consume him. The film closes on the dancer's watchful eyes. Had she intended it all from the start? The sunset rite, the assistant must cry tears of genuine emotion, which are asperged in the place where the influence lies. If all is done well, the sun in rags will consume the influence, acknowledging an ending, and lend its assistance. So this is another useful ritual in my own experience. We do have dread, so we need to deal with this. I've seen too much, and nameless gnawing fear has its teeth in my hopes, an existential horror. And the operation of the declining sun. This invokes, acknowledges, and welcomes the passage to silence. Use this in a rite with a heart influence and a Byzantine tinct to summon the voiceless dead. I don't have anything else to study right now because we're out of books. If I want to try and upgrade this lore, I suppose I can. I'll combine the glimmering just so I get it to last a bit longer. This one's 152. Oh, they're both 152. All right. But yeah, the only way I'm going to be getting books will be by doing these expeditions. So we're sort of running out of different actions that we can take. Okay, so we've now got Fermier Abbey. Robert Fermier spent much of his unsavory fortune on the endowment of this monumental, forest-crowded abbey. The monks dislike visitors. Their ways are not exactly orthodox. They celebrate a certain harvest festival with unsavory vigor. So we're going to be out of Glover and Glover in a little bit. So what I'm going to try is going to the Ecdysis Club. So let's pay the entry. So an entrance is lost beneath the soft drapes of crimson cinnabar and incardinine. Above the door, the club motto, Ingi rum imis noctean consumi murigni. It has been rendered as, into the night circle we fly until the fire enjoys us. The drinks, the songs, the light, the arcing walls, the smoke-blue haze, the press and sway of clothed and unclothed flesh. So we dealt with the most immediate threat, which was the fascination. Now we've got a season of ambitions coming up, so of course we may want to prepare to make a painting. I have purchased pleasure. I reel home in the ungodly hours and collapse into bed. So now I have a contentment. In 0.8 seconds, I'll be able to use that. And in the meantime, let's do another Forgotten Chronicle. And this is exactly what I was looking for, a furtive truth. Many of the dead enter the mansis through the white door. They wander its corridors in silence until they are lost. Some embrace each other, some devour each other, some force their way into the dreams of the living. A few record their memories on mansis stone where it is soft. They scratch it with their nails, you see. Last night, I read one of those memories. So we've got the Course of the Heart. That'll give us vitality. If Glover and Glover had a heart, it would be the accounts department, where the money flows like the tides of spring. Its limbs would be its brisk, hushed administrators and clerks. But I sit with the other directors at the peak of its skull, safe for now from scandal and financial concerns. So we've certainly got quite a bit of money. We'll just set all of that aside. So it probably makes the most sense to go back to the board seat with Glover and Glover. But first thing we're going to do is take the Dread. We'll combine those. Back to work. This is mostly just so I can keep the cooldown as high as it, keep the timer as high as it can be. I know that the restlessness that I have to deal with won't arrive for over a minute. And there's other things that I can do, namely make money. So the last thing that I need to do, that's the threat to me, the awareness of appetite will just decay into nothingness, but the chilly atmosphere will decay into dread. And there's not really a lot that I can do with 2 winter right now, so before they speak the words, the novice must sharpen the knife so it can separate a drifting thread, and it be not sharp enough, it will be the worse for them. So Enid speaks softly, and sometimes her gaze doesn't focus on anything visible. She sees things that others don't. That one's actually quite similar to the one that we get already, but... Okay, so the last thing that we need to worry about was the chilly atmosphere, and in this case I can bring it in as an influence. Now normally I don't care that much about hangers-on, but this is a situation where I want to get rid of an undesirable influence. So we'll just add one of the hangers-on. Let's make it the Grail one. And we will add the Knife Secret Ceremony. So I'm just going to enjoy a little water. Okay, so my own heart pumps more strongly today. Before they speak the words, the novice must sharpen the knife so it can separate a drifting thread, and it be not sharp enough, it will be the worse for them. So we now have a pawn, another pawn. Oh, that's not the right one. Got the Church of the Bright Edge back. Wait, where does that go? Right here. So let's kind of do a recap. So I don't actually really need to worry about the restlessness. We already know that we're going to paint it. That's not actually a threat that's on the board. So everything that we were worried about has now been dealt with. And I get to decide what my next few moves would be. So how might I proceed moving forward? In terms of short-term goals, the things that I want to start doing is I've got a great job, which will get me a lot of money. But the fact of the matter is that money doesn't necessarily give you insight to the occult. You know, money can buy you a lot of things, but the fact of the matter is that I'm not going to become any smarter when it comes to these sort of secret mysteries. That's actually going to have to be my own work. So some of the things that I can get that money won't buy. Spintrea. I can talk with Adim. I can talk with Jannings. I've got enough of a cooldown on my job that will allow me to fulfill commissions while still raking in that 4 funds whenever I want it. That's a great position to be in. Another high priority that I have is that we were able to advance our dedication sensation in the sense that we've got the dedication, we're now a no, but what we don't have is a level 6 Grail. Now, there's no way for me to get this level 6 Grail with buying books. There is a way to try and subvert other lore to turn it into Grail, but the fact of the matter is that the most reliable way for me to wind up with some extra lore will be to get that from reading books, and the books will be found in all of these locations here. That's why I went back to get the Furtive Truth to kind of get that last area on the continent, and then eventually we'll be taking the Forgotten Chronicles and the Forbidden Epics just to get all of these locations here. So essentially, my short-term goal is just going to be to, make hay while the sun shines. Get the Spintrea from Jannings and Adim, get the money from Glover and Glover, upgrade the cultists when I can. The more intermediate concern that I'm going to have will be trying to manage scandal when I start ransacking all of these locations, because that generates notoriety. You'll notice it's not just because she was the first follower that I made Clovette a better heart disciple. It's also because she will be the way that I can get rid of the notoriety that I get from these, meaning that I can continue on the board of Glover and Glover. Effectively, Clovette is going to be the way that I make sure that I still remain respectable to the, to mortals. And then in terms of the long-term goals, obviously I'm going to want to move up my dedication sensation. I'm going to want to get the lore, which means I'm going to want to go inside of these expeditions. And then there's sort of an ultimate level of the lore. This is the halfway point, by the way. So in terms of the lore that we've gotten, we're not even really at the halfway point as far as the stuff that we get. So that sort of shows you that it's a fairly substantial tip of the iceberg. I've definitely shown you a couple of things that aren't really in the sort of not exactly tutorial, but the in-game guidance that is included there. But there's a lot going on in it. And as I said, I encourage you, if you are going to pick up this game and try it, pay attention to the words, reading and rereading things. One thing I love about this game is how things make more sense the more you go inside of it, right? We had the Ecdysis parable, which meant absolutely nothing when we first got it and wound up being a major turning point in terms of our progress. So last chance, if anybody has any questions about the game, I'm going to be signing off. I hope you enjoyed this. I know there's actually quite a few more of you than there was about an hour ago, and I really wanted to try and run this as far as I can, but I'm getting close to not exactly 7.5 hours, but I'm definitely 15 minutes past when I said I was going to finish. I have been doing this for 7 hours. I have had exactly one sandwich for the whole day, and I cast this game for 5 hours last night. So I am sort of at the limits of my abilities here. I'm sorry I didn't have a big finale. I was kind of hoping to try and retire at Glover and Glover or do some sort of minor victory, but instead I'm just going to call it an evening. So if you don't have the game and you're considering picking it up, there are a couple of, there's basically a couple of directions that you can go with it. If you want it all in one go, the best value is the Anthology Edition because it gives you everything at 15% off. If you want to stick your toe in, you can buy the game as it is. If you want to wait for a sale, you can hit the wishlist button. It will inform you when it goes on. And if you think the price is fair as it is, you certainly don't need me to tell you where you can buy it. This is a Steam stream after all. As far as the rest, if you want to know more about the game, I'll save and exit and go to the main page. So the game is by Weather Factory. You can check out their website at weatherfactory.biz. They are going to have possibly a new game coming out. The Kickstarter was delayed. It was scheduled for September the 3rd. But in the game, you can click this Book of Hours. You can get signed up to the newsletter. If you want to access that newsletter, you can go to weatherfactory.biz. As for the rest of it, this stream was largely done in support of an update that's come to the game. So again, it's very unlikely the audience that's watching this is going to benefit from it. But if you go to the beta branch of the game, there is now the simplified Chinese localization inside of it. This is something that has been announced a while ago, and it's definitely one that people have been wanting for a while. I believe it is currently in the mobile version of the game, but that's now been brought into the beta branch of the game, ultimately for full release, I'm sure, after a little while. But if you are someone who would benefit from simplified Chinese, you can right-click Cultist Simulator, you can go to Properties, the fourth tab from the left called Betas, or second from the right, depending how you prefer to say it, second to last maybe. If you select the beta branch called gateofhorn, that will have sort of all the latest stuff that they're working on. The game is done as far as the DLC and all of that is concerned, so it's not quite as Wild West as it was before. But if you'd like to try out the language options, it's available in gateofhorn, and that was ultimately what this stream was in support of. So thank you everyone for checking it out. I hope you enjoy the game if you have it or if you pick it up. And if you're still on the fence about it, my stuff you can watch at twitch.tv/systemchalk. I do also have a YouTube channel. It's really just an archive for all of the streams that I do, but there is a lot of Cultist Simulator stuff on it. For instance, I am doing a playthrough of The Ghoul right now, the last DLC that's been released for the game. You can find that at youtube.com/systemchalk. So basically, I'm System Chalk everywhere. You can find me on Twitter. You can find me on YouTube. You can find me on Twitch. If you like that stuff, you just like the sound of my voice, whatever it is, feel free to follow me or check me out there. But obviously you came here for Steam, and very likely you came here for Cultist Simulator specifically. So I leave you to decide whether or not I convinced you as to the value of this game. Until next time, have a wonderful evening, and or possibly afternoon, wherever you are. And I will see some of you next time.